What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, April 29th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours live from the beautiful Lake Cliff Golf Club, more specifically inside the 19th hole grill at Lake Cliff Golf Club, just past the Pedernales River. Excited to bring you another live show from 7 to 9. We've got plenty to get into. Steve Sarkisian had a mini media availability down in Houston yesterday. We'll let you hear from the head coach. Our man Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field is going to join us at 7:15 to talk Longhorn baseball. Of course, we will recap Texas's sweep of A&M from the weekend, and we'll preview tonight's game in this upcoming series against Arkansas that begins on Thursday. We've got more NFL draft conversation. We've got an interesting Dallas Cowboys rumor. We've got the latest from the NBA and NHL playoffs and an internet discussion that has gone viral that we need to get the Bucks' opinion on. So much to get to between now and 9 o'clock here on TSU. Buck, what a morning. And
wow.
What a day out here at Lake Cliff.
And what a night last night.
Oh, man.
Or this morning or whenever all that wind started up. But around 2:30 this morning, it was howling through the valley there in Dripping Springs. And I woke up at 2:30 and didn't get back to sleep. It was just too loud. I mean, you know, I've got sliding glass door. That thing was even moving last night. It was windy. It must have been gust up to about 40 miles an hour. And it was a consistent hour straight. And it's okay now. It's windy now. And I know some people say, what are you talking about? It's still windy. It's not as windy as it was earlier this morning, but you know what? It's still warm out. There's no cold breeze. There's no cool breeze. It's a warm breeze. And I guess over the like we've been talking about, this has been the windiest time I've been in the state of Texas. The last 2 months, going on 3 months now, the winds have not subsided. It's just been windy like every day. And I'll say this, as long as it's warm breeze, you know, when we get into the high 90s or whatever, I'll take that breeze because that heat is going to come. It's going to be a warm breeze, not as long as it's not a cold breeze, and as long as I can hit the ball with the wind.
Yeah.
But eventually I got to hit the ball against the wind.
Well, I'm going to skip the holes that are against the wind.
Yeah, that's the one where you go ahead and take a number.
Save that for Bob Seeger. I don't need any of that.
Take bogey and move along.
Yeah, I'll take double bogey and move along.
And what a beautiful golf course and what a beautiful day. Another beautiful morning that we're going to have here in Central Texas. But the rains may come tomorrow. I'm giving there's a real chance of rain tomorrow, which we can use, but I don't need it today. I just need the wind to quit blowing because it's not only blowing, you know, warm air, it's blowing all kinds of stuff into my eyes and my sinuses and everything else. This is a crazy spring. It really has been.
Yeah. Usually we set up outside on the patio here at Lake Cliff, but a little worried about the wind, messing with some equipment and messing with our cameras. So we're inside this morning, but man, this course is beautiful. You could kind of see a little bit of the green on camera if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch, but we love being out here. But man, it is a windy mother.
And folks, if you're interested in joining a club, this place has availability right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've got a couple spots open if you want to become a member.
And that's pretty rare.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, generally, you know, and you don't have to build a home out here. A lot of people are building homes out this way since it's just now becoming a suburb of Austin, which everything else within an hour and a half is now to 2 hours are just suburbs. So it's beautiful out here. You know, you become a member here. You don't have to worry about tee times. You just show up and you can play.
Yep. They've got the racket club out here as well. So if tennis or pickleball are more your speed, they've got you covered. And
some great camps for kids out here.
They do.
Swimming and golfing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the slogan for Lake Cliff Golf Club is cross the Pedernales River and leave your worries behind.
That's for sure.
That's how it works out here. They make it so much fun. This course is in immaculate condition. It's an Arnold Palmer designed course. So you know it's legit. You've got the bent greens. You've got lakes. You've got waterfalls. You've got the scenic hill country views. I'm telling you, if you're looking for a golf club to join, this is the place to look.
Dude, and there's a number of courses out this way right now. There's one right across the street, a course that'll be opening up soon. All I know soon an HEB will be out this way, which means everybody's coming.
They might have an HEB on this course at some point.
Yeah, it won't be far from here. I guarantee you that. I mean, all the number of homes that have been built out here, whether they're summer homes or just for those that are retirement homes. What a beautiful place. I really enjoy. I mean, I've enjoyed this. They've had a lot of different ownerships. This place has been beautiful forever.
Yes,
the
it
Ben
has.
Greens are cool. Really is. You don't get to see that in Central Texas that often. They're hard to keep, but they have a watering system underneath this deal that's spectacular. So it should be. It's like I said, when you think of memberships, think of some of the memberships you've been hearing about all over the Austin area and how much it costs. I'll say it's almost a quarter of what you're going to pay close to Austin. And this, once again, this is a hop, skip, and a jump outside. I mean, you can get here, BK, between here and Horseshoe Bay. People would say, "Oh no, you're talking about an hour away." It's not quite an hour away. No. This is, and when there's no traffic, you can get here in 35, 40 minutes. But there is traffic now. You're talking an hour.
Yeah.
And you and I've come out here at this time of the morning where, like you said, if you hit the wrong light, all of a sudden you can be backed up because there's so much going on in this area.
Dude,
really
if you miss one light, you miss 6 lights.
Yes.
It's amazing. They're all cycled together.
It used to be nothing out this way, just 2 lanes. That was it.
Now it's it's good. It means the city and the area is growing.
Oh, for sure.
But you got to pay for it in traffic.
No doubt about it. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate it. We appreciate you. You appreciate your family sharing you with all of us. And do be safe out there.
I'm putting you on the spot, Buck, because I forgot to ask before we started. Do you have a tip for kids in the car line?
I'm going to continue to talk about finishing strong.
Okay.
We're getting down towards the end. Once again, kids, this is where you start to get kind of lackluster and, this is school. It's over. I don't have to do very much. And you'll be surprised at some of the teachers that will give you all kinds of stuff right now to do just before it ends. All you folks are about to graduate from, whether it's high school or college, you should know better. You know what you have to get done. It's you middle schoolers and the ones that have just entered high school, you 9th and 10th graders that tend to kind of say, I'm on cruise control. Don't do that to yourselves. Finish strong. You started out strong, finish strong.
Yeah, I like that.
Got to do that.
Final week of class for a lot of college students in the area before
you
final
should be
exams.
done. You should know what's going on.
Oh, yeah. Now. You've done this enough.
Yes,
you should have this figured out. But
it's the young ones that don't know that kind of cruise in that second semester and say, now you'll find yourself doing some stuff in the summer that you don't want to be doing. So get it done and finish strong.
They're excited for summer camp, that overnight camp, get away from home for a few weeks. I mean, that was the best as a kid.
Yeah, I was sent to camp.
You were sent to camp.
In the summertime, but I wasn't, not as a high school. I had too much to do.
No, you were at Camp Lejeune, right?
Oh, no.
You were drinking all that water.
I was at Camp Civitan in North Carolina as a 4th and 5th grader. That was the guy where his eyes were open. That's when I learned how to swim because somebody just pushed me into the deep end.
That's good.
I didn't have a choice. The murky waters of Camp Civitan.
Seems like the counselors were doing a good job.
Yeah, powdered eggs. Oh, it was.
That's a camp staple, those powdered eggs.
Government cheese. I mean, it was nasty.
I mean, you got Tom Herman whipping up breakfast.
Oh, it was disgusting.
Powdered eggs, soggy bacon.
But my mom and dad said, nope, you're not going to hang around here this summer and hang out with your hoodlum friends in 4th and 5th grade while you're hanging with high schoolers. You're going to camp.
She used that word.
Yeah, they were hoodlums.
Hoodlums?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what they were.
You got to bring that word back.
Drinking wine in 8th grade. I was like, there were no sports camp at that time. I couldn't afford to go to any sports camps, but that stuff didn't start until, and that's when I didn't get into football and all those kind of real activities until I moved to Pennsylvania. At Carolina, it was Camp Civitan, and everybody in the neighborhood who was in 4th and 5th grade were going to Camp Civitan, and it was. I mean, I brought the hoodlums with me.
Yeah.
I don't know. They didn't have to. They weren't in the neighborhood. They were at Camp Civitan.
You couldn't afford the sports camp, but you could afford the Boone's Farm to drink.
Oh, gee, that was crazy
stuff back.
What a great time! What a great time! What a great learning experience.
Yes, indeed. All right, everyone loves summer camp as a kid. You learn some things that you wish you didn't learn, and you learn some things that you need to learn.
I learned too much.
Yes, indeed.
That all the stuff that you hear. Oh, your parents should teach you this. Nope. I got it at Camp Civitan in 5th grade. Stuff that I needed to know in like 9th grade.
Hey, it'll put some hair on your chest.
Yes, it did. It's
good for you.
Yes, it did. I really enjoyed. I enjoyed camp. I really did. I always complained about Camp Civitan and the bad food, but it was. I mean, it was the same food I was eating at the house. Really, there was nothing different.
You thought it'd be better.
Oh yeah,
it felt like vacation.
Spam, potted meat. I mean, sandwiches. pimento cheese sandwich. I mean, it was nasty, but it was okay.
Gross.
It was okay.
All right, we've got plenty of sports to dive into today. Before we talk to our man Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field, going to start with this story real quick, and then we'll talk about this more after our chat with Mark comes to an end. But an unfortunate story for Texas football from over the weekend. Buck, Saturday was the final day of Texas spring football practice, and it sounds like one Longhorn partied a little bit too hard on Saturday night.
No.
Freshman offensive lineman Nick Brooks was arrested and charged with DWI over the weekend. He was booked early Sunday morning at 3:43 a.m., was released at 7:39 p.m. that same day. Brooks, a true freshman, was arrested in downtown Austin on the 900 block of West 6th Street near that Whole Foods down there.
Yep.
An officer pulled him over and searched him. They found a gold vape pen with a marijuana leaf inscribed on it, and they actually gave him a breathalyzer test. He blew a 0.00. So it wasn't an alcohol intoxication, but according to the officer on scene, he was intoxicated due to the introduction of cannabis/CNS depressants and was, quote, unable to operate a vehicle safely, end quote. So Nick Brooks, a true freshman early enrollee, the highest rated offensive lineman that Texas brought in, an unfortunate situation for him.
Yeah, weed is still illegal, I believe.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Should it be?
It's not should it be, it just is.
Yeah.
So I mean,
it is.
And that's one of those learning experience for a young guy. And you can still be impaired smoking weed. You smoke too much weed, your driving can be impaired. You can hit somebody, you can kill somebody, you can kill yourself. So
yeah,
just it's you can say, well, I'm glad it's not alcohol. Well, weed is illegal, and and you can't do stuff that's illegal, and you got to. Those are just lessons that you learn. You learn that as a freshman. You go ahead and take your punishment. You hope the university and you hope the coaches, will be. They're not going to be lenient on you. You're going to pay a price.
Yep.
In a lot of ways, but you know what? Get that out of the way as a freshman.
Sure.
So you learn that lesson quickly.
Steve Sarkisian released a statement following Brooks' arrest saying, quote, "We're aware of the situation with Nick Brooks. We've talked to him and are gathering information. We will continue to monitor the legal process and address the situation within the team at the appropriate time."
Yes, not the end of the world. It's just it's really the beginning of your it's the beginning of your career. It's the beginning of you kind of being out on your own, being an adult, and that's one of those things you're going to get slapped for. You not only have to play the part, you got to act the part too when you're away from the football field. And they'll get that straightened out, and he'll probably go on to have a fantastic career. And we won't even remember this happened to him as a freshman, and hopefully he won't. But it's a lesson that you have to keep with you.
Yep.
That there is always eyes on you,
especially on 6th Street.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, lesson for Nick Brooks, who's new to Austin and new to the University of Texas. We're talking about a guy who should still be in his last semester of high school.
Your big body. People are watching that big body roll. Yeah.
Yeah, and there are cops on 6th Street.
Yes.
It's one of the most populated areas in the city on a Saturday night, and there are always police officers down there. Yeah, he got booked at 3:43 a.m., wow. And they caught him just past 2 a.m. Central Time, Saturday night into Sunday. Apparently, he was speeding a little bit on West
and he's
6th.
thinking, oh, I'm not drinking. I'm not drunk. I'm going to smoke a little weed.
Yeah,
are you going to pull me over for this? Yes, they will.
So unfortunate and a silly mistake for Nick Brooks. But like you said, hopefully he will learn from this.
Sure.
I don't think nothing serious is going to happen to him here, but a learning experience for him.
Absolutely. For all of those guys.
Yep.
It's a learning experience for all the youngsters on that team now.
Absolutely. All right. We'll get back into that story a little bit later, but
Glad he didn't get hurt. He didn't hurt anybody.
Yes. Well said. That's the important part here is Nick Brooks is okay. Everybody else is okay too, because obviously that would have made this
that would have been awful.
A lot worse if anybody got hurt here, but no, everyone is all right, and Nick Brooks has been released. All right, let's talk a little Texas baseball.
There you go.
Look, we always enjoy our weekly conversations with Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field, but after a 3-game sweep over Texas A&M, I got a hunch this conversation is going to be a little bit more fun. We go now to the green room. Bring on our man, Mark Pena. And, of course, our weekly chats with Mark are brought to you by our great friends at 34 Wine and Spirits. Mark, before we dive into the games themselves, you were obviously out there at the dish for all 3 games this weekend. A record crowd, 23,000 plus in attendance at UFCU Dish Falk Field for these 3 wins against Texas A&M. Your thoughts on the atmosphere? You've been to a lot of Texas baseball games. Have you ever seen anything quite like what you just witnessed this past weekend?
Not in the regular season, guys. And good morning, by the way, out at the golf club today. I like that. But Brad, it was fantastic out there. You've heard us kind of reference this previous in the season, but again, like a true super regional atmosphere out there at Dish Falk over the weekend. Very rare, and I can't recall another regular season weekend where you had full crowds all 3 days, full tailgates busting all over Dish Falk Field. So it was just a fun weekend. It was everything you expected it to be between Texas and A&M. Had a pretty large contingent of A&M fans that were out there. So just really had a postseason vibe, a postseason feel. And it was fantastic baseball for 3 straight days. Both of those teams really played well, battled each other the entire series. And we were really fortunate to get out of there with 3 wins. Texas played really well. Did just enough to squeeze by A&M over the weekend.
And I do like those one-run games that Texas won. I mean, you're talking about hurting. That really, really hurts. When you have 3 of them, hell, when you have one of them, it hurts. Can you imagine having that for the whole weekend? That had to hurt the Aggies. And once again, as you said, Mark, they played well. Everybody played well. You know, both teams played well. There were individuals that had really outstanding baseball games. But I had talked about what's going to happen to this team when they don't win a series. And I said, but they don't have to, they can win them all.
Yeah.
There's a reason they can win them all. But this is just as good as, as tight as this was, you had to do some outstanding things in order to keep the win on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, as a matter of fact. And they did that.
They absolutely did. And I've been kind of posting on Twitter that this team the Texas baseball team just feels inevitable, right? Every game they roll out there and you just get that sense that they're going to find a way to win. And it's just been a spectacular run that they've been on, Bucky. I mean, you look even back to the Tuesday night game in San Marcos where we're down 4 or 5 runs multiple times, get a late grand slam to end up going ahead and winning that game. I mean, this team just has the it factor. From 1 to 9, it's going to be a different guy every day that steps up and gets the big hit or makes the big play, or the pitcher that comes out of the bullpen. We were talking about it a little bit last night on another podcast, that the thing that's incredible about this team is it's not the same 3 or 4 guys that are carrying the program and willing them forward, right? It really does feel like every game there's a new guy, right? Friday against A&M, it's Tommy Farmer, and Jaden Duplantier gets a huge hit to score a key run in that game. Saturday was kind of the Ethan Mendoza show from the offensive perspective, right? Sunday was Adrian Rodriguez kind of carrying the offense. And every day there's a different pitcher that steps up and just goes 5 or 6 innings, does exactly what you need him to do. So it's just been fun to watch. This is a special team. You hear Schlossnagle talk about it. This just isn't normal. It isn't normal to go 19-2 in the SEC. It isn't normal to be 37-5 playing in the SEC. So I would just suggest that Texas fans enjoy the ride. We're already a good portion of the way through the season. We only have 3 more weeks until the postseason kicks off. So it's about to be showtime.
Yeah, you mentioned it, 19-2, tied for the best 21-game start in SEC conference history. And, the Longhorns, 5 losses this year. The number 2 team in the country, LSU, has 9 losses this year. So Texas has kind of separated themselves from pretty much everybody else in college baseball with what they've done as of late. Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us here to talk some Longhorn baseball. Mark, every coach preaches next man up, and you talked about it. It feels like every night it's somebody different who steps up for Texas baseball. A guy I don't think we've talked about enough on our conversations is Ruger Riojas. Our guy Chip Brown calls him Rubber Arm Ruger because it just feels like that guy can get the job done in any situation. The UTSA transfer started the year out of the bullpen. Now he's the Friday night starter, of course, because of the Jared Spencer injury. 5 2/3 scoreless in this series opener, outdueling Ryan Prager, who's one of the best in the country. Just your thoughts on what Max Weiner and company have gotten from the transfer Ruger Riojas here in 2025.
Man, his confidence level right now is really at the roof. Yeah, I heard him in an interview over the weekend just say that he's having so much fun pitching right now, right? And it kind of went from a job to just him out there having fun once a week. And he talked about how his confidence is high and the team in general is just having fun playing baseball. So Ruger's been very impressive. To your point, he's been asked to play almost every role on the pitching staff to this point. And no matter where they put him, he just seems to step right in and not skip a beat. So that was a big question coming into A&M, right? Was Ruger going to be able to slide in, take on the pressure of that Friday night guy? And he really did. So I'm excited to see that. I think Texas is going to have to find some more consistency the back end of the weekend from a pitching rotation perspective. You saw Jason Flores struggle a little bit on Sunday against A&M. He only made it through one inning. Andre Duplantier had to come in and pitch an extended period there. But yeah, man, it really has been next man up. You think about A&M and that series, we're playing without Jared Spencer. Jonah Williams gets hurt right after having a great series the weekend before against Auburn. And again, there's just no drop off. There's always somebody that's going to slide in, step up, and do what's needed to get the team a victory. So very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's like everybody's dependable right now. You go in, I think fans see guys go in the game and they say, well, you know what, Duplantier, he hadn't had a great year. He hadn't been great at bat, but he looks good when he's bat. Is this the one that takes him and gets him really going a little bit this series that he had this weekend?
I hope so.
It just feels he looks like he feels confident when he came up to bat this weekend.
He is making much better contact at the plate, getting better at bats. He's drawing walks, putting pressure on the other team on the base pass. He's obviously one of our faster base runners. He's been used as a pinch runner earlier in his career. So he does seem, again, like his confidence is kind of sparked as well.
Yeah, early in the season, I would call him fidgety up at the plate. It just looked like, I'm going up, anything near the plate, I'm taking a swing at it. It may not be a strike, but I'm going to take a hack at it. And like you said, it looks like he's taking good at bats. And as I said, I just think maybe this was the weekend to really get him cranked up a little bit.
That's the idea. And, his batting average was pretty low going into the last week or two. He was hitting the low 100s. He's closer to 200 now. So making his way back up there. And again, getting timely hits. He's done that the last couple of weekends. So really proud of the effort that we've seen from Jaden there. And he's also done a really good job sliding in the infield. Mm-hmm. We're without Ethan Mendoza, who's DHing right now because of his shoulder issue. But the defense just continues to stay solid infield and outfield. Only had one error over the weekend against Texas A&M, and really just playing quality baseball across the board.
Yeah, Mark, one of the million reasons I'm excited that Jim Schlossnagle is this team's coach is the fact that Adrian Rodriguez is here. And, normally you hear that a guy goes from switch hitting to just batting on one side of the plate. It's like, oh, that's a bad sign. Things aren't going well, and he's really struggling at the plate and this, that, and the other. How about Adrian Rodriguez from the left side against the lefty, the go-ahead home run in Game 3 to basically clinch the sweep for the Texas Longhorns? I mean, it's pretty surreal that this dude's a freshman. He's obviously been hurt this year, so he's banged up, probably not playing 100% right now. But, my God, it's pretty cool that we've got an extra 2.5 years of this young man. And that
sky's the limit with that kid. He is so talented. By trade, he's like a middle infielder, right? Shortstop. It was kind of his role in high school, right? He won the third base job here at Texas, then, kind of lost that position, went through an injury, and now he's playing great in left field. So another guy who's just kind of a Swiss Army knife. He's able to slide in wherever the coaches need him. Made a hell of a play out in left field in the A&M series with a diving catch.
Yeah.
Had key hits, 3 hits on Sunday, the big go-ahead home run. So, man, Adrian Rodriguez, he's an exciting player. I think it was a little bit sweeter for him over the weekend as well, because a lot of people know his story. He was an A&M recruit and was planning to go to Texas A&M. So for him to be in the other dugout over the weekend and getting key hits to beat the Aggies had to have been a good feeling for him.
Mark, with all the injuries that this team has kind of mounted up, are there any indications that guys are getting a little bit better? There's a possibility as later in the season we will see some of the guys return. I know it's all about next man up, and that's just the way it has to be. But are there some of these key guys that started off this season that have the possibilities of coming back in playoff time, at tournament time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a problem, but a good problem to have,
Yes.
right? And that's one of the drawbacks when you have a team where you insert players and everybody 1 through 9 is doing their job. When some of the banged up guys start to get healthy, there's going to be some tough choices to make about who stays in the lineup. But Bucky, we are hearing some positive news that Max Ballou is on schedule, perhaps a little bit ahead of schedule from his rehab timeline. You're starting to hear some whispers and rumors that maybe next weekend against Florida, he's going to be available to come back, at least in some capacity. He may start in the DH role. He may not be out in the outfield, but he should be available before the end of the regular season. And then you talk again about Ethan Mendoza, right? He's the starting second baseman. As soon as his shoulder heals up, you expect to see him back in that starting second base position. And you're hearing as well that he's getting closer and closer to feeling comfortable about a return there. So, again, a good problem to have, but it is going to be tough for the coaching staff.
Sure.
Because you have guys that are heating up, doing their job, keeping the team afloat. But we may get to the point in a week or two where we've got 10 or 11 guys, fighting for 9 starting positions. So, you want to be able to go into the postseason healthy. You want to have that depth and people on the bench that can step up and fill in where it's needed. So hopefully that'll be the case, and hopefully we'll get Max and Ethan back in the next couple of weeks and be firing on all cylinders heading into the postseason.
Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us here on TSU. Mark, I'm sure you're tired of the haters out there. It's Texas baseball. There's always going to be hating going on. It feels like people want this Texas team to beat the 99 Yankees on planet Mars before people take this team seriously. But in all seriousness, there is this stigma that Texas has not gone on the road and beaten a really, really good team in conference play yet. Like, they've got some impressive series wins. They've beaten 3 top 10 teams, but all of them here in Austin. They've won a couple of road series in SEC play, but they've got a chance to really shut some people up in Fayetteville this weekend. I know the Hogs are struggling a little bit, so maybe this is a good time for Texas to be heading up to Vietnam. But does this feel like, the last sort of hurdle that Texas can pass in the regular season is to win a series against a really good team away from home?
This is their biggest test of the season, BK. And you talk about the SEC grind. I feel like I've said that 5 times heading into the weekend, like, oh, this is going to be a huge, huge series for Texas. But this probably will be their toughest test so far. Playing at home, Texas is obviously comfortable there, and they're set up for success at Dish Falk. But this will be their first test on the road against a top 15 program who's going to have a huge home field advantage. You gentlemen are aware of how much Arkansas hates the University of Texas. So I'm assuming they're going to be primed and ready when you have the number 1 Longhorn team coming into town. So it'll be interesting to see how Texas handles that environment. They haven't had to play in that type of environment yet this season. We did play in Starkville where there were large crowds, but I expect it to be a little bit more hostile in Fayetteville. And like you mentioned, Arkansas is struggling a little bit. They've lost 3 straight series to 3 ranked opponents. And I haven't done the homework here, but I'm pretty confident it's probably been 5 to 10 years since Arkansas has lost 4 series in a row. So the Horns are going to have their work cut out for them, but it's such a huge opportunity for them, Brad. If they come back from Fayetteville with a series win, I mean, they basically wrapped up the SEC with 2 weeks left on the schedule. They're up 5 games right now. If they come back, from Arkansas with 2 wins, they're likely going to be up 6 games on anybody else from a conference perspective. So it's a huge opportunity, a huge test, and I'm excited to see how they handle it.
Mark, let me ask you one more question. When you first came on, you had talked about they needed to tighten it up on the back end of the pitching. What in particular parts of it is it game to game for you that you saw this weekend, 1-run games that do you worry about guys? I mean, because there's not a lot of walks going on anymore. This time of the year, last year, the year before, guys would walk a guy, another guy would get walked, another guy would get hit. There were a couple of errors the team was in. They could, because this team has always, even under David Pierce, they could score runs, they could bat, they could come up swinging. But what do you feel like they have to really tighten up on that back end?
I think their back end right now, Bucky, is probably one of the best in the country, if
Do
not
you?
the
Okay.
country. When you talk about Max Grubbs and Dylan Volantis coming out of that Texas bullpen, I mean, those guys are just shut down guys right now.
You just wanted to stay that way.
Yes, and I think you're gonna need another arm or two to kind of establish, themselves as a consistent option as well. Over the weekend on Saturday, you saw Thomas Burns come in. He's an absolute dog. He was striking people out, throwing 99 miles an hour on Saturday. He pitched well Tuesday in San Marcos as well. So I feel like coming into the season, right, we didn't really know who those stoppers were going to be in the Texas bullpen, but Max and Volantis have absolutely solidified themselves as top of the line options there. I've seen them in conversations for like NCAA stopper or closer of the year type candidates. So Wiener's done a fantastic job of just getting those guys out there, finding the right role for them. And it's crazy, man. When you see Volantis come out of the Texas bullpen, you can almost see the opposing team's soul just kind of float up in the air. They kind of done,
just float up, huh?
At that point. So I want to see those guys again do it on the road in a hostile environment against Arkansas. And if they can get it done this weekend, they're really going to solidify themselves as a solid bullpen.
Mark, you headed up to Fayetteville this weekend?
I am not, brother. That Thursday, Friday, Saturday is really, really tough as a working man. So we're going to be watching that one from home. I'm electing to actually go to Norman a little bit later in the year.
There you go.
Friday, Saturday. So we'll be saving our bullets for that one and then the rest of the postseason run that's to come.
Yeah, we need more mics out in left field. We needed some last weekend to hear the trash talk between the left field fans and the Aggie bullpen and the Aggie left fielder. I bet that was epic. Any stories you want to share, Mark? Or are we keeping it PG today?
I got to say, there wasn't as much hatred kind of flowing around Dish Falk as I expected this past weekend. The fans were pretty civil to each other, so that was good to see. We like some good, clean fun that's not too wild. But to your point, it was fun to see the student section down the left field line getting at the left fielder, getting at the bullpen. They were having fun. But outside at the tailgates, everything was pretty civil. We had good times, hanging out with some good Aggie fans that were out there. So it was a fun weekend overall.
Yeah, you must have a mouse in your pocket, Mark, because we don't like good, clean fun. we want some animosity and some hatred for the Lone Star Showdown.
Hey, sometimes it's worse when you beat them with class, right? They almost want you to treat them bad so that they can talk smack about you, looking back. But I think they got treated pretty well, and they also got beat. So that's a tough pill to swallow.
And they were at their best, Mark. This is some of the best ball they played all year long.
It is, and I want to give some respect to A&M. They're a hell of a baseball team. I think if there's one critique about A&M, it's really trying to figure out how they fell in the hole that they're in, right? They're way too talented to have the start of the season that they did. And they put themselves in a pretty bad position now where they're going to have to finish solid over the next 3 weeks to make the postseason. They host LSU this weekend, who's number 2 in the country. So they have some more tough games ahead of them. But that's a really impressive team. I think that they played us as hard as any program has to this point this season. So I'm expecting them to make some noise if they're able to sneak into the postseason.
I'm with you on that. Mark, you're the man. Always enjoy catching up. Again, a little bit more fun after a sweep of Little Brother. Thanks for the time, brother, and we'll catch up again next week.
Thank you, Mark. Hook 'em, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good day. Hook 'em.
Too. There he goes. Mark Pena, occupy left field. I always screw this up. There we go. We're back where we need to be. Some great Texas baseball conversation. How about that civil between the Longhorns and the Aggies at the Dish?
Well, it's hard to be too overzealous when you're playing against the number 1 team in the nation. And you can have it on a Friday, but once they beat you by 1 on Friday, and then they come back and beat you by 1 on Saturday, your Sunday, it means you need to be in church. Half of those guys probably just wanted to be at church on Sunday.
Should have been praying for a win.
Yeah, they were praying for a win and didn't get it. So, as I said, I like beating teams when they're at their best. And this team is playing really good baseball now, but so are the Aggies. And beating them at their best is the best thing. That's the best feeling.
Yeah, it was a great series. Again, all 3 games decided by 1 run.
But you have to keep on going. That's the thing about it. You don't get a chance to rest in the SEC.
Oh, it's just
You know,
like
the
football.
tough SEC.
Right, I know that the tough. Oh, it must be a down year, Buck.
Yeah.
There's no way Texas could be in first place in the league
No.
if it's a good year in the league.
Yeah, they can't be the #1 team in the world.
No, Texas has the best 21-game start in conference history. Must be the worst year in conference
Yes,
history, right?
it has to be.
That's how it works in this league. Incredibly impressive what Texas has done. 3 series left in the regular season. The Longhorns trying to hold on to a 5-game lead in the SEC. And yeah,
And where do we go? So we go to Arkansas, and then the last 2 series here, or is it on hitting the road again?
One of each.
One of each?
It's Prairie View A&M tonight.
Yes.
At Arkansas Thursday to Saturday.
Mhm.
You've got Lamar University next Tuesday.
Okay.
Home series against Florida next weekend. And then you wrap things up in Norman for 3
Ooh.
games against the hated
Wow.
Sooners.
What a way to end.
How about rival, back to back to
I
back?
love it.
Or I shouldn't say that because it's Florida mixed in there. But 3 of your last 4 are
Did you
rivals.
mention that the Bobcats, did you count them as a rival?
Oh, yeah.
Because don't forget the Bobcats.
That was the best game that Texas has played all year. That's the toughest team Texas has played
There
all
you
year.
go.
Damn Texas Staters.
Absolutely.
Got us once, almost got us again.
There you go.
I'm glad they're not in the SEC.
And so is the SEC.
So, yeah, well, for plenty of reasons.
Yes.
They don't want to deal with Texas State. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Fun conversation with Mark Pena talking Texas baseball. The Dakota text line is rocking and rolling, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We will get to some Texas football. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian. We also have some interesting Texas basketball news. The Longhorns linked to the top player available in the transfer portal.
Now you're talking.
So we'll dissect those rumors here. But first, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
I want to thank you. Mark is brought to you by 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, for all your alcohol needs, for sure. All your liquid needs, because they've got tons of liquids that aren't alcohol drinks there at 34 Wine and Spirits, located at 4601 Southwest Parkway, right at the very end of the Southwest Parkway. If you're coming west to east, just before you hit Mopac, you'll see it right there. Obviously, on the way in, it's one of the first things that you'll see before getting on the Southwest Parkway, the highway to nowhere. And used to be Old King's Liquor, but right now it's not just a liquor store. It is a wholesale distributor. So if you're having a big party, big function, do call in the guys there at 34 Wine and Spirits, where you'll find Altstadt Beer.
Yes, indeed.
Obviously.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find in the state of Texas. Only fitting that they've got it at the best liquor store
Absolutely.
you can find here in Central Texas. Love the Altstadt Beer. I told y'all yesterday I had more than a few Altstats over the weekend at a few different spots around Austin. So they've got you covered. Next time you're hitting your favorite bars or restaurants, make sure you're asking your waitresses, waiters, servers, bartenders, whoever for Altstadt Beer. Because you go through a lot in this life, you got to reward yourself. You got to reward your taste buds with the best beer that's ever been created. They've got the German-style lager, the Kolsch, the Light, the Hefeweizen, some great seasonal brews as well. I'm sure the Peach Radler will be coming back soon for the summertime. Great way to accompany your sports watching and all of your springtime activities is with an Altstadt beer. Get you some the next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store around town. It is Altstadt beer, no impurities, no regrets.
And get yourself out there to the brewery there too.
Oh, man.
Fredericksburg. What a place to go and have lunch and just sit out there outside.
Great food.
Boy, great food.
Live music.
Oh, yeah.
See how the beer is made.
Absolutely.
Outdoor beer garden. Yeah, it's a great place to go. Speaking of a great place to go, if you're looking for a great place to go for tickets, hey, Texas baseball back at the Dish tonight against A&M. Not that A&M, Prairie View A&M. CentexTickets.com has you covered. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout, and you'll get 10% off. No questions asked. CENTEX10, that's the promo code. You type it in when you check out. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our friends at CENTEXTickets.com.
Love the folks there.
Yes, indeed. Great people. Shelby, Jeremy, and the whole gang. They have you covered. All right, you want to hit this Texas basketball story real quick?
Yeah.
The Texas basketball team has been linked to the top remaining transfer in the portal. That is Memphis transfer PJ Haggerty, who averaged 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists per game at Memphis last year. For reference, Trey Johnson led the SEC in scoring at 19.8 points per game. PJ Haggerty had 22 points per game for the Tigers this season, and it's back-to-back years that he has scored at least 21 a game at Memphis. Another combo guard, 6'3", 191. Again, 4 assists, not a lot, but that was more than any Longhorn had this past season. And Texas was one of the 4 teams that was mentioned in regards to P.J. Haggerty in a report that came out yesterday. It's Texas, it's Ole Miss, Chris Beard, it's NC State, and it's a return to Memphis. Those are the 4 programs that, again, in a recent report were discussed as being potential landing spots for P.J. Haggerty. That's the good news.
Where's this dude from? Is he a local guy from Memphis area? I mean, is Penny just having a hard time keeping him?
That's a great question. It sounds like this is an NIL bit.
Yeah.
Because in that same story, the author mentioned that P.J. Haggerty is seeking $4 million.
Financial compensation.
Yeah, to say the least. And this is a guy who actually started his career at TCU. He's a Texas kid from Crosby, started at TCU, then transferred to Tulsa, then transferred to Memphis, where he played last season.
Mercenary.
So it feels like a mercenary, a money merchant, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
I don't think Texas has $4 million they're going to spend on one basketball player. That's the bad news. I don't think Ole Miss, I don't think Memphis, I don't think NC State also has $4 million to spend on one basketball player. Like that's, I don't know if Duke and Kansas are spending that much on one kid.
Get him on campus. That's one of those. Get that guy on campus and see how it works out.
Well, the problem is we're talking about Longhorn hoops here.
I know.
And as much as me and my 7 friends love Longhorn basketball.
Well, you picked up. You got an eighth friend. I heard one. I met one the other day.
You think it's me and 8 now?
Now it's 8.
We're up to 9?
Yes. You guys have the magnificent 8 or whatever.
Don't let us get hot.
The great 8.
Oh, it's me plus 7, not me plus 8.
No, it's you plus 7.
I was going to say, don't let us get hot if we get the double digits now.
Or if you guys can come up with $4 million, bring that kid in here.
Yeah, I work in journalism.
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen.
It's just if I got to believe at the university, if CDC, if the head coach feels like this is the guy that takes them over the top, then you may have to do it. You want to get this group on the map somehow.
Yeah.
And it may cost you to get them back on the map.
Oh, it will. And look, I mean, Texas has brought in a number of players from the portal. Those guys aren't free, but none of those guys were $4 million. And again, I don't think any of those 4 teams has $4 million lying around to offer one kid.
Duke is Duke. Well, they just go to Duke. They don't get that kind of money.
No. Yeah. I know they get that kind of money.
And this isn't football. You're right.
That's the thing. Like, I don't know if there are any football players that are making $4 million at Texas, like from the university. You know, Arch Manning with all of the NIL deals he's signing. He's upwards of $4 million, but that's a ridiculous amount of money to pay.
You got to be an awful good basketball player to make that even off the court.
So unless that price comes down, I don't think Texas will be in the mix. Again, I don't know if anybody will be in the mix for $4 million for him, but hey.
Texas kid.
Why not? If you're P.J. Haggerty, try to get all the money that you can, and maybe someone will be foolish enough to give you. I mean, this guy's a 1-year rental.
Yes.
Like, he has more than 1 year of eligibility remaining, I think. But again, he's about to be on his 4th school in as many years. So
no, he's 1 year. He's the one and done now.
He's basically told you that, you got him for 3 or 4 months.
Because if that's the case, he'll be looking for more money the next year.
Yeah, and he's better than Tremont Mark and Jordan Pope and a couple of these other guys that you have.
But they all have to get along. Everything has to work out. This coach will do a better job, I believe.
Yeah, but it's just another combo guard. Like, it's another point guard size player who's not a true point guard.
Well, but averaging 22, did you say?
I know. No, he's better than Mark. He's better than all the other guys that you have kind of in that same role. But he's almost identical to some of the guys you already have on that roster, just a better version. So, look, if P.J. Haggerty ended up coming to Texas, I would not complain at all. That's a guy who puts the Longhorns probably in the preseason top 20.
Yeah, well, I just like to say nobody's worth $4 million.
But yeah, I don't think Texas is going to do that.
No.
Maybe Sean Miller's like, pretty pleased with the cherry on top, CDC. Chris is like, hey, you go make the Elite 8 next year. We'll give you $4 million to spend on a player. But you got to prove it here first before we give you that kind of cash.
I don't like giving anybody that kind of cash. That's not a guy, not some junior or sophomore in college. Give that to him. Because, if they do well enough, he'll go to the NBA. If he doesn't do well enough, he's going to leave you the following year looking for more money.
Oh, yeah.
If he averages 22 with you, then he's going to stay because you're going to find that money to keep him here. if he decides to stay someplace.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, again, I would love this get for the Longhorns, but I don't think it's very realistic at the
What
current
did he
asking
do for
price.
Memphis? What did he do for Memphis? They were disappointed. They had a disappointing season, kind of.
Well, they were a 5 seed. They lost in the first round.
Yeah.
So if you're a subscriber to the only thing that matters in college basketball is the tournament, they lost to a 12 seed in round 1. They did win the American. They won a lot of games, and PJ Haggerty was the conference player of the year in the American this season. So, I mean, he was second-team All-American this year. Like, he's a hell of a player. But, yeah, again, it's a lot of money.
Hey, if you got him, smoke him.
If you got him, smoke him.
You know what I'm saying? If you got the money to find it, go ahead.
If one of these boosters with the Texas One Fund says, here you go, here's $2 million to help contribute there, just go get PJ Haggerty, then, again, I'd be more than happy to welcome him to Austin, Texas.
You're absolutely right.
He can come on the show. We'll find an NIL deal for you here, PJ.
Once he's here, he'll find an NIL. He'll find that.
It's basketball.
You and your 7 buddies will get something done.
We'll have to get
the Great 8. We'll get it done.
The Great 8. What is it? We're about to become the Hateful 8 here.
Yeah, that's true.
This team is very good. But there you go. Good news. Texas linked to the top recruit in the portal, or the top transfer in the portal. The bad news, he wants a lot of money, and I don't think Texas.
I just would have a hard time handing over a check to a guy like $4 million.
No, it ain't happening. Price is going to have to come down.
Yeah, I don't even know any football players I'm going to hand that over to. We're going to have. There's a lot of haggling where they'll be going on to get you to 2. We can get 2.
Would you?
We can get 2.5.
Would you have given Ricky Williams that kind of money coming out of high school?
No.
Okay.
No, I would have quit. I would have quit recruiting him if that would have been on the table.
You would have been like,
and even if I could do it, how much of this for am I getting?
That was my.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I was about to say. It's like, wait, I'm only making like $60,000.
Yeah. If I'm getting you 4, is there a way that you can get me? I don't know.
Ooh. You think any players?
300 G's? Can you get me 300 G's? If you get 4, can you get me 300 G's? Now we can talk.
I do wonder if any players and position coaches have like under the table deals, Hey, if I can get you this money if you come to our school, will you send me a little portion of that, please?
I would say back in those days, I would not be haggling with anybody for that, parents or anybody. If somebody would ask me that, I would have said, you know what? I think I'm going to move right along here. I'll find somebody else.
Back in the day, you didn't have to do that. Nowadays, you have to do that. You don't need to give out $4 million, but you got to give out something if you're going to get a top dog to your place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at a certain time, I was one of those guys that could talk a hungry dog off a meat wagon. So,
sure.
And I would have been able to find people in a place like Texas to get that done. I'd have made contact with people that are outside of, they're in the program, but they're not really in the program.
Mm-hmm.
That would have come up with certain amounts to do that. I could have done that, but it would have been hard for me to give that.
Good question from Patrick here. What about the wide receiver from Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith? Is he worth $4 million in the portal? I think I'd give that dude $4 million in the portal.
Yeah, you'd be able to get that done.
And I'll contribute a little bit to that. I mean, a very small amount.
No, you could get that done. I mean, you're talking about people that have millions and millions and millions of dollars that want to be a part. They want to just say, we're contributing to your program, to your football program. There's not many of them that are saying that about your basketball program. You haven't done anything to do that.
If you told me Texas football is adding Jeremiah Smith, I would say Texas is winning the national championship next year. If you tell me that Texas basketball is adding PJ Haggerty, I would say they might be a second weekend team.
Yeah, let's see where it goes.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see how good the coach is.
Yeah, that too.
Once again, you have to get all those guys together. It seems to be much easier in football to get those kind of guys together. It's a different kind of sport. But when the guy's averaging 22. Yeah, we've seen them before, and we've been told that here's what they averaged at other places, like Indiana State. They come here and they average they substantially less
you're
points.
Giving them the Larry, Curly, and Moe treatment.
Yeah, I got to see that first.
Julian Larry, Jason Clark Kent.
You got to see that. You got to see it to believe it in basketball, I believe.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what happens there. We'll keep you posted if any news drops with PJ Haggerty. Texas basketball, still a couple of scholarships to fill, and they're in the mix for, again, the top guy available. All right, let's shift gears here. Little Texas Longhorn football. Speaking of transfers, Steve Sarkisian had a small media availability down in Houston yesterday. He was speaking at the Houston Touchdown Club.
There you go.
An event that he has participated in for the last few years now, and bunch of members of the media made the trip down I-10 to H-Town. There was a small little press conference that Sark held before his speaking engagement there. And, Steve Sarkisian was asked about the defensive linemen that Texas added in the portal. Of course, 5 defensive tackles, 3 in the winter, 2 in the spring have been added to this Longhorn roster. Here was Sark on why he felt like that was such an area of need this offseason.
But like anything, you know, when you look at us when it comes to the portal, like we're trying to fill needs. And for a variety of reasons, we've had some real attrition at the defensive line spot. Like I said, for a variety of reasons, certain players aren't here anymore. And you have to get your numbers right. When you think about where my mind is at, I'm thinking about 16, 17 games again. And having the right amount of depth on the defensive front is critical for us to play the style of football that we want to play. And I thought we've done a really nice job of addressing needs on the defensive front, not only in the winter transfer portal, but obviously here in the spring to go along with some of our young players as they continue to develop. I think it's going to be a nice combination of players that is going to allow the rest of that defense to play the style of defense that we want to play.
Yeah, I think this team has been incredible doing that and finding the guys they want in the transfer portal. They've gotten the kind of players that they want to get. I know they want to. I think this program wants to get it the way they do offensive linemen someday, where we'll get to go pick and choose 2 or 3 guys, but we don't need 4 or 5 guys in the transfer portal. But it's going to take some time. They haven't done a lot of that over the last couple of years. They've done it with the offensive line. I mean, it's the high schools is their farm system. They don't like to bring in other guys with other thoughts coming as offensive linemen. They just haven't done it.
Yep.
And there's enough big kids in the state of Texas. Now, they've done that on the outside, edge rushers, things like that. I think they've done a fantastic job with that. They've got young guys that are only going to get better. But in the middle, the big guys, the 330s, the 6'6" guys, 330, the big ones, they have to go get those kind of players. And that's fine. But you're not getting those players just to have depth. They're getting those kind of players because they need to come and play in order for them to get to the semifinals and to a national championship.
It was kind of a combination of both this year. Like Texas has had some crooked numbers where they brought in a few players at certain positions. And they added 3 wide receivers last offseason.
They've done the best job at.
Yeah, they've never had to add 5 at any position ever. But the problem is, and Sark alluded to the attrition, Texas lost 7 scholarship defensive tackles from last year's team. 3 guys to the NFL. You saw 2 of them get drafted with Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton. Bill Norton also signed a UDFA deal too. And then you lost 4 guys to the portal. So Texas only had 2 scholarship returnees on defense, and they're bringing in 3 freshmen, but like that's just not enough.
Yeah, I think they believe that the fact is they believe, once again, nobody's coming and stealing your players at Texas. You either feel like I won't be able to play here. And guys that leave to go in the portal, a lot of those guys feel like, you know what, it's time for me. I'm going to be a junior. I need to go play someplace. There's some places that I think I can play at. I'm going to struggle playing at Texas. They're going to go to portal and find somebody to replace me anyway. And I think guys feel that way. The coaching staff doesn't want to do it. I think they want to depend on themselves, that they can coach them up. They've done such a good job of coaching individual positions that they feel like they can do it. But the kids themselves say, no, I know I was recruited at Texas, but I don't quite feel. I've been here long enough to know what you're really looking for, and I don't want to be fighting. Well, I'll fight for a position, but I don't want to lose out to some guy that comes in the transfer portal because you went and got that guy. He's going to replace me.
It's hard to say no disrespect to the players who left in the portal because I feel like I'm about to disrespect
them.
But no disrespect to them. We didn't talk about them very much on the show because Texas didn't lose anybody super impactful.
No, and the coaches are like, okay, we can go get guys that'll be comparable to them and maybe just a little bit better, a little bit more experience. But I think they'd like to get to the point. I mean, every program wants to get to the point where they can, if they're in a good state where they can get great players, they want to get those players. They don't want to be going out paying for players. They don't want to have to pay. Nobody wants to go out and pay $4 million, $2 million. They don't want to. Nobody really wants to do that.
And the beauty of what Texas did with the D-line this year is a lot of the guys that they brought in.
That's right. We're young guys that came up through the program.
Yeah, and they got multiple years of eligibility remaining. So Texas, this isn't, they got 5 rentals on the D-line, and they're going to have to do this exact same song and dance next year. This is, Murad Watson was a freshman last year, so he's got more eligibility. I think everybody except for Cole Brevard can play college football beyond 2025. So you're going to have some of these guys that, you had to go out and pay because you had a couple of down years in recruiting at defensive line. but you shouldn't have to do something like this again. And hopefully, you could just pick and choose one or two guys if you need to versus having to completely replenish a room like
but those pick and choose guys got to play. They have to come here and play because the young guys are still developing, and you don't want to throw them in. They may get some downs here or there, but they can't be guys that show up at every game. They're not quite ready to do that. And once again, I think they'll get to the point of, well, you hope they get to the point of the way they do offensive linemen, it'll be like that for the defensive linemen, because there's great players in this state that, once again, if they get on your campus, you need to get them. At least get them on the campus.
Yeah. And
whether you have to pay NIL money or whatever it is to them, you need to get those guys on your campus where they say, yeah, I'm coming here.
For sure.
But the ones that leave, nobody's taking them away from you. Nobody's taking your great players away from you at Texas.
And Sark mentioned it yesterday. I didn't cut this up, but he's like, we didn't have any last-minute surprises. Like, we didn't have any players 2 days before the end of spring practice say that, I'm leaving. Or, hey, I need more money. I'm pulling a Nico Yamaliava, and you got to pay me or I'm out. So it seems like Texas was able to handle everything pretty well behind closed doors.
And what makes fans feel good is the fact that the ones that are coming up through the program, you feel like, you know what, they're going to be coached up the right way. When it's their time to actually play, it's good. They're not going anywhere. They're going to be right here. So just have to find more. Just like you do with these guys on the outside. They've done an unbelievable job on the outside.
They have. Yep, they have. And
they got a lot of depth on the outside.
They do. Yep.
When they're starting to pull guys from the outside and bring them as inside linebackers, you got some pretty good depth.
And I think, we'll see what the rotation looks like on the defensive line. We'll see how much those 5 transfers get playing time.
That's true. You're right.
But I think the other 5 transfers that Texas brought in are all guys who are going to play a lot.
That's awesome.
Like the tight end, Jack Endries, he's your number 1 tight end. Emmett Mosley, the 5th, the wide receiver, he's going to be in your top 3. The punter is going to be your starting punter.
Yes.
Brad Spence, the Arkansas transfer, I think he's going to play a lot as well. The kicker is probably your starting kicker because Auburn left. So, yeah, Texas, they're looking for upgrades, right? Every other spot, they're not just looking for quantity, like you said. They're looking for quality guys who can give them a leg up and help them win 2 more games than they've won the last 2 seasons.
Well, they've done such an incredible job with wide receivers. That's the one that has to give everybody hope, is the fact that they don't make any mistakes. They haven't made any mistakes when it comes to wide receivers. And now that you can get a tight end who's going to walk in here and be your tight end, you don't have to play around and say, no, we're developing guys. They'll develop in game 3 or 4. You got a guy who is already developed, ready to go.
Yeah, I'm excited for Jack.
Who's going to be in a pretty good offense.
Yes, indeed. All right, you brought up the offensive line a moment ago. Steve Sarkisian was asked how he feels about the offensive line. Of course, Texas replacing 4 starters from last year's team. Here's the head coach.
Have some high-level players on that unit. What DJ Campbell, when he's at his best, what that looks like, I'm very confident in. What Trevor Gooseby looks like at his best, I'm very confident in. When Cole Hudson, NATO, Brandon Bakers of the world, I mean, these guys, when they're on, man, it's really, really good. I think that the key for this unit as we start to move forward, summer, fall camp, early in the season, is going to be continuity and consistency. We had such a comfort level of continuity over the past few years because of so many familiar faces that now we have to make sure that we almost force feed consistency and continuity amongst that group, and that starts with trust, right? Trust in calls, trust in footwork, trust in the guy next to you, and we've seen some practices where it's been a really beautiful thing and it feels great. We've seen other days when it's been a little bit off. Which is understandable in spring practice. Like I said, I wasn't sounding the alarm in spring ball about it, but we're going to have to continue to find that growth throughout the summer and into fall camp, because it's not going to be about talent with that group. It's going to be about the level of consistency that they play with individually and collectively, and that's going to be about the continuity that they play with as a unit when they take the field.
Yeah, they do a lot of things that are part finesse and part strength-wise on that offensive line. And so you need that. When he says continuity, that means snap count, a lot of motions and stuff like that. I need guys up front that I can trust, and I'm going to jump and flinch and do all that kind of stuff. That's what you want, because these 1st and 15s and things like that, when you don't have that continuity, because guys are just a little fidgety, because you do some finesse things. I mean, there are times I think we want to see this offensive line be a little bit more physical, because of the SEC, but there are also plays that the head coach calls that you got to have some finesse to it. So that means hold your water a little bit longer. And guys, that's tough for an offensive lineman. I'm ready to go. Coach, I'm ready to go. Quit all this motion and stuff and guys circling around and coming back this way and doing all that stuff. So that I think they have a nice blend, but I think I would like to see a lot more physicality in their offensive line this year, and especially in the run game.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Two things I would like to see. Number one is that, right? More physicality, more consistency in the run game.
Yeah, and I don't think it's, when we talk about it, who's going to be this long home run hitter? Dude, it only takes 10 yards for a first down.
Yeah.
I don't need 60-yard runs. I know everybody's looking, who's going to be that guy? Who's going to break one off and go for 60? If you keep breaking them off for 10, that's pretty good.
Yeah, if Trey Wisner averages 10 yards a carry next year.
It's a long day for guys on defense if that happens.
Texas is going to go 15 or 16-0,
Right.
and they're going to win a national championship, right? So, yeah, you would absolutely take that.
Mhm.
But, yeah, it was weird. Like the Clemson game, the A&M game, there were games where Texas could just impose their will
Right.
on an opposing defense.
And you knew what was coming, and you couldn't stop it.
Exactly. But then you look at the best teams Texas played, the two games against Georgia and obviously the Ohio State game. I mean, Texas averaged less than 1.5 yards per carry in each of those.
You couldn't just put the ball down and say, here we come against teams like that. In order to win the national championship, you have to.
Yeah, and those are the kind of teams you've got to beat to win a national championship.
And I'm not saying that you can't trick them sometimes. Sometimes it's good to trick them, to keep them off balance. I said they have a nice level of finesse plays that they run. But in the SEC, when it comes down to winning a championship, whether it's an SEC championship or a national championship, hey, those 3rd and 2s, you can't always go a lot of motion and throw it. You got to turn around and hand it off and say, we're getting 2 yards.
How about 1st and goal from the 1?
Yeah.
About 2nd and goal from the 1?
Yeah, there comes a time when
that's where you don't need to be cheeky and cute.
Yes.
That's where it's, hey, play smash mouth football. You should be. I mean, we talk to our guy Casey Studdard about this all the time, right? That 05 team, he would literally tell the other defensive line,
here we come.
We're running it right here. Right here. I'm going to block that guy, and he's going to block that guy, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Sorry, guys.
And then they would do it, and it would be a touchdown. Like, that's where Texas, you thought they were going to be that as an offensive line.
Well, I think they have the type of runners too, BK, which is going to help.
Yeah, getting C.J. Baxter, who's the biggest back they have back, should help. Obviously, another year with Wisner and Jarrett Gibson, those guys seemingly bigger, faster, stronger. So, yeah, it's a full effort. And then having a dual threat quarterback, again, should help in short yardage situations. But your
coach in his mind has to do that. In his mind has to understand that.
Well, that's the thing. Look, I'll forever be mad at Sark for that 2nd and 1 play call. I think all of us will. But that was a lack of trust in the offensive line right there.
Well, there's no doubt about that.
And it's not like Texas was running the ball super effectively up to that point in the Ohio State game. Like, they could have run it 3 times from the 1 yard line, and they could have gotten stopped on all 3. Like, it would have been better than what they tried, but they could have run it 3 times and been stopped the way they were not getting push up
I'd say
front.
Jack Sawyer was going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Well, oh my God, that entire defense is going to Pittsburgh. That whole team got drafted. They had 14 guys get picked, and I think 3 or 4 of them on the offensive line and like 8 or 9 of them on the defense. So look, it was a great team, but guess what? You got to play Ohio State next year. Probably going to have double-digit draft picks in 2026.
Well, we know you're going to play Georgia a couple times.
Play Georgia on the road next year. They're probably going to have double-digit draft picks in 2026. And then you get to the playoff, whether it's those teams or Notre Dame or Penn State or Clemson's going to be really good next year. They'll be better than the team you saw in Austin in December. Like, you're going to have to do a better job just being consistently good up front on the offensive line. I still can't believe Texas was a finalist for the Joe Moore Award last year. I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you.
Well, I know. Yeah, as a finalist, but we thought in the beginning of the season that they should have been.
Yeah. And to me, they weren't a top 3 O-line in the sport last year because they were just too inconsistent. And also the freaking penalties, man. Like, Cam Williams is gone, so that should reduce the amount of false starts by like 75%. But can we please stop the drive killers, the holds, the false starts? It's a lot to ask because, again, you had so much experience last year, and those guys are gone. But it'd be really nice if Texas can just clean up some of those dumb mistakes that they made up front.
Yeah, and I mean and a lot of that comes with the finesse calls when the ball isn't snapped or like you do a lot of motions. There's a lot of pre-snap stuff that Sark does.
It happened at home too.
I know. Yeah.
Like, look, at Michigan, it was Cam Williams' 2nd start of his college career. Like, 4 is a little too many, but you understand a couple of miscues in the big house. But when you're doing that stuff at home late in the year, come on, guys.
No, yeah, it's time to stop that.
Time to stop that. By the way, Coda text line 737 number asks if Bert Auburn has found a new home. He's headed to the U, Buck. Bert Auburn to Miami. That news came out, I think, over the weekend. We didn't touch on it yesterday. A bigger fish to fry. But what do you think of Bert Auburn joining Carson
Was he a
Beck?
Scully? Did he get a Scully there?
I think so.
Wow.
That's bad news for Miami. You need walk-on Bert. You don't need Scully Bert. I'll tell you what, if Bert Auburn shows up with cut hair, I'm going to be a little upset.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because
He's gonna have it. He's gonna have a different look down there in Miami.
It's got to be the same look, right?
No, he's coming with a different look.
He's able to pull the girls here in Austin.
He may
That's
go
what he's gonna
mullet
do on
there.
South. Oh,
He may go red mullet.
red?
Red mullet.
No more curls?
No curls.
No more curly Jufro?
Oh no.
Wow. Now that's a look right there.
There you go.
I will be. I'll be very much a fan.
Oh,
of
I
that
wish that
decision.
dude good luck.
Yeah, I do too.
You know,
I think I do.
sure you do.
As a person, I don't know. As a football player, I'm still mad. He cost us an SEC championship in year one. You know, that would have been pretty nice to have.
Well, coaches should have made a quicker decision there.
To switch to Will Stone. Yeah, I don't
I
know.
know, and there's still judgment out on that guy. We don't know.
I went and brought in a kicker in the portal.
Yes.
So I think that tells you
Yeah,
everything you need to know.
that's true.
Right there. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get back into some Steve Sarkisian sound. We've got Sark talking about Arch Manning in the spring that QB1 had in his first year as the starter for the Longhorns.
Yeah, that's the tough part about not having a spring game, not getting to see that kid drop back and throw to some different guys, even though a lot of those guys may not be your starters, but to see him, because we haven't seen him.
I know.
Hell, we barely saw him last year.
Yeah, well, we saw more of him than we've seen a lot of these guys who are going to take big roles for this Texas team in 2025. So, fan day happened over the weekend. Buck, were you down there on campus?
No, I didn't even know how that went. You know what? We've been doing shows since then. You know, we're in here till at a Tuesday. We didn't hear much about fan day on Monday.
No.
We still haven't heard much on the text line about fan day. So it must have. Hey, glad you got your autographs.
You got your autographs. You got your team photos. They had a nice fire sale at the fan shop. Maybe some folks took advantage of that. You should go to St. Patrick, though, to get all your Texas gear.
Absolutely. 5222 Burning Road. You can get tons of gear there for sure.
Probably cheaper there than even with the fire sale that they had.
Well, I mean, I just hope it worked out. I mean,
Sure.
I hope everything that Sark wanted to get done, he got done during the regular spring practices.
Yeah.
They wanted to make sure that every day mattered, every second that they had on that field counted, and hopefully they got something out of that. But boy, I'd like to see the quarterback drop back and pass and do some things in a spring game. I'd like to see the backup quarterback again.
Right.
Do some things, but we didn't get to see it. We'll see it in September.
We'll see it August 30th.
The end of August, yeah.
End of August. All right, before we get to more sound from Steve Sarkisian as we kind of put a bow on Longhorn spring football, let's give another round of sponsorship.
Still our friends over at Relax the Back. I'm in a pretty good leather chair here.
Not bad.
Out here at the golf course. It's not bad at all. But folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is to live wellness, and really you can transform your routine into something really, really great. If you've got problems with your back, your thoracic back, your lumbar area, your shoulders, your hips, call on our friends over at Relax the Back. They have these wonderful chairs. They have wonderful accessories that are going to help you out. And if you got a loved one, somebody you really care about, it's always complained about having bad hips or bad back, tell them to head on over to Relax the Back. There are 2 locations. The Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. I was there yesterday, picked up a nice Relax the Back chair for the Mullet Open.
Nice.
Every year, Jason gives away, a chair, $1,000 chair.
How about that?
An office chair, or just have it wherever you want in your home and sit in it. I sat in it yesterday.
Ooh.
It's not going to replace my leather.
Better not.
It's not going to.
Sat in a chair?
I already sat.
Put your ass in that seat.
I put it in there and sat there and got comfortable.
No.
Whoever gets that chair is going to be very, very happy.
Used chair now that you've been
it's
in
not
there.
really used. I just sat there and got up. I didn't make any adjustments to the chair.
There's a little imprint in there.
There is an imprint. There's not much with this ass.
And a weird smell.
There's not much going on with this.
No, you're right. Yeah, that cushion popped right back up very quickly. Love our friends at Relax the Back. Shout out to AV Consultations as well. I was texting our guy Tom McKay at like 11:30 last night because the Dallas Stars won. I didn't get to bed till midnight. I'm dragging a little bit this morning.
Then with the wind blowing and knocking everything off the back there.
And it's annoying. Like, I'm so scared that I'm going to oversleep.
Of course, when you come out, you got to come here.
I have 4 alarms. I've never overslept. I've never been late to a show.
No.
I mean, when I was producing U&E.
Like get up so early.
I was up at 4:30. I was never late to a show. I don't know what it is. I get so paranoid when I can't get like more than 5 hours of sleep. I just wake up every 30 minutes because I think I've overslept. That was me last night. No one cares about that.
Yeah, I'm good on 4.
Yeah.
4 hours, I'm good.
I don't know.
I mean, I can survive it. You know?
I'll be surviving today. The golf course, I might just take a nap out there.
That's true.
AV Consultations, though. Shout out to AV Consultations. I was able to watch the Stars. I was able to watch the Rockets lose to Golden State. I was able to watch some Major League Baseball last night. I was able to watch everything, and I can do that all the time thanks to AV Consultations. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup, you got to reach out to Tom McKay and his spectacular crew. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They can hook you up as well. TV, surround sound. How about whole home lighting? They've got everything you need to take your home to the next level. avconsultations.com is the website, or give them a call, 512-255-8678, 512-255-8678 for audio-visual consultations.
No, I was going to call Mike McCall, and I was thinking about, with my home, and as you were talking about getting up my 18 flights of stairs, I want to talk to him about maybe doing a little elevator in the back, a little single elevator.
There you go.
Go up there, because that's a long haul. I was going up that thing the other day. I was going, you know what? It's not bad. I'm only turning 70. I can get up and down the stairs. But, I'm going to be in that house for a while. I hope to be in that house for a while. And over the next couple of years, there's a spot right there that I see that's empty behind the stairwell that you can zip me right up there.
Okay. What about that wheelchair?
I'm not sitting and going up.
You've got a rail on the side of that staircase. You can put a powered chair there.
No, I'm not doing power chair. Little elevator, just hit 2, you're right there.
Just like that.
Just like that.
A little elevator music going on.
Because it's not going to matter if I take a slip down those stairs when I go down.
Mm-hmm.
It's over with then, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to catch myself on the way down.
Now, those are pretty steep stairs that you got there.
I need to call Mike.
He'll hook you up.
And McCall Custom Homes. I bet you they can get that done.
They can do anything. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. They're doing free estimates, so they'll hook you up with one of those.
I need to let him check that out.
New kitchen, new bathroom, new live tier outdoor space, maybe even a new elevator in your home.
Oh, don't make the suggestion of that chair.
For you olds, or maybe a motorized chair to get up and down the stairs. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, the best in the business, and they've been in business here in Austin for 40 years now. They've got your back.
Love it.
Shout out one more time to Lake Cliff Golf Club. We are here this morning. Gorgeous morning here. A little windy, but the sun is starting to come out. I've already seen a couple of guys on the course bright and early today, and they're accepting a few memberships right now.
Indeed.
Buck, if you want to join a new golf club here, this is the place to join. A gorgeous Arnold Palmer designed course. There are no tee times. You just show up, you get on the course whenever you want to play. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and if you want to get, I got a couple kiddos that are interested in golf and tennis, give them a call and ask about their summer programs that they have out here.
Yep.
You know how you want to get rid of those kids for a couple days a week?
Yeah, you can't leave them here overnight.
No. You do have to come back and pick them up. That's the thing.
Yep. But they also have the Academy of Golf Dynamics
out
here. So if your game needs a little bit of work,
we're going to have some time today before we go play. We're going to have breakfast and then go out and hit.
I'm looking at the range right now. And
they've moved to over this way over here. So you can go over there. There's no reason why
That's my home. That's where my golf needs to stay, is right there on the driving range.
I was out yesterday to Golf Galaxy looking at, it's time for a new driver.
Papa needs a new driver?
Yeah, as soon as I asked my wife, I said, what do you think I need to do for clubs this year? She goes, you need a new driver, because you say that every stinking year.
Wow, she gave you the approval then.
Yeah, I got the approval.
You've got permission.
Yeah.
Go get you one.
No, when Mama gets to go to Israel for 10 days, Papa gets to get a driver.
Feels like a fair trade for her.
Yes.
That's the least she could give you.
Yeah.
After that trip she went on.
Yeah, I got a 70th birthday coming up.
There you go.
It's almost time for me to move up, baby, forever.
That's awesome. How about a new driver to start that off?
Oh, yeah.
I like that. New decade, new driver.
Absolutely.
That'll be great. Got to break that in out here one of these days. Good stuff.
All right. A driver is a lot of money.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
I mean, it's
how much we talking? Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at a TaylorMade that looks like almost a 3-wood. Doesn't have the big body to it.
It's one of the new ones.
That thing's at $450
for one club.
Dude, when I first started golf, I could get like 4 sets of clubs for that.
I think if you go to like Academy, you can get those starter sets for like $100. So yeah, I think you can get 4 sets.
Those are the
for
ones
that.
I'll take and chuck off the bridge and throw into the water.
I think that's how I broke a couple of mine.
And that's why I don't throw clubs. Is
Why?
because of stuff. I don't get upset enough to break a club or to throw it down or mistreat a driver.
Because they're expensive.
Yes.
Yeah, I've reached the acceptance phase of my golf career.
That you don't get upset like that.
No, I'm just not good, so there's no point in getting that upset. Like I get upset when I'm good at something and I don't do a good job at it. When it comes to golf now, I know I'm bad, so it's like I don't need to.
You're just out there for the camaraderie.
I'm just out there to get hammered. Oh yeah, sorry, the camaraderie. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
And get hammered.
Yeah, my bad. All right, more sound from Steve Sarkisian here. Again, media availability yesterday in Houston. He spoke before his touchdown club engagement down in H-Town. This might be the last time we hear from Steve Sarkisian for a while. Of course, spring football is over. Final exams coming up. And then the players will go home for a little bit before summer workouts get rolling in June. But here's Sark talking about QB1. The biggest storyline surrounding Texas football this year is Arch Manning taking over for Quinn Ewers. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about how Arch looked during spring practice.
I thought this was a really good spring for Arch in that, he's in year 3 in our system, and he's played in real games. He's played where he's had to been the guy preparing as a game plan that was built for him. He's had to prepare as a backup to know and then be ready if his number's called. And a lot of veteran players around him in that time, the last 2 years. I thought it was great for him. Now, we all see the physical ability. We all see the connection with Ryan Wingo. It happened again, Saturday on a big touchdown pass. We know the rapport that he has with DeAndre Moore, Cedric Baxter, a lot of those guys. But in the end, I think this time that he spent with a lot of those younger players is going to serve very valuable, not for us just as a team, but for him in the fall when those younger guys' numbers are called, that he's got some banked reps with those guys this spring. So I thought that part was really valuable for him.
Yeah, I like the fact that now the whole game plan will revolve around him.
Yeah.
Not little bits and pieces or here's what we're doing for you and, come to the meetings. We'll just talk about the things that you have to do. The whole game plan will revolve around this kid at quarterback, which is a good thing, and for him to have that opportunity is going to be fantastic. Like you said, to work with some of the younger receivers, that's great. But just to be, this is my game plan, not this little section of the game plan is mine. The whole thing, I gotta do the whole thing now.
Yeah, it's not just one package game or one play a game where Arch Manning gets in. Now we know, and he knows that he is the guy. And I think my favorite part of that entire answer was hearing that Ryan Wingo was back on the field.
Yeah, I did too. So I kind of perked up. Really?
Yeah, he missed the majority of the spring with a hammy injury. And, yeah, he was out there in the scrimmage on the final day of spring practice. And
made a big play.
That
guy's going to make a lot of big plays.
Yeah, and look, Arch in his 2.5 games that he played in last year, him and Ryan Wingo had pretty good chemistry. Him and DeAndre Moore had pretty good chemistry as well. So there's already something there with those guys because they've done it on Saturdays in the fall. But yeah, it was important. Obviously, you don't want guys to go down with injuries and have to miss time, but it was important that some of the younger wide receivers got the opportunity to get some reps with the number 1 offense and build that rapport with Arch Manning. Because, look, I mean, Texas has, I think, 3 proven wide receivers now with Wingo, with Moore, and then with Emmett Mosley, the transfer from Stanford.
Boy, it is still hard for me to fathom talking about Moore as this guy.
I know.
But boy, was he special. He was really kind of special last year. I didn't even know who that dude was. I didn't know if he was going to ever get on the field. And when he got on the field, my expectations was he was just going to take somebody's, come in for a play, come out.
Yeah.
But he was one of the guys that they really depended on, and he made a lot of plays until later in the year when he got hurt.
Yeah. He was what Jonte Cook was supposed to be.
Absolutely.
Right. Like that second-year wide receiver who just took a much bigger role in the offense and just forced his way onto the field.
So he's got to be a confident guy. If his body's working,
yeah,
he's got to be a confident player going into the season.
Yeah, he had that toe issue. It kind of nagged him a little bit towards the end of last year, and it kept him out for the spring.
That's got to be the worst for a wide receiver is a toe injury.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Forget about having a bum knee. To have your toe and not being able to do the explosion that you push off on, that's got to be a pain.
Yeah. So hopefully DeAndre Moore is 100% by the time we get to the Ohio State game. But, yeah, I mean, Arch getting some reps with the younger guys. Again, building that chemistry, building that rapport with some of these young receivers, and some of them apparently looked really good. Parker Livingston is a kid we talked about a lot. Don't sleep on the name Dalen McCutcheon. Texas brought in 4 wide receivers. One of them is Michael Terry III, who was recruited as an athlete, but he's been playing a lot of wide receiver during the spring. Dalen McCutcheon was the lowest rated recruit of the 4, but it sounds like he had the best spring of the 4. So again, I don't know how much that guy's going to play in the fall as a true freshman. And it feels like Steve Sarkisian and Chris Jackson keep a pretty tight circle.
They do.
At wide receiver. That's not a position they rotate a whole hell of a lot. So it might be tough for any of those kids to get some playing time. But Dalen McCutcheon, it sounds like he turned some heads with what he was able to do.
Well, we know one thing. If they feel confident in your ability, they play you.
Yeah.
You get an opportunity to play wide receiver here. And if you can get in that top 3, well, I'll call it 3 plus 1. If you get in that top 4, BK, you got a really good chance. That means they really fully believe that you're at this level ready to go play in SEC play.
Yeah, and from doing some insider searching, it sounds like Dalen McCutcheon just picked up the playbook really quickly.
Awesome.
And this is not an easy playbook to learn. And look, spring ball, it's the early install period. And again, a lot of these guys are early enrollees who should still be in high school.
That's true.
So
they've been here. They've been around.
Yeah, you understand if it doesn't quite click right away for these 17, 18-year-old kids who just are starting college for the first time. But it sounds like Dalen McCutcheon was like, no problem, I got this figured out.
Fabulous.
So that's great to hear. And, I feel like the top 4 receivers, Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, Emmett Mosley V, and Parker Livingston, kind of feels like those guys.
And I'll throw in
the
tight end. Throw in that tight end.
Oh, yeah, he's your number 1 tight end.
Wow.
I mean, that's, Sark runs primarily 11 personnel, 1 back, 1 tight end, and 3 wide receivers. He'll have a lot of 12 personnel. He'll have some 21 personnel. He'll have some 10 personnel. So you will obviously see formations with more and less wide receivers and tight ends on the field. But, Jack Endries, that's my favorite portal pickup of anybody that Texas brought in. And I don't know if he's going to lead the team in receiving this year because I think Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore are pretty damn good.
But hopefully those guys be your guys.
Yeah. Look, Gunnar Helm set school records for catches and receiving yards by a tight end in 2024. If Jack Endries comes at least close to that, I don't know if I can predict him to break those records.
I don't think he's going to break those.
But if he can come close to that.
Sure would be nice if he came close.
Yeah, 60-plus catches and 700-plus yards. I would take that.
That's a heck of a year for him. It's a heck of a year for the football team if that happens.
And then he becomes an NFL draft pick just like Gunnar Helm was a couple of days ago. One more here from Steve Sarkisian. What about the biggest concern with the team right now coming out of spring practice? Sark was asked about that, and he sounded pretty optimistic, but here's what he had to say.
I don't know if I have necessarily concerns right now about our team. I know we have areas that we need to continue to improve upon, and I wouldn't say there's an area in our team where we're just perfect. There's everybody, we all got work to do. But at the end of the day, it's combining this group of, like I said, that juniors, and there's a few seniors in there, with this influx of a young, talented group of guys that just came in, and then integrating the transfers into this mix so that we get the right flow, not just in the locker room, but really. We like to play a lot of players, and how many times did I come up to you guys post-game, especially early in the season, say, hey, we played 42 guys on defense in the first half, right? And we think there's a lot of value in doing that. Now, players have to earn those opportunities to do that, but surely that's when we're at our best because, again, I think big picture. I think the long road, the long game, and when you start talking 15, 16, 17 games, you're going to need a lot of bodies, and we're going to have to trust these guys early in the season to go do that. But again, they have to earn our trust to put them out there to go do it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about earning trust, but the integration of your players with your other players, guys that weren't in school, there are guys that weren't recruited by you that you have brought in there. They have to get it integrated to each other, so they have confidence in each other. Some guy that just came from another school. You've seen the guys that have grown up in the program. You see them every day. You get a chance to talk to them. But now you got guys that just rolled into your campus. They're playing in the spring. It takes you a little bit of time. So that's what spring ball is all about. Because once you get to the fall camp, dude, it's like it's game plan. It's we got to go.
Yeah.
Is there something that you missed in the spring? Because I don't have time to talk to you for 3 days about this certain deal here. It's time to go now. So he wants to have that all done. And that goes along with catchy cats in the summertime and talking to your coaches during the summertime. But they want to get a lot of that stuff kind of done. And they've done a good job of that. So I would expect that guys would be kind of on the same page when they go into fall camp.
Yeah, and of course the first game is at Ohio State.
Wow.
You need your guys buttoned up.
There's no
ready to go for
breather.
that.
That's not a breather there.
But, a lot of the other guys that Sark's talking about there, some of those younger, some of those lesser experienced guys, odds are they're not going to see the field that much in Columbus. No. It could be a preseason top 3 matchup in college football. Probably will be. So that's where you've got your 1s and 2s at the most. But then you look at the other 3 non-conference games on Texas's schedule.
They start learning about players getting in games, yes.
Yeah, it's San Jose State, it's UTEP, and it's Sam Houston all at home. Look, you're going to need to learn a lot from your team because after that, you got a week off, and then you jump right into SEC play. And, oh, by the way, the entire month of October, when conference play begins, you're away from home. You've got at Florida, you've got the OU game, you've got at Kentucky, you've got at Mississippi State. So you've got to learn some things from your younger guys to see, hey, who can we bring with us on the road in the toughest conference in the sport? Who is going to help us win these games? Who's going to give us the depth that we need to go through that gauntlet of the first month of conference play?
But you have an opportunity early still.
Yeah.
Except for the first game.
Yeah. So games 2 through 4 is where, again, you should be able to take care of business to where you see, some of the 3s, some of the 4s, and hey, maybe there's a guy who impresses you a little bit more than you thought. I mean, every year, Buck, you know this way better than I do. There's a guy that might not be the best practice player in the world,
right?
But the lights come on Saturdays, and he can give you a little something.
Yeah, those guys matter, by the way.
Yeah, they do.
Those guys matter because there's a lot of guys that are like that. You want them all to practice well, but everybody doesn't practice well.
Hey, I'm AI. We're talking about practice, man.
Yeah, and as a coach, you understand what a gamer is. You don't miss a gamer and say, well, you know what? He didn't have a great practice. Now, I've seen him in games do some fantastic things, but you know what? He just didn't get it done at practice. Give me the gamer.
Hey, C.J. Baxter might have been a better practice player than Jonathan Brooks 2 years ago, but Jonathan Brooks was the better game player.
Yes.
There are plenty of examples at Texas and all over the sports, college, pros, high schools. Some guys just don't practice as well as others, but when the lights come on, they get the job done.
Well, especially those specialty players, especially those guys that are difference makers.
Mm-hmm.
I got to have consistency on my offense and defensive line during the week. Those guys got to be practice players because if they're horrible during the week, they're going to be horrible in the game. They don't become, believe me, those big dudes don't become gamers on game day.
No.
They got to be consistent during the week in order for you to even take a chance on them. Now, the wide receivers, what they can't do is they can't be guys that drop balls. But a guy who will shake a guy up at practice will shake a guy up in the game. That's what I believe.
Okay.
And guys who drop balls consistently, they don't get a chance to play anyway.
No.
Not at this level. Guys who fumble the ball consistently, sorry.
Just walk around on campus with a football.
No.
That's all you need.
Not walk around Metroplex with a football on the 40 acres with a football. If you fumble it, you can't play.
Jaden Blue's going to be doing that. Jerry Jones is going to be trying to strip him.
No, he's
around the star.
He's now at the point of his career where if you drop it, you don't play. What they do is they go get another guy now.
Yeah, your 5th-round pick, you can move off of you pretty quickly.
Yeah, pretty sure they do.
Yeah, and look, I'm excited for Jaden Blue in Dallas.
I am so excited. I think they're getting a really good player that they can do a lot of things with.
Yeah,
and if his confidence is going, I think the Cowboys have made a good decision there.
Yeah,
not because he went to Texas, because I think he's a dynamic player and he's an explosive player that if everything's going right and he gets his mind right and he gets rid of that little bugaboo of dropping the ball or whatever it is, dude, if he drops 2 during the course of the season, you're going to be all right because he's going to make more than 2 explosive plays. He's going to have a bunch of them, even at that level, because that speed, you can't, not a lot of guys have what he has.
No, we played the sound from Will McClay yesterday, and he talked about the explosiveness that Jaden Blue brings to the table being the biggest reason why.
God, I wish he would have stuck around for another year.
Yeah, it would have been nice. There are a few guys that
yeah, I mean, he and the offensive lineman should have stuck around.
Cam Williams.
Yeah, Cam Williams needed. I mean, that guy, I think when you're big like that, people will find you, but there's also a maturity level that one more year in this system with this offensive line coach really could have helped you make a lot of money.
Just didn't like school.
Yeah, a lot of guys don't like to play school.
I don't like to play school.
Yeah, you didn't like to play school.
No, I hate it.
You don't even mind the guys that don't like to play school.
My advice to Cam Williams was get somebody else to play school for you. I was able to do that. I was a nobody.
You had an NIL deal
Yeah,
somewhere. Somebody else could have played school.
You're a future NFL player. Just, hey, I'll give you 1% of my signing bonus if you help me out with class this year, guy.
Got to go play class.
All right. Best of luck to Cam Williams. But, yeah, I'm pumped about the Jaden Blue move. And, we'll shift to the Cowboys here in a second because there's an interesting rumor, a free agency rumor for the Dallas Cowboys at wide receiver that I think is worth talking about.
Very nice.
But, usually when you draft a guy in the 5th round, it's, he's a depth piece for us, rotational guy at best. Cowboys drafted Jaden Blue with a role in mind.
Oh, no doubt.
He's going to be a huge part of this offense, and they know exactly how they want to use him already.
I'll just say this. He has some of the things, except for the experience of Tony Pollard when he was there. He has that kind of explosive, he's that kind of explosive player, probably faster than Tony Pollard, and has the ability as a young guy to get better and better. But he's got to be able to hold on to the football in the NFL. They just don't. That's not acceptable at all.
That's the beauty of the pick for the Cowboys, because I think there's a lot of value with Jaden Blue, because if he didn't have those fumbling issues.
Oh, no, he'd have been a second rounder.
Yeah, second or theyird round pick,
Sure.
probably. I mean, he might be the guy that goes for 1,000 yards instead of Quintravion Wisner this past season. And, Jaden Blue still made a huge impact.
Yeah, and there were times when we thought he should have been playing more even.
Yeah, well.
I did.
Hold on to the ball. I didn't.
I know.
I don't trust a guy who can't hold on.
Well, and I'm generally the guy who doesn't trust the guy.
I know.
But I'll find a way to put you out in space, and I'll get you the ball and
run out of bounds.
Catch it.
Get on the ground.
Yeah, get on the ground. You got 10, get on the ground.
I assume Jaden Blue has spent 100% of his time focusing on fixing those problems, because he knows what you just said. You're not going to make it in the league if you're
it's just
coughing up the rock.
And then it becomes a mental thing. You've carried the ball many a times. You've been hit hard on plenty of times where you held on to it. Just got to be paying attention to it. At the end of the run is that deal where you got to be the guy that gets off the ground, give it to the official. Don't even lay it on. Don't even leave it laying on the ground. You get down. Here you go, sir.
Ref, I got you a present.
Yeah, you take this.
Here's 25 presents today.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll get to this interesting Cowboys rumor here in a moment, but first, another round of sponsor shout-outs.
Tell our friends over at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact Texas Orthopedics. Our friends there, their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, trauma care, sports medicine, of course, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
You know what I drove by on the way out here?
Covert
Bee Cave.
Covert Bee Cave.
Absolutely. Right there
Baby
down
was
Highway
lit
71.
up too, wasn't it?
It was lit up. I was like, do they have security here? Can I go snag a car? No. Covert Bee Cave, the best place if you are looking for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV.
For sure.
It'll take you a while to walk around that entire lot.
42 acres, yes.
42 acres. It's 3 dealerships all in one place. They've got 7 different brands of new vehicles, but also, again, the best selection of pre-owned vehicles, including plenty of certified pre-owned vehicles as well for you to choose from. So if you know exactly what you want, they've got you. But if you don't know what you want, go to covertbeecave.com, look at their inventory online, or go out and see them on the lot. Great people, Dan Covert and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Ron and Cameron and the whole squad there. They're going to treat you like family the way they've treated everybody like family. It's why the Covert Auto Group has been around the Austin area for more than 100 years. The best selection, the best service. And what do they say about those Covert prices?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
CovertBeecave.com for more info. And you think they have OLIPOP here at the 19th Hole Grill?
If they don't, they should.
I was about to say,
we got to get it here.
We got to get it here. Love OLIPOP. My fridge at home is stocked with it. Y'all see the Buck and I drinking it all the time on this show. You see Chip, you see Rodney, you see a bunch of our TSU staff drinking the OLIPOP.
It's good for us. It's good for you.
It's good for you. Soda. Everyone likes soda.
Absolutely.
But you don't like what soda does for you because you don't like what's in the traditional soda. Well, that's where OLIPOP came up with the perfect solution. It's great tasting soda. It just tastes just like the stuff you grew up sipping on, but it's good for you. It's got ingredients that support good digestive health, 9 grams of fiber in every can, hardly any calories, very little sugar. Get you some the next time you're at any store. They've got 19 different flavors to choose from. H-E-B, Whole Foods, Target, Walmart, Costco. I'm telling you, wherever you buy your groceries, you can shop OLIPOP.
Love it.
All right, how about this Dallas Cowboys rumor? It's a juicy one here. Remember, Jaden Blue's a juicy back. as Stephen Jones told us
Gross.
yesterday.
You know, the two we picked today complemented each other. I mean, we got, as Will said, the explosive, really juicy back.
The juicy back.
Where did he get that from?
He's a weird guy. That's
Got that from
Stephen
his
Jones.
daddy.
Yeah, that is a Jerryism right there from old Steven. But juicy Cowboys rumor. Dallas is apparently interested in a reunion with free agent wide receiver Amari Cooper.
Don't do that.
It doesn't do anything for you?
That doesn't do a thing. It didn't do anything to me for the first time.
Well, he was great the first time around. He's one of the best receivers in the league.
That dude. No, it's too late now.
Think so?
It's too late in the career. Go find yourself a young wide receiver and get this done for a couple of years.
Well, they missed out on the opportunity to do that in the draft. Now I don't know what young receiver is available. Go get a UDFA guy.
Well, I mean, you can go get this guy. I mean, you can go get him on the cheap, right?
I would think.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: he's better than Johnny Tolbert and Lance Rensel or whoever that other dude
Lance
is.
Rensel.
I mean,
Who
really,
is that?
back in the day.
The old school guy?
Yeah, old school guy. Yeah, he's better than those two guys.
Lance Rensselaer.
Lance Rensel.
I got to do some research.
Wait
on that
to go
guy.
and look out from under Lance
That
Rensel.
sounds like a
Bambi.
old knight or something.
No.
Oh, they called him Bambi?
Yes.
How do you get that? Did he get shot or something?
No. He was a white wide receiver.
Steve Largent?
Oh no, Lance Rensel was not near as good as Steve
No,
Largent. Steve Largent was an all-time
That's
great.
why I know
wide-
who Steve Largent
Yes,
is.
he was
That guy's
an
a Hall of
all-time-
Famer.
Yes.
I don't know who Sir Lance-a-Lot is. Or Sir Mix-a-Lot, whatever the hell you just called him.
No. And
Oh.
Tony Tolbert or whatever that guy's name.
Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah, whatever.
And Jonathan Ryan Wingo,
Oh.
Jonathan Mingo.
No.
And who else is there? Flournoy. Yeah, look, Amari Cooper 2 years ago in Cleveland with Deshaun. We're in public, so I'll spare the nicknames.
Yes.
Watson and Joe Flacco went for 1,250 yards last year in Cleveland, and then he got traded to Buffalo at the deadline. Remember, that was supposed to be a big pickup for Josh Allen.
Dude, you can go to Cleveland and if they throw you a ball, you can catch. He comes to Dallas and the pressure's on him. He's too inconsistent in big games. But I would take him. I mean, if you, like I said, if you can get him cheap with the two guys that they have,
Yeah.
because Tolbert, I have no faith in.
Well, that's what Amari Cooper are you going to get? Like, was 2 years ago his last good year in the league, or like his last year just an anomaly? I mean, last year again, Cleveland and Buffalo just 547 yards and 4 touchdowns
Tough.
after going for 1,200 plus 2 seasons ago. So he's on the wrong side of 30 now. He's obviously not one of the best receivers in the league like he was at the end of his Raiders time and here in Dallas the first time. Here, I'm not there. And
But I think there's a lot of Cowboy fans like you that think that would be a good deal to get him back.
I'd rather I want to see what the Isaiah Bond situation looks like. The Cowboys better be monitoring that closer than any other team in the league.
I would say.
Because that I'd rather have that guy, a young guy with some potential who's on the rise versus a guy who's clearly on the decline.
And you know, I'm horrified with the Jaden Blue is they're going to stick that dude and say, you know what, you catch the ball well enough.
Yeah.
Or, I don't want to see it, but I'm going to tell you, if he does well enough,
they won't flex him out full time to the slot. They might
No.
give him a couple of snaps out there. But
coming out of the backfield.
they already got that guy with Cavante Turpin. He's their like gadget slot guy. He's not that great at that, but he's fast.
He is fast.
Yeah.
And that's what they need. They need somebody to really take the pressure off of CD Lamb going deep through the middle.
I think
So he can catch his over the middle balls where he catches and runs with the ball. I mean, you just, once again, I know CD Lamb makes a lot of money, but they put a lot of pressure on that dude.
shout out to our own Nick Harris, by the way, who you can hear twice a week on Texas Sports Unfiltered. He's the Cowboys insider who had that story about building team interest with Amari Cooper coming back. Yeah, like I agree with you. You got to do something to take the pressure off of CD.
Or he'll be hurt again.
Does Amari Cooper do that? Like, if you're a defensive coordinator, do you still have to game plan to stop
I don't think so.
Amari?
No, I don't think so. I still doubling up CD
Yeah. You know,
and covering Amari with a big fat linebacker.
Keenan Allen's out there. Robert Woods, a.k.a. Bobby Trees, is still available.
How long would Keenan Allen take before he got hurt,
I don't
though?
know, 3 weeks. Like, I think I want Amari Cooper more than any of those other guys, but you know, I mean, Amari Cooper did this past.
Good chance on him, but he's that you talking about the ultimate I'm going to get hurt guy
How old is
or
that?
pull a hammy. Was he 34?
He just turned 33 2 days ago.
Might as well be 34. Might as well be 40.
I think he'll be 34 next year if my math.
He always has
checks
leg
out.
problems. He always have hammy problems.
I know he does, of soft tissue injuries. I feel like they don't go away the older you get.
No.
So, look, I think either of those dudes are potentially an upgrade over anybody you have in that wide receiver room, not named Sedarius.
And you have to do something.
You have to do something. You didn't during the draft. Everybody wanted you during the draft. Like, I thought the Cowboys had a phenomenal draft except for that. And that's a big except. It's a huge area of need. I think that was their number one position of need, and they just didn't do anything. So hopefully it means they have something in the works, whether it's a trade or free agent signing, or maybe they're waiting on Isaiah Bond. Who knows? They have to do
Let me ask you
something more.
Did the kid from the wide receiver from TCU, did he go in the first round or the second round? Was it Beach?
Oh,
Did you get a chance to watch him play? He was
Jack Betch.
Betch. Now, was he a second? Tell me he was a second. He wasn't a first round draft pick,
second
right?
round pick.
I mean, why wouldn't the Cowboys know anything about that dude?
I think TCU had 2 second-round wide receivers. At least they had 2 day 2 wide receivers with Betch
I think they were
Savion Williams as well. I think you ended up in Green Bay with Matthew Golden. I don't know. I mean, look, the Cowboys had a chance to draft
right
him.
there.
Yeah, they went with Ezeraku in the second round, the edge out of Boston College. And, look, that was a need for the Cowboys too. And Ezeraku, I think they got some good value with that pick. There's a chance he was going to be a late first, and he falls to middle of the second. So I don't hate it, but yeah, I mean, they wanted Ted McMillan at 12. He was off the board.
Yes.
So they clearly didn't think high enough of Golden or Ibuka or any other first-round wide receiver. And
Isn't that hard to believe? Everybody else thought highly of those guys.
Well, you know, I mean, Ibuka didn't go until pick 16, 17. Golden didn't go to pick 23. So it's not like those guys were snatched up right after the Cowboys picked. But yeah, I mean, they didn't like anybody enough in the second round to pick 44
I liked
either.
Golden a lot better than I did Ibuka.
Yeah, I think I did too.
Once I saw that 40 time did it.
Well, here's my biggest concern with Matthew Golden. Okay, and I didn't have this concern at this time 5 days ago. Matthew Golden is going to wear the number 22. Little 22 karat gold action. I guess that's the bit.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he just cost himself 100 yards. That's not a wide receiver number right there. How many number 22 wide receivers have gone for 1,000 yards in the NFL?
I don't recall. I think one of my favorite NFL players of all time played for the Green Bay Packers, 22. I think it was Willie Woods was his number. And I think Willie Woods was a defensive back who played for the Pack back in the day.
Yeah, DB, running back.
Yeah.
You know, there are plenty of other positions where it's like, all right, if the guy's wearing 22, then he's going to be really good.
Well, the only 22 that flashes for me was, Bullet Bob Hayes for the Dallas Cowboys.
There you go. He's a legend. Long time ago for that dude. And I think as good as he was, if Matthew Golden puts up the numbers that Bullet Bob Hayes put up, that'd be a very disappointing career for Matthew Golden.
Yeah, Matthew Golden's going to be around for a little bit longer.
This is because how much this sport has changed over the years. But yeah, number 1, the Golden one, that was a number that was being discussed. I kind of would have liked that. Just don't see a lot of 22s at wide receiver.
No, you don't. You really don't.
I'm a little worried about that. It's ridiculous take by me. I'm willing to admit that, but I'm telling you, the bust potential I think increased with that number choice for Matthew Golden.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it just and the other wide receiver, like from TCU,
yep.
Every once in a while we'll fall into a Big 12 game on TV,
mm-hmm.
and you'll see TCU, and they've had some wide receivers now.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he was a couple years ago. That was a team that played for a national championship, right? And, Jack Bash, 6'2", 216 pounds, not a guy who was talked about a ton leading up to the draft, but had 1,000 yards at TCU. The guy who started his career at LSU, so very highly thought of out of high school, transferred to Fort Worth,
too.
Put it together this past season. And, look, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but there were 20-plus wide receivers selected, probably 30-plus wide receivers selected in this entire NFL draft, and the Dallas Cowboys took none of them. Biggest need.
That's the thing when you say that and we just look, well, that's the Cowboys for you.
Yeah.
They go ahead and get another rusher on the outside, which is a need, but they truly needed a wide receiver. They needed to sell some tickets on this offense too.
They will. It's the Cowboys. They'll always sell the tickets. A lot of fans are like, hey, other fans, stop spending your money on tickets. Stop buying merch. Stop supporting the Jones family. Maybe if you affect their bottom line, they'll start to make some changes to help the team change. That'll never happen. Fan base is too big. Fan base is too big. It won't happen. So they'll sell tickets. They could have drafted 7 offensive linemen, and they would have sold out season tickets.
And as much as they love the pick from Alabama, which I like the pick, which I've been talking about, they're going to be safe anyway, because anytime they take an offensive lineman, they feel like they've done something special.
Yeah, except with Tyler Guyton. I think they screwed that one up. But
they,
time will tell.
Once again, they end up with offensive linemen. They end up in the Hall of Fame. They've done a good job in their picks when it comes to that. So it's hard to really get down on the Cowboys about offensive linemen. It's worked out. They've made it work.
More often than not.
Yes.
And you've got, Travis Frederick, who, for my money, is a Hall of Fame player. You've got Tyron Smith and Zach Martin, who are sure thing Hall of Famers. So,
those are the foundation of your football program. So what you got to do it. And when you get one and a team has done so well at it, you can talk about what your needs are, but those guys are always needed.
That was the best era of Cowboys football since the 90s, right?
Yes.
And that, they didn't win a Super Bowl. They didn't make it to a conference championship game, but they were really good when they had, those beasts. Those
get off of that horse, will you please, and start getting some wide receivers and running backs in here.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. We'll see what happens. They still have some free agency, still some UDFAs out there. Again, the Isaiah Bond situation is one that you would think Dallas is very closely monitoring. While we're on the draft real quick, you got a Longhorn that you think ended up in the best situation. Of course, 12 Texas players were selected in the 3 days of the NFL draft. You had at least one Horn go in each round, including 3 in round 1 last Thursday. Is there a certain player and certain situation that stands out to you?
I'm still going to say Golden with the quarterback in Green Bay. That's a great situation for him.
Okay.
I mean, I know he's in the, I know he's a great player, and I know we've seen a lot from him, and we've seen a lot of him. But to go to there with that guy chucking passes to you.
Thank you for giving me the easiest one. I'm going to go with Andrew McCuba in Philly. Going to that defense, the defending Super Bowl champs with all of that talent around him. I mean, Andrew McCuba, I think he would have been good.
Dude, and they picked that. They wanted that dude.
Yeah, second round.
They couldn't believe that dude was around.
I know. And look, I think most people expected him to go on day 2. Most of the 7-round mocks that I looked at
he'd be a 3rd or 4th.
had him in the 3rd. But yeah, Eagles take him with the last pick in day 2, and if Philly drafts you, well, they scout and evaluate better than just about anybody else.
I mean, they're just a fantastic football player.
100%. And I mean, that's the Super Bowl favorites. That defense, I mean, they made Patrick Mahomes look like a high schooler in that Super Bowl. So
they only get better in the secondary. Wow.
And they had Jahad Campbell, the linebacker, in round 1, and then they bring in Andrew McCuba. They've got Quinyon Mitchell. They've got the white guy Cooper DeJean.
Did they not take another defensive back?
5th round,
like Central Florida or something like that? Because they always find those guys. Memphis, Central Florida.
Mac McWilliams in the 5th round from Central Florida.
From Central Florida, right?
UCF. Good call on that. But I love the fit for Andrew McCuba. I think he's an instant impact guy there in Philadelphia. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The best situation for the Longhorns. Of course, 12 of them were drafted. I think 5 more signed UDFA deals after the draft was done. In a moment, we've got to update the people on the Bucks Gold Star Locks. A nice night for you last night, Buck. Made the people a little bit of money. We will recap the night it was in the NBA and NHL playoffs, and we'll see if Bucky has any more Gold Star Locks for tonight's action. But before that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say our friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company, of course. Pond Springs Road up north and Monterey Oaks down south for all your landscaping needs. As I say, I go out to golf courses. You know what I talk to when I go to golf courses? I know it's going to surprise you, but I talk to the agronomists at golf courses.
The who?
The agronomist. The guy who does the greens, the guy who does the plants and the flowers and the setup around.
You called him an ignoramus?
No, agronomist. They study agronomy.
What is agronomy?
That's the study of
these nuts?
Of plants, grasses, soil.
Really?
Yes, but they have agronomists, of course, at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. So if you're thinking about landscaping your home, talk to the folks there. They are experts, and they'll let you know whether this setting is good for cactuses or this setting is good for roses. This setting is good for oak trees, or it's good for Spanish oak trees. So there are differences. There are different layers of soil, and it's kind of hard in Central Texas because we have there's a lot of soils that are tough to do. A lot of caliche out here. A lot of that hard clay type of stuff.
From Game of Thrones, caliche.
Caliche, yes. But let me tell you something. There are a lot of things that grow really well in caliche. And caliche holds a lot of water, and we don't get a lot of water. So when you do get it, it's nice to have it around. but everything doesn't grow in caliche. Some of the plants that, the beauties that I like to try, I stick them in the caliche. They die in about 4 days. But at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company, they'll get you fitted with the right types of soils, the right kind of plants. And if you don't want to dig up the holes yourself, they will call on some contractors to come and do it for you. They see them each and every day. If you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, get 10% off of your total purchase up to $500 at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company.
Hey, whoever the epitomologist is out here did a great job.
What's the epitomologist?
Isn't that what you said? What did you say? Ergonomist?
No, agronomist.
Agronomist. Epitomology is apparently the study of how diseases and injuries spread.
I go over to the agronomy guy over at ACC, the golf course over there. The one there at 60. I go over there.
Talk to him
and talk about the ferns that you see at ACC. How do you keep them alive in this summer? I know you do a lot of that around oak trees. I've tried that. Not so much.
Not for you.
Not for me. But I try, but I'll give it a shot.
Good for you. It's more than I do. Say that.
You're just looking for one desert rose for your patio.
I'm just trying to keep the concrete alive at my place.
Dude, just go ahead and get a cactus and sit it there. It'll be just fine.
So much work. I got to water it once a month.
No, don't. A regular cactus, you don't have to water once a month.
Nice. Like
That's
that.
Even better.
I'm gonna run into it though. I'm gonna be drunk one time and
sit on it.
Hopefully not that. Shout out Leaf Landscape.
Love
Supply.
those folks.
Shout out Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You see the Buck donning a TSU hat this morning. Waterloo Printing and Graphics makes all of our gear: hats, shirts, signs, stickers, posters, you name it. We're also looking for T-shirt ideas, Buck. So if you're listening out there, if you're a P1 regular listener and you've got some ideas for what would look good on a TSU shirt, trying to go a little bit more advanced than just
going
the
sooner.
logo.
We're a little bit sooner.
We're doing T-shirt boys. Yeah, Danny Stutzman's in the lead now. He's gone pro. We're trying to go pro with our T-shirt making. Waterloo Printing and Graphics, though, if you've got an idea for your business, they've got you covered. You can reach out on Instagram at Waterloo Printing or call or text our buddy Adam, big Texas fan, big Texas baseball fan. He'll chop it up with you about the Longhorns. And, of course, big TSU listener as well, 512-300-9641.
And don't forget Sue Patrick, folks, because Mother's Day is just around the corner. And you can get a wonderful Mother's Day gift over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. The Jelly Cats are there. Admiral McCraven's new book is out. It's there. They've got all of that. What is it, Tyler Perry? Tyler Campbell?
Tyler Booker, I believe.
Tyler Booker.
Yes.
They have the laundry detergent there. They're number 1 seller. But Jelly Cats are going to be the number 1 seller before it's all said and done. And you can get those. Mother's Day, that's not a bad Mother's Day gift.
Jelly Cat?
Yeah.
I think we'll be out there at Sue Patrick.
Nice.
Doing a show maybe the day before Mother's Day this year.
Sounds good.
A couple weeks from now. Yeah, Jelly Cat. It's not well, make sure your mom likes Jelly Cat.
Yeah, you do. Before she throws it back at you.
Yeah, you don't want to do
this
that.
This is what you come up with?
You got me a little plushy toy?
No, dude. Those are awesome.
They sell like hotcakes.
Yes, they do.
Good stuff. Love Sue Patrick.
5222 Burnett Road or SuePatricks.com.
Yes, indeed.
Love
all right. Buck.
Give me that story. You had a story you've been holding back on.
Oh, I was going to do your Gold Star locks.
Forget it. We can get those at the end.
Okay, we'll do that at the very end of the show. We've got okay, this is we'll get to this. This is an internet discussion that has gone viral.
Because I'm an internet kind of guy.
You are an internet kind of guy. You probably saw this before I did.
Probably not.
You probably saw this tweet before it was even tweeted. That's how locked into the internet you are. This discussion, it was a tweet that was posted on Friday. It has been viewed by more than 300 million people.
Wow.
So a lot of folks out there have looked at this, and a lot of folks out there have voiced their opinions on this, and I want to get your take on this one. There's a tweet that reads, quote, "I think 100 people could beat up one gorilla. Everybody just has to be dedicated to the S," end quote. So I ask you, do you think 100 people, just adult males, could take one adult male gorilla?
I mean, coming at him at one time?
Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Let me give you some numbers here. We got a little tail of the tape.
Okay.
A male silverback gorilla weighs between 300 and 500 pounds.
Okay.
Stands between 5 to 6 feet tall. There's plenty of humans that are 5 to 6 feet tall, 300
I'm
pounds.
5'10", 5'9".
Yeah.
Okay, I better go ahead. 5'9".
You're about half that weight, if that. Here's what you can't do. Apparently, silverback gorillas can deadlift more than 1,700 pounds. They can also bench press an estimated 4,000 pounds.
How much?
4,000. That's a lot of human beings.
Okay,
right
I just
there.
need to know one thing. Are they like chimps? Do they go after your nads?
They'll go after everything. I
Oh,
don't think they need to go after your nads. They'll just pick you up and rip you in half.
100 grown men coming after it.
100 grown men. By the way, a gorilla punch has an estimated force of 1,800 pounds, which is more than twice as hard as a heavyweight boxer. So you take a punch from one of these dudes,
Your jaw's dislocated.
you're done, son.
You mean you're done? Your brain is scrambled?
Your brain is cooked. Like, yeah, that's not just a
100
dislocated jaw.
dudes.
100 dudes.
That's a lot of dudes, man.
It is a lot of dudes. Is this like
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Does a gorilla's nads hurt too? If he gets them twisted, like when they come at you, does it hurt him too?
if you get the gorilla in the nads, would that cause extra pain?
Does he have pain?
I would think.
Okay, we're 100 guys. You're going to get 4 or 5 of them going to get to those nads.
I won't screen share because it will take too long, but
Oh,
here's
God.
a grown silverback gorilla. Look at that.
First of all, I don't
mug
know
right
100
there.
guys you can gather to do that.
Yeah, who's going to
That's
volunteer?
the problem.
I don't know, man. You got all these weird like Survivor shows and Naked and Afraid and
No.
Fear Factor. Like
No, but you can't be in your weapons. It's got to be your hands versus his hands, right?
mano y mano. No weapons allowed.
I got at least 6 or 7 nad grabbing friends.
How about this? This is your face after the silverback gorilla fight right there.
I got some MMA guys that like to do that.
How do you kill the gorilla? Like what do you do? I don't know if you can choke it. Like you can't get enough arms to choke it out.
No,
I don't think like 100 men on top of the gorilla. I don't think that's going to crush it. I don't think
you're not going one at a time.
No, you sure as hell ain't going one at a time.
You're next. No,
Could you seriously hurt it with just punches and kicks from 100 people at
I think
one
so.
time?
I think you start slamming that dude in the head. They got to have concussions too. I know they fall out of trees. They're jumping and falling onto the ground.
How about this?
Can that dude leap? I mean, can he get up?
Probably.
I mean, if he's living in the jungle and swinging from vines and things like that, can he just go 10-foot rim?
According to the internet, probably 12-foot rim. According to the internet, and you can't put on the internet anything on the internet
That's
that isn't
false.
true.
Yeah, it's got to be true.
Gorillas have 6-inch thick chest muscles, and sometimes bullets from a 9mm pistol often fail to penetrate through their chest muscles. So one bullet isn't enough to take these guys down.
Can only make them pissed.
Only piss them off. Oh, by the way,
But how about them biting? I mean, they will take off. They will take a bite out of you that you're going to stop immediately, right?
their roar can hit 112 decibels loud, which is louder than a chainsaw, which could disorient any human attacker instantly. So if you're right there next to this guy, it's your turn to fight, and he just roars. You're probably falling down, and then he's picking you up and chunking you
First
into
of all,
outer space.
I'm crying. I'm just in tears if it's my turn next to be a part of that.
Yeah, I'll just here. I won't even fight. Bless you.
Excuse me.
You're right over there.
Yeah, I'm thinking 100. Yes, I think we still get him down. We can get him down.
No chance.
Yeah, like I said, he's got some soft. There's some soft points. We'll find that out. The anatomy of a gorilla.
How about this?
My body, myself. I'm going to go read up on that.
Hey, it's my body, your choice, gorilla. Whatever you want to do, you've got it. Gorillas also have a 98% muscle to body ratio. Humans average about 40% muscle to body. So, pound for pound, gorillas are significantly stronger than us. No surprise there.
Dude, you know how many people? 100 people. That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people, man.
It's a lot of grown men.
There were a lot of people here at 19th Hole Grill having breakfast. There's about, 40 of us in here a moment ago.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm taking the gorilla. We're not winning that. The silverback is taking us down.
All the gorilla needs is one mistake. I know out of the 100, there's going to be a few of them that make mistakes, but you only need to have that gorilla make one mistake with that many people.
Is this like the equivalent of like 104-year-olds going after just a grown, in-shape man? Obviously, it's not a perfect apples-to-apples comp, but like, what do you think? If you had like a really strong, in-shape, let's say like a professional athlete, let's say like Kelvin Banks. Kelvin Banks would never do this, but Kelvin Banks in great shape. He's a big dude.
They have 400 babies coming out?
104-year-olds.
Oh, he would tear them apart.
Tear them apart. That's how I feel about the gorilla versus the 100 men. I think that's the difference there. 4-year-old versus grown, in shape dude.
Yeah, because I keep thinking the gorilla's punch with his fist. If that damn gorilla backhanded you, if you were one of the few that got backhanded by that gorilla, right?
No women here. Sorry about that, ladies.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're if you're Leah Thomas and you're playing men's sports, whatever her name is. We don't want you here.
If you got backhanded by that on his missed punch, you're going flying, right?
He could backhand me further than my drive off the tee at Lake Cliff, dude. I'm going a long way.
I'm still saying 100. I'll take 100.
You're taking the men?
Yes.
No chance. Here's your hype. We'll bring on Wags and Rodney here in a second and get their thoughts on this.
I think 100 dudes could do some damage.
I think it would be over within like 5 minutes. Oh, by the way, the gorilla's faster than anybody too. So if it needs a break, you could just run and then come back.
Oh, and then come back at them?
Yeah, take a little breather and then, okay. Oh, wait, there's 40 of you left. Quick work. Thank you very much. One at a time. How do you want to do this?
See, I'm one of the believers of man versus beast. Man wins.
Yeah, because man usually has a gun.
No gun.
Man usually has what Quinn Ewers had to put all those deers on his wall at home. In this situation, we don't have that. We don't have bow and arrow.
Yeah, my fingers get dislocated easy. I do with dislocated ankles and
jaws. No
jaws.
shot.
You remember I was always talking about me versus the deer in the studio, the radio studio.
And I thought that was ridiculous.
A deer.
And that was a deer. This is a gorilla.
I was talking about that when I was in my 40s.
In your prime?
Yeah, I was okay.
I still would take the deer one-on-one.
And I'm not talking about a big buck. I'm talking about a doe.
I know. I'd still take the deer. His horns are still big enough to pierce you, right?
I think those hooves are big enough to hit me in the face. That's it.
Yeah, take a foot to the dome.
Oh,
99 right there.
No, we're going gorilla nads. I'm telling you, 8 of my buddies, your job is to nad this gorilla. And when that gorilla starts leaning down like, oh, that hurts.
But how do you get – okay, we're going to take a 20 here because we're going to bring Wags and Rodney on in a second. But before that, we need your gold star locks.
Okay.
By the way, you did go up 10,000 units last night.
All right, what we got tonight?
You had the Rockets plus 3.5. They lost by 3.
Good job, Rockets.
You had the Panthers in hockey. Big comeback for them late.
Dude, they were down. I was watching that game.
They were down 2-1 with 4 minutes left. And they scored 3 goals in the final 4 minutes, 2 empty netters to win. One empty netter to
put got Montreal
them away.
Tonight.
And you had the Heat plus 8.5. They lost by 55.
All of the all-time records.
That is the 4th biggest playoff loss ever. And an easy sweep for the Cavs. They actually set a record for the biggest margin of victory in an NBA series ever. They won the 4 games by a combined 122 points.
Chamberlain on their team.
Pretty much. You've got 4 NBA games tonight.
Okay.
Bucks, Pacers, Pistons, Knicks, Magic, Celtics, Clippers, Nuggets.
I'm going to take the Pacers for 5,000 units.
Pacers are 8.5-point
Lillard's
favorites.
done.
Yeah, tore the Achilles. That sucks. 5,000 on Indy?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
And who was the other one now?
You've got Pistons, Knicks. Knicks trying to close it out at home.
Knicks will close it out tonight. I'll put 10,000 units on the Knicks.
Knicks are 5.5.
Okay.
You've got Celtics trying to close it out at home. They're 11.5 against Orlando.
No, I don't want that.
And then you've got Game 5 in a 2-2 series. Clippers at Nuggets. LA, a 1.5-point road favorite.
I will take the Nugs for 5,000 units.
Okay, you're getting 1.5 there. And then real quick, any hockey plays?
We got Montreal.
2 games, 4 games. Oh, my God, 4 games. No Montreal. Ottawa at Toronto. Devils at Hurricanes. Wild at Golden Knights. Oilers at Kings.
I'll take the Golden Knights for 10,000 unit play.
That's 2-2 series back in Vegas. 10,000 units on Vegas?
On Vegas, yes.
All right, any other plays there?
Nope, that's it.
It's enough for hockey.
That's enough for hockey.
I like it. All right.
I'll take once Washington once the Capitals get to playing again, I'll take them.
That's tomorrow night.
Yeah, they're going to be mad. That's a physical, mean group there.
They'll close out. Chance to close out the series.
they'll be mad and mean back in Washington.
All right, we got to bring on the fellas here because we need Wags and double. Look, Wags is a Marine.
Yes.
This guy's been in combat.
I need 100 of Wags.
100 of Wags take the Silverback gorilla. That's a different question. Gentlemen, it's Hypothetical Tuesday. I don't know if y'all caught the end of our discussion, but a big tweet has gone viral over the last couple of days where one man says he thinks 100 men could take one silverback gorilla. So, Wags, you're the expert in combat here. What say you?
What, do I have weapons?
No weapons.
I don't know.
Yeah. think yes. I think we've got no chance.
I want to have confidence in myself, but I'm a realist here. No fucking way.
What about the other 9? You got Wags. You got 99 other dudes.
They ain't doing shit either.
Who's going first, by the way?
That's
Who's
what
going
I'm like.
to
It's got to be almost like a hive-minded strike, right? Like
Yes,
almost
yes.
attacking all at once.
Wags, and 6 are going for the nads.
Somebody's
they got nads
going for the
too.
Jugular. You gotta maul this guy. You gotta get the gorilla's throat. You gotta get its most vulnerable place.
but how do you choke out
And
a gorilla?
It's got nails. It's got
These nuts.
these nuts.
Can you imagine that gorilla screaming with 8 guys with a handful of that?
And it's got fangs
Oh,
too.
yeah. Oh, it's got everything, Wags. I said if he
Ain't
misses with a
happening,
fist and he just backhands a couple of your guys, that's it. And I didn't even think about what if that gorilla decided he wanted to start kicking like he was going to go Bert Auburn on guys.
Well, he'll miss if he goes Bert Auburn. We're
I mean,
safe.
if that
that's
gorilla
the
kicked
kicker.
you, if he kicked you in the head,
it's over.
are you dead?
Yes. You're done.
Yeah,
If the impact of the kick doesn't kill you, the landing once you're off the ground will
Oh.
kill you.
Or
Yeah.
you're dizzy just from the knock, right? And then he's gonna.
Yeah. Oh, there's going to be some concussions.
Bang.
But you know, 100 guys can give that gorilla concussion too, right? Wags, come on.
I mean, more numbers usually does win in terms of strength.
Yeah,
but
you go.
The
I don't
crunching
know,
of the
man.
bones. You're
Oh,
gonna
the crunch!
hear.
If he got his mouth on one of your arms or something.
We're gonna have to do a simulation. Is this what you saw, like an animated simulation of?
No, this was
100
just
sil-
this was just a tweet. I'm sure people have AI'd this already, and
Yeah,
we've
I mean-
gotten some sort of generated image.
Dude,
I'm
I
gonna
hear
AI
my
this.
cat
AI
crunching a mouse. Can you imagine a gorilla crushing
Oh,
a man's hand?
God, you're lucky if it's your hands,
Oh,
your ribs.
speaking of these nuts.
Oh,
Well, I mean, the whole thing about it is, for one thing, gorillas are really smart. I think that's where people, you
Oh,
you look at them like gorillas and monkeys. It's like, my goodness, But the second part of my theory is, you know how it is when you're out with your dudes and you're out talking shit, getting drunk, and doing all these different things.
And then they all chicken out.
That's exactly right. When push comes to shove, because I've been in there before, where it's like I'm over here talking smack, and then when the fit hits the shan, I turn around and it's like,
They're all gone. Hey, 80 of the 100 are gone, and it's just you with your 20.
yeah.
Or
Yeah,
BK and his mighty 7.
oh
yeah.
my God.
Yeah, defending Texas basketball. But no,
Yeah.
that's I've always wondered, kind of along with that thought, when they tell you that a shark attacks you, that you're supposed to punch the shark in the face.
Yeah,
that's the last thing I'm thinking about.
But
I'm
how do
going
you
for his eyeball.
like? You got to be some Bruce Lee shit to punch a shark underwater, right? Like the physical restraint in the water.
Yeah, it holds you
slows
back.
everything up. You got to
Yeah.
like carve through it. Like
BK, give
Neanderthal.
these guys a couple of those numbers that you talked about physically. What a gorilla, silverback can do.
So silverback gorilla. The average male silverback weighs between 300 and 500 pounds. They're about 5 to 6 feet tall. Here's where the numbers get.
What's the speed of the gorilla?
Yeah, here we go.
Well, here's the deadlift. They can deadlift more than 1,700 pounds.
Jesus.
That's
They
20
can-
guys.
They can bench press an estimated 4,000 pounds.
So we're basically dealing with like the Incredible Hulk.
They can run 20 to 25 miles an hour. Oh, Arch Manning's that fast. No problem there. And the punch, a gorilla punch, has the force of 1,800 pounds, which is more than twice that of a professional heavyweight boxer. So that's what 100 of us are going up against.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I don't know if we're gonna be victorious.
We're not doing it.
Man.
Now, ask me after
Well.
about 5 or 6 beers. I'm saying yes. I got
Oh,
the
yeah.
Altstadt in me. We've got it. Now I'm still
Oh,
not
yeah.
doing it, but I'll say we can do it as a human race. But no, the gorillas are smart. They devolved into humans, so they're better than us.
This is making me want to watch Planet of the Apes.
Oh,
King Kong.
I don't want to mess with the chimps because they go right for what immediately.
Mhm.
Right,
Well-
Rodney? They know exactly what to do.
They go right for those bananas.
They know it hurts.
They know it hurts. They know those
That's why I
things
said
are
I'll get
tender.
6 of my guys. Hey, you 6 right there. That's your spot. That's all you had to do. And once that dude starts going and leaning over, going, oh, then we start kicking and punching.
Well, then you piss him off. I mean, that's the bad thing.
You mean he may really get mad?
Then you piss him. Well, I think from those stats that you just gave, BK, I think we figured out how Jerry Jones is going to fix the Cowboys.
I am a monkey fan. I can stand in a zoo and look at them all day long and die laughing. And my dad was in the wild animal business and had over 5,000 wild animals.
Is that a real quote?
Dallas is going to sign an offensive line full of gorillas. And
oh my gosh,
Super Bowl, man.
They need to sign one that can run routes.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Pretty nice.
Need a slimmer one to run some. Amari Cooper. No.
Here's what I would be saying if I was involved in this fight.
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Yeah, because that's exactly what would happen to you if you got hit by that gorilla. You'd be spinal.
Oh God!
No, too many of my guys would chicken out. First of all, I had to get 100 guys that would be dedicated and really.
That would be the thing.
The gorilla hits twice as hard as the man you just mocked.
Spinal.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Spinal.
Twice as hard.
More than twice.
As hard.
And look, I mean,
on average,
as we're sitting here right now, I would tell you guys, look, we're a team. I would be in on this with you guys. I would be in. I'll tell you that right now. But when we get there and I see that guy, the gorilla,
I'm out.
Exit stage left.
Dude, I just don't want to. What I don't want that thing to do is bite my arm. I don't like to hear the crunching sound, you know?
I don't think you'd have an arm left.
That's like the people that say, listen, if you see a bear play dead, there's not a chance. Because when that bear goes and sniffs you and takes a bite out of you, if you don't think you think you're not gonna scream if a bear bits you in the arm, how loud would you scream, Rodney, if that bear bit right through you?
Yeah, plus the bear's gonna know when I'm hyperventilating, playing dead. He's gonna know I ain't dead.
Aren't you supposed to scare the bear?
No,
depends on the bear. Apparently,
no. They always say don't run. I'm like, dude, I'm up and I'm limping out of there.
Hey, what do you mean? If it's a grizzly, if it's a black bear, a gray bear,
played dead.
Hey,
I heard that when I was in Alaska. That's what the guy told me. That's what the Ranger Rex told me. He goes, hey, listen, if you encounter this, just don't move, play dead.
No.
I'm like, don't they want to sniff you and see how you taste?
Yeah,
because I'm not going to be dead for long or playing dead for long.
They got any bear or gorilla out there at Lost Pines?
No, they don't. Nothing's out here at Lake Cliff. We're all good. They don't have any gorillas out at Lost Pines. No.
We only got wild hogs out there.
I think look out for them too.
The only bear that I could play dead with around is Caleb Williams. I think it would probably work there.
Yeah. Don't forget, bears can smell the menstruation, as Brick once told us in Anchorman. Don't forget about that.
Yeah. Well,
all right. I'm sure Lake Cliff loves us ending with that.
Well,
shout out to Lake Cliff Golf Club.
Right
LakeCliffGolfClub.com. They've got a few memberships available. We'll be posting some pictures from the course throughout the day. This place is gorgeous, but thanks to them for having us out. And thanks to you guys for taking over. We'll see y'all tomorrow morning.
See you, boys.
Yeah, guys.
Take care, man.
There they go. Here we are. Hey, the gorillas are gone. The gorillas are gone. Gorillas in the Mist. That was a good band. And the Gorillas, huh? How about the Gorillas?
The Gorillas.
Little Clint Eastwood.
Those things really, they really are smart. I mean, because you look at them.
I don't know the intelligence of a gorilla.
I watch those videos to where it's like you see a gorilla, like when they're taking care of their little ones and all that. I mean, they seriously, you see the human factor in them. I mean, they're extremely
where they're pulling the bugs off of them and eating them,
taking care of them and doing all these different things. I mean, they look very human, you know, especially now that humans are getting weirder by the day.
That is a very true statement.
Right?
Humans are definitely getting weirder by the day. Oh, welcome to this wonderful edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are getting weirder by the minute. Myself and my partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez, aka Ronnie, aka Double R. You can find us on our socials. He is at _Rodney R on InstaFace, and then on brand X / Twitterverse at the Rodney R. I'm on brand X / Twitterverse at Not the Fake Wags, and then on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. Hey, real quick before we get into anything, I didn't send this over to you on the one sheet.
Yeah.
But have you seen the interview.
You read my mind.
Okay.
I was about to text
We have to go here first.
Yes. Speaking of a gorilla, yes, let's go down this road.
If we want to get chaotic, let's open this up. And of course, we haven't done top 5 in it feels like a decade, right? No, that's hyperbolic, but again, like it's been a minute since we did the top 5. We got to at least spin the damn wheel and find out what we're going to be talking about.
Yeah.
But let's get into it, man. Hold on. I'm just seeing some of your
Dolphins are the smartest.
Hold on, I'm seeing some of your comments here. See, this is why I usually turn the comments off for me, just because the comments get my ADHD ass all down a damn.
It's talking about Quinn Ewers right there, and
Quinn Ewers is the smartest Dolphin.
Quinn Ewers.
Dolphins
really are the smartest.
Get you out of a bad play and get you into a better play.
We went on a trip.
We're gonna need a Dolphin. You ever seen Multiplicity? See, here we go. Here I'm all over the fucking place already, man.
We went on a trip a while back, and they threw us in with sea lions and dolphins. And oh my God, I swear I fell in love with dolphins. They seriously are so freaking smart.
The porpoise?
No, the sea lions were cool too. It's like this one sea.
I've seen. So when I was on the West Coast, we went out towards we did a bike ride from. Now it wasn't all in one day, but it was like from the Pacifica Park up in San Francisco down to the Santa Monica Pier, all in 5 days. So 5 legs of the ride, but you end up going past Hearst Castle on the PCH, right? And there's a whole sanctuary or farm of sea lions out there, right?
Yeah.
Cool to look at, but Rodney, it was an awful smell. It absolutely
did stink when we were with the sea lions.
Yeah, it stunk. It stunk bad. I don't know what it was like. So you saying that the water was bad when you were swimming with them puppies too?
It was gross. It was really gross. And my wife has this one picture. It's actually like hanging in the house where it's like of me and the sea lion hugging each other, and it's like, okay, who's humping who? Because it's like I've got my hands around that thing, and of course it has its flippers or whatever all around me, and it's like, man, looks like the two people we're about to talk about.
Yeah.
The interview.
So and this is before we get into the Belichick thing. I was just reading some of your comments here. Are dolphins really the smartest animal out there? Our buddy, if I'm ever on a quiz show and I need to have a lifeline, Jake's going to be one of my candidates for my 50-50 or my lifeline guy, because Jake's usually got some. CB's going to be up there too. You guys usually have some good shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, code to text line. Don't forget you guys 222-9328.
But see, he also fucks with us too. I feel like Jake, Gullible's on my wall. I've seen it a few times. So,
our coach Ben Johnson, the TSU coach Ben Johnson, says he's in a section of he's right around Monterey. Man, look at that. Man, this is a hell of a long phone cord for him to be able to hear this.
Monterey?
And view this. Oh, God, beautiful, beautiful spot.
Beautiful. It happens in Monterey.
And you can go there. You can go there because not all Mexicans are bad. It's like, they have that NASCAR race that's coming up in Mexico in June. And they're like, people are going to get slaughtered. I'm like, they're doing this in the nice part of Mexico. They're not doing this where the drug lords.
How far away is Monterey from here?
Monterey's actually not that far from here. I think that's 6 to 8 hours.
Yeah, it's near Brownsville, is it not?
It's like driving up north into the Panhandle, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Seriously though, it's near Brownsville, right?
I think so. Yeah, it's kind of out that way.
Just a little more southwest to Brownsville.
Yeah. No, but I do think. Look, the low hanging fruit here is dogs are extreme. I mean, look, my little pup, she does things, and I'm like, I swear. The other day, Wags. So let me explain this to me. So
I swear we're going to talk about Bill Belichick.
Yeah, we'll get to him here in just a second. So I think it was last Thursday. I had we did something Wednesday night, and I had that Mexican martini I was telling you about. I had the Mexican martini. I got home and I ate after 10, which I used to do all the time, but I haven't been doing lately. The next day we got up, we did the show. I think I told you I was feeling a little queasy, just the stomach was whatever. I started throwing up. I mean, it was for whatever reason I felt
bad.
When's
the last time you drank?
That morning.
Never mind.
But so anyway, so I'm like throwing up a couple of different times, and anytime that I throw up, it's like anytime that I do anything, my pup is with me. She just sits there and watches me. So I was fine, got it all done. Over the weekend, she just starts randomly throwing up, and I'm like,
oh, no.
I'm like, okay, these dogs are smart. She's like feeling my pain, sympathy pain. She's fine now. I mean,
Did she not get into the batch that you ate?
No. I don't know what she did. I think she watched me practice.
Oh, usually, like if I'm sick, it's probably from the food that I ate, and then if I usually watch the dogs kind of go through the same shit I'm going through. If the dogs can stomach it, and I can stomach it. Our families are going to be pretty damn good.
And like that day, you know, the day that I was feeling better, I went outside because I have this golf tournament Thursday that I have to be in, and so I was out there hitting golf balls in my fairway out there.
That's right. Hey, are you going? When do you go? Do you go to that today?
Thursday.
Tomorrow? Thursday.
So I'll be out Thursday because I got a shotgun start at 7:30.
You got any blisties on your hands yet?
I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I'll tell you what, man.
You better lather up, buddy.
That ball that hangs on the thing, I could knock the shit out of that. So we'll see how I do when that thing isn't there to help me. I'll report in.
Rate yourself as a golfer. How's your ball striking ability?
As a golfer, well, I would say my ball striking ability is really good as a human, but as a golfer, not good, Wags. Not good. So we're about to find out on Thursday. I'll report back on Friday and let you guys know.
I consider myself an intelligent man some days, but usually I walk into a lot of dumb shit with you. I set myself up for that one.
I know. Yeah. You know, when I come in on Friday and tell you, man, I shot a 65, don't believe me.
Yeah, 65 on the front.
Anyway, so yeah, the pup, I was out there hitting golf balls and I saw her kind of walk out and kind of squatted down and I saw stuff coming out and I'm like, that doesn't look good. So anyway, but she's fine now. So that's why I say dogs are pretty smart because they feel your pain.
No bueno. Yeah. So maybe you had some sympathy sickness there from your puppy there.
Yeah. 7 hours from Austin. Yeah. Monterey is very.
Do we have some sympathy or empathy for Bill and his puppy? I mean, did you see this interview that I'm talking about?
So who's the puppy is my question.
Right. Who's in charge here?
Yeah. It looks like this guy is programmed. You know, it's like
I have never seen Bill Belichick wrapped so hard, simp, whatever you want to call it. Give the analogy. I've never seen him acquiesce. Well, no, I have. He and Tom, he would give away to Tom, but he had never followed the beat of a drum,
right,
of somebody else before. Maybe, early days, listening to Coach Parcells and stuff like that. But for the longest time, for the past 20 years, we've seen Bill's show, right? It's been Bill's way or nothing else. It's been the Patriot way. Do your job. Right? Like, dude, like that old adage of Bill's, do your job, right? Bill doesn't follow anyone. Bill leads.
Yeah.
What is going on? Like, Jordan seems to be pulling the strings on everything, shuts down the question. And the conversation was going, the interview seemed to be rolling. It would seem to be fine. And then he gets into a little bit of personal life. And excuse me, I'm forgetting the interviewer's name. But he asks Bill about how did you two meet, and he's getting ready to lead with and then we're not talking from across the way from left field. We're not talking about this. She just shuts it down, and he just looks over. He goes, and then it gets awkward, right? Like,
yeah.
So my question to you is, never underestimate the power of the partner.
The P word. That's right. One of those.
Is this deadly or a detriment to Bill's career or tenure at North Carolina, knowing that he's probably not going to be there that long? It's kind of a setup position for nepotism, right? Like,
the weirdest part of this to me, because I saw it live. It was on CBS Sunday morning. Not live. I mean, I saw it as it happened.
Sure.
And of course, you see that, and then that happens, and it's like, okay, whatever. And the look on Bill's face, where it's like, I mean, I'm sorry, I know we don't go political here, but when she stands up and says we're not going there, he really had that old Sleepy Joe look. He looked like Joe Biden, where he's like, and it's like,
I'm sure there was a little bit of like disbelief, embarrassment, anger, all going through Bill at that time, right? Like, no one does this to me. Like, I thought we had an understanding of where our relationship was, My question to you is, Rodney, I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure he's feeling youthful and energized, right? But how much longer can he put up with this bullshit?
Exactly. And the weirdest part is when you see the rest of the interview, it's like if I'm sitting here talking and she's over there with headphones on, like monitoring this whole thing. And this is where I get into it.
What's her job again? She is with the team, right?
Social media relations or something like that.
So she's like PR, right?
Yeah,
PR. I'm guessing PR.
Yeah, but like even at the spring game, she's in the middle of everything, and I can understand that. But just the manner that she's doing everything, this just really seems like to me there's something more here to where she's controlling what he does, and who controls that guy?
So I got a lot of questions. Like, why? What? My main question is, why can't we talk about it? Why can't we ask that question?
Exactly. Was she 18?
Right? Or that is and I'm not trying, you know what? They're adults. So, and my grandmom and my granddad, I think she was 16 and my granddad was 19.
Well,
but that was a different, everybody uses that excuse. It's a different time or whatever. They eloped. So, I don't know.
Well,
it's weird. It's weird.
I would just think that the way that this relationship seems to be going, I would think that she or he or them together would be smart enough to say, okay, if someone says, how did we meet? And I don't know how they met, but come up with something. Be like, oh, how old is she? 24? 3 years ago.
Exactly. Have the same story.
Yeah, it's like if I'm gonna commit a crime, I'm gonna tell you, Wags. Okay, here's how we did it. Here's how we did it. It's like here's the alibi. When they come to you, because you and I are on the radio every day, they're gonna come to you and say, "Did you have any idea?" And you say, "No, well, I knew that day he was whatever." That's where this just seems so weird that she is totally in control of everything, and he is just like going along with it, right?
Patrick with the Farmers Only. He was on farmersonly.com.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. You don't,
Troy, I'm going to play devil's advocate a bit. I think he's trying to be about the book. And since we all know how they met and the story has been told so much, she didn't realize that the tone was a bit deaf. Okay.
Oh, I don't know how they met. I've only gotten into this.
Right. Bad. I'm with you, Troy. Bad optics. Like as PR though, like I'm sure I can follow the arrow of the line of staying on topic, but PR, man, that when you refuse to talk about something, that's usually a bad sign, or it is bad optics. But
they met it.
Stay focused on the interview.
Yeah.
Right. We got a time. She's taking track of the minutes, right? She's in charge of the minutes.
It's really, and the whole thing about it is, the other thing with that is, the other fact of this, and this has been proven as well, that like any email.
Yeah, they met on the plane. Did they not?
How it was? Mile High.
Sure, I'm pretty sure that's how it was.
Hey, if I joined the Mile High Club,
I don't think it was anything scandalous, right? But I'm asking the question. Like the question needs to be asked, why can't we talk about it?
That's exactly right. And the whole thing is with this is, come on, Bill, you've always been. It's like he's just, pardon the pun here, he's kind of just shriveled up, and it's like, wow, she is in total control of this. And I don't know. How long can he do?
It's not his way. Like, and when I saw that happen, it didn't look that the first time I saw discomfort in Bill.
It just seems like there's more to this. For him to just kind of lay down like that. I've always kind of compared Bill Belichick to. Did you ever watch Young and the Restless?
I don't think I did, man.
Man,
I remember like Days of Our Lives and shit from my grandma watching it, but
I've always
a guy named Cord. All my children. I remember all my children.
Yeah.
I don't remember days in your life.
I've always thought of Bill Belichick as the great Victor Newman. I don't know if I'm sure some of our viewers will know who that is, or the chat. That dude is like, he's in charge of the Newman family. They've killed him about 8 different times, and he just keeps coming back to life. And it's like he's just the baddest of badasses. I mean, he was blind one time, and somebody wanted to drive him somewhere, and he's like, nobody drives Victor Newman.
Never saw the variety shows that much.
Oh, that's good stuff. Victor Newman.
Yeah. Again, just we'll end on that.
It's weird. It's weird.
Bad optics. And that's kind of been my vibe, and kind of been like the theme that I've been kind of looking at here, the past 6 months or whatever.
You know what this
it doesn't have to be pretty all the time, right? But if something comes out and it's just stale, or it doesn't feel right, like I'm probably gonna pry and ask some questions.
It's like she has him hypnotized, like on those TV
well, I mean,
shows.
a lot of wives have their dudes hypnotized. Are we not? Like, does Tracy not have you hypnotized? I know Katie had. Like, we all men are like that, right? It's just weird seeing Bill like that. Like, I acquiesce. I pay second fiddle. I play second fiddle to my wife. Like, when she says goes, bro. Like, yeah. I've been married 23 years, successfully 23 years. And it's usually because even if I don't like it, I'm going to come into this room. I'm going to, and then I'm going to get my thoughts back. I'm going to process my shit. And then we're going to go down. We're going to have a conversation. All right. Like, man. And usually she's going to win. She's going to come out with the logic. So,
Wags, I tell people all the time, I'm in charge of my fucking house. When she's gone.
Yeah. Well, even when she's gone, she's like making sure that, the list is still getting done and everything.
Well, but
that was
nailed it. CB nailed it. That hotness, that P word.
What are you referring to, the hot to crazy ratio here?
Well,
I don't know. I think we are starting to see the beginning of the end of that fun little relationship where he's putting her up and doing airplanes on her feet while they're on the beach of Cape Cod or whatever.
And just think about it. For Bill, it's going to be a double whammy, because you fizzle out after Brady leaves. So maybe it was really Tom Brady, the best in that relationship. And now you're doing this. Boy, what a fall. What a fall. Hey, but I'd rather fall with her than Tom Brady, for crying out loud. Tom Brady's a good looking man, but I'd rather fall with Jordan.
So I wonder, I don't know if Bill Belichick and Jimmy Johnson still go on the fishing trips together. I know they used to.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Belichick used to bring his wife on the fishing trips. I'm wondering if Jordan attends the fishing trips with Bill and Jimmy.
Yeah, girl.
I mean, I don't know. They haven't been dating that. I don't know how long they've been dating. I don't know if they still go on the fishing trips. There's just a lot going on. That's none of my business. So
Nick Saban needs to get a hold of Bill Belichick and get him straightened out. Be like, Bill, what are you doing?
I think Bill's doing okay, right? Bill's doing okay. Hey, I just after that interview, after that conversation, it makes me ask some questions, and it makes me think that Bill Belichick is not going to be having fun with Jordan for that much longer. I'm pretty sure he's coming to the end. I would feel like he's coming to the end of that ride. That's all.
Yeah.
All right. That was enough. We have playoff basketball to talk about. We have playoff hockey to talk about. Where do you want to go with first, man?
the power of the P. Boy, we got
there it is, bro. There it is.
That P word has been defined a lot of different ways this morning. I think I even saw a poontang reference on there. So there you go. Houston, we have a problem. We knew they were going to have a problem. Where's all that defense? This is supposed to be the vaunted defense. And here's Golden State. Jimmy Buckets. Oh, man, Houston. I think that this is about to be done, my brother. This is about to be done to me, I think.
There's mismatch problems, right? You'd like to think that they had the size advantage too, but when Draymond Green is able to play, defense like he is, I mean, the last sequence is kind of, I won't say it's indicative of the entire series, but I mean, it's held. I think the game last night was pretty indicative of what we've seen so far, even though Jimmy Butler just came back, but it's back and forth. It's a slugfest. It looks like it's going to be out of reach for Houston. Then they come climbing back. Yeah. And then you think that they're about to use the size advantage and be able to dominate there. And then just the defensive stalwart of all, kind of steps in and says, no, not today, and ends ends it on a one outstanding final defensive sequence there to kind of keep the Warriors up on top. And hell, man, I thought after Steph made that little runner or the little floater in the lane and missed, I thought Houston was going to come down, take the last shot and be able to run off the court with it there and kind of steal the victory in Golden State. I question Sengun as the shot taker there. I don't know. Maybe you think you have a mismatch with Dre there, but again, you're going up against one of the best defenders in all the association. I think maybe you find a better shot selection for that in that situation.
Yeah, well, and you mentioned, Draymond Green, then he has the 3-pointers there, towards the end of the contest. But, this dude is just such like trying to kick that dude in the nuts. It's like, people get frustrated with Draymond Green, but it's like, look.
Sure, but Dylan Brooks does the same antics. And I see a few of y'all's comments. Troy, I'll address yours real quick, though. And I agree, like, Dre should have been tossed, but also Brooks should have been tossed too. If you're going to toss one, you got to toss them both. And I think that's maybe why Green didn't get tossed. But also with the body of work that Green has and just the antics that we know of Draymond Green, I feel like it would be easier to give him the boot and get him out of there. But again, playoff basketball, I do credit the refs for letting them play. But I think we've kind of seen this in this series too. And I'm not trying to be a Houston homer. I'm not. I'll put it out there. I want Golden State to win. I want to see Golden State win. But I feel like in watching this series, and I love when the refs let the teams play, right? But I feel like sometimes they let them play for a little bit and then they call it back when Houston gets a little bit of a disadvantage. And again, I know I sound like a Houston homer. I don't want Houston to win in the series. I'm just calling what I'm seeing.
Well, and here's the other part, Wags. When you're going to get into a series or a game like this, it's going to be physical. You're going to have all these different things happening. If you get to go to the free throw line 31 times, you can't miss 12 of them. That's the easy stuff. That's where you go back to that. We could talk about all and good runs by both, and Steph is what he is, but man, those are the easy ones right there. It's like with the holding penalties and all the shit that we talk about in football. You can't miss and make mistakes on the easy stuff in Houston. Think about that. You make half of those 12 shots, we have a different result, and that's what's going to get you eliminated. And you're in a big hole now because hell, you're in their joint. You're in their joint.
Yeah. It's a tough feat to come back from 3-1. That's awful, man. Here's the thing that Golden State has with Jimmy Butler. And Golden State was a great team at slashing, getting to the basket also. But I think with Jimmy Butler, you can't think that the balance is just solely on, lying on the perimeter. I think Jimmy Butler does so much of an excellent job at keeping them off balanced, right? Or keeping the opposition off balance because they don't know if they're guarding the perimeter and they don't, or to guard. You got to guard both, essentially. You got to guard the paint and you got to guard the perimeter. You can't just put all your, all your guys shading towards the perimeter and try and to close out on shots, because if you do that, then you're going to absolutely get carved up and eaten up inside. And it doesn't have to be just off of size and strength. They can take you off the dribble too, right? Like so many open threes that Jimmy could have probably hit, and then the pump fake and then the dribble. How many times have we seen the pump fake, sidestep, and then shoot a three? And then sometimes Clay would knock some good threes down, but I think Jimmy's just playing smart basketball, man. You get a pump fake, you drive the basket, you get the defense to rotate over, and then you get them in foul trouble when they're late to the rotation. Again, you're just exploiting the mismatches and mistakes of the opposition, and that's what Golden State's doing well.
They're doing it totally well, and Draymond Green said it last night, where it's like we say about playoff Jimmy, that last night was playoff Jimmy. It
is different, is it not?
Right,
like
it's absolutely amazing.
The dude played for, and I will say this: I think the 3-pointer where he got fouled when he was shooting a three, like if that's not Jimmy, but if that's somebody else, I don't think that call's made. But this too, like back to the inconsistency of the refs. You've been letting them play. You've let them play the entire. I don't even know how many fouls were called, but Jimmy got to the line a lot. And there were a lot of free throws attempts last night, right? But throughout the series, in closing moments, within 2 minutes or less, you usually have been letting the teams play. And then it looked like a little I mean, sure he had contact, but I mean, how malicious was it, and how hard of a hit was it to where it changed the course of the shot? Now again, it doesn't have to be heavy pressure. It just has to be contact, right? That's what the rules state. But still, we've been the ref's been letting it slide for a while, and then they give a little bit of a hand check on Jimmy while he's shooting a three, and because he's had he does that amazing after he comes down off of it, his hips, that contusion on that hip is just hurting and nagging the hell out of him, and then he's able to walk it off and go celebrate in the locker room because of all the euphoria and just the adrenaline pumping through. Right? Come on, man. We got to be. If you're the refs, you got to be a little bit more consistent with it.
And I think so much of it is for the Rockets. I mean, you have to be extremely frustrated today, after that, because after the Saturday game, you figured out, okay, Jimmy's not playing. I mean, and obviously Steph does what Steph does to you, which is not surprising. But you hold Steph in control for the most part, it seemed like. I mean, you did kind of reduce some of that, but still, this is where it's kind of scary with the Warriors, like we talked about going into this series, Wags, and for the entirety of this playoffs. Is that Golden State right now? They're able to pick up the slack, and then boom, here comes Jimmy in the fourth.
That's just what's different, right? Is that with Clay would move without the ball and without dribbles, right? Jimmy can take you off the dribble from the perimeter after a pump fake and then get it back out to the perimeter with a pass. Like Clay, usually, like when Clay pump fake, he would sidestep and you would get the shot. You get more options. You get a Swiss Army knife with Jimmy, right? And which if I'm a defender, that's just I'll take Clay over Jimmy any day. Like I at least I know I can plan for Clay. I can't plan for Jimmy.
Yeah. And pardon me, I said that. So Game 5 will be in Houston, but I mean, I think the Warriors they want to finish this off.
What did you say?
I thought Game 5.
You said it was going to Houston. Didn't you say it was going back?
No, I said that you'll get them. That Golden State will get them again in their own place in Oracle. So I was wrong. On that. But,
I didn't hear.
So to Houston, I think that Houston. I seriously think they can finish this off because I think just the differences between Game 3 and Game 4. It's like, okay, we're gonna prevent what happened in Game 3 in Game 4 by doing this and shit. It still didn't work. You still lose, and you just need. Houston just needs more contributors. I mean, that's the whole thing with that. But it was where Houston, to me, has been the better defensive team in the swarming defense. It seemed like that's what Golden State's been doing. So again, the series is kind of flipped, and Houston, we have a problem. Pardon that stupid pun, but we call this. We called that Golden State was going to be possibly.
Or I thought that the 7 would beat the 2 because it's not a real 7. Like it doesn't look like a real 7.
Yeah.
Also from NBA last night, there was a shoot around practice in the East there. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it. Like there was competition. It didn't look like it didn't look like
lot.
The Heat were having, I don't know, the Heat were playing some rec league basketball last night. It was bad. It was over in the first quarter. It was over at halftime. It was just an absolute shellacking. But what was the score? It was
a 55. It was a 55-point win. I know that.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think it was like 60 something to like 20 at halftime or whatever. It was ridiculous. Maybe 70 to 30. I'll have to go back and do the math. But anyways, I can't. My memory is failing me. But yeah, the Heat have been swept. Spider Mitchell, Jarrett Allen in that group, they look fantastic. I still like Boston out of the East. I can't wait for this matchup. But yeah, like here we go. Just when you think, the West is kind of, dying down a little bit and, we won't have that much to watch, we're going to get ready and get primed up for, a next series showdown between Boston and Cleveland when that gets ready to happen, man. So that's probably, I say that Golden State and Houston is the best series so far. And it is, right? It's first round. It is the best series. But when Boston and Cleveland actually happen and this goes down, this will be the best series. Like, I know we're going to get the best of the West and the best of the East. I still think the West has the better teams, but this will be, to me, I think this will be one hell of a series to see Boston and Cleveland go at it for 7 games.
Yeah, man. I think so too. And thank you, Jake. You're right. Yeah, hell, I think the Spurs still play at Hemisphere Arena, so I'm that far behind with some of these things on the building there. But yeah,
I said Oracle. I said Oracle last week too. Like, it's just you always used to Oracle got torn down. No, it didn't get torn down. It is still.
Yeah. The Lakers still play at the Forum, as far as I know. It's well, they won't be playing much longer, for crying out loud. But yeah, that's going to be a massive series. And if you're the NBA, I mean, right now,
is the Summit still around?
Yeah, that's Joel Osteen's building. He bought that. That's where he has.
That's okay. All right.
That's where he has his churches in there at the not the fried chicken. That's where he has his church services over there at the Summit. Yeah, the Summit. The Toyota Center now, the home of the Rockets, and of course Minute Maid or Dyken Park. That's weird. Anyway,
I just saw that comment. I'm not a fan of the Golden State court. Like the bridge, it's just got a little bit too much. I didn't like Brooklyn's court either. I just call me a little traditional when it comes to the hardwood there. But yeah, just give me a nice classic basketball floor so we can shoot some hoops off of.
Just make it look like wood. Wood is all we need. Wood.
Who found the wood last night was Wyatt Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Wyatt didn't have a goal all throughout the series here, and then pots two last night, and I mean 6-2. Now, of course, this is the seal. I would say that this is probably like a ceiling win for Dallas, be able to fire on cylinders like this. But Wyatt Johnson,
dude, they look good. That second period.
Welcome to the series. And when Wyatt Johnson's firing like this, now Dallas can get going here, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that second period was marvelous. And if you have that, that's where I think that they've silenced kind of to where I was like, well.
Yeah, and Miro the hero is coming back too, baby.
Yeah.
So did he skate? I don't know if he skated this morning or not. I know he skated the other day. Like he had a good full on practice too. So I'm sure he was in the morning skate.
Well, it's like where they sputtered their way into the playoffs. I mean, okay, they're awake. There you go. And then this is when you need to be doing. I mean,
Ben scored. Ben got on the scoring sheet, and he hadn't scored, I think, since February or whatever. He didn't score last night, but I mean, he's gotten on the sheet for this series. Wyatt Johnson starts to get going here. Yep. Miro comes back, and hell, you get some offense on that back line there, man. So I like it for Dallas. Starting to catch a little bit of heat. I'm liking. You know what I even like more? I like the optimism. I like the optimism from Jake Bayless here. Signs that the season could be turning here, amigo.
Well, that's a poor deprived Dallas area sports fan right there. Towards like, this is all I've got. The Cowboys are what they are. The Mavericks are, well, the Rangers. I mean, you got the Rangers. That's okay. But yeah, Dallas, that was really, really dominating last night. I turned it off after a while, to be honest with you. It's like, okay, I think this is in hand.
I didn't turn it off, but I turned the sound. Like I switched the sound over and turned
the Rockets,
the Golden State Rockets game.
Yeah. Well, and the Stars last night did everything that the Rockets need to do. You need more people involved. And that's where it was with Dallas last night. You got
to get special teams. You got to get them power play, man.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it looked amazing. Good for Dallas. Florida rolls on. So here we go, man. Here we go. Getting these things trimmed down a little bit.
Yeah, that is now. I think that's 3-1.
3-1.
3-1 now. Florida and the Lightning there. Good news for the Caps is one of the best goaltenders is gonna get out of one of two of the best goaltenders that's in the playoffs is going to get eliminated out of this series there between Vasilevsky or Bobrovsky. I'm pretty sure Bob's going to stay on here with Florida, but Florida's absolutely loaded. Like, even if Washington can survive and get past Carolina next series, how do you beat Florida? Like, they're so good. They're just so damn good. They're loaded. And with the move that they made for Marchand, they're a pretty solid squad.
Yeah, absolutely. So
where else we need to go here?
I want to ask you, Wags, because I'm heading to Big D Dallas today. So tonight I've got to do a little bit of stuff. Then I'm going to be free all night long. So I'm going to get me some taco casa, and I'm going to settle in and watch hockey. So taco casa. You never had that before in Dallas?
I have not.
Oh my god!
Is like Taco Cabana? Like what are we talking about?
No, it's kind of a little.
I had Taco Cabana one time, and I got to say, there's a reason why I had it once. Like
kind of has the Taco Cabana feel, kind of has the Taco Bell feel or whatever. But Taco Casa is really different. You get a super taco or a super burrito, and dude, like the taco's this big, and it is like really, really good. It's exceptional, and I've got it. It's like almost in the parking lot of where I'm staying there on Raceway Drive in Big D, Dallas. So that's my plan tonight. And watching hockey, and I go there because I would.
Are you gonna rip some balls too?
That's Thursday. That's Thursday.
All right, but still, we gotta get a lat workout in. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We gotta get a lat workout in. We gotta get some back stretches in for you. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even tell you. So I've got one of those. I bought one of those putting green things that I've been practicing my putting.
Did. Are you serious?
Yeah, like like on the Price is Right, where old Bob Barker's over there. Watch this.
How much does that cost? Is it worth it? Is it worth a shit?
I got it on resale. It was like $11 on the Amazon. It was refurbished or whatever they call it. It had a sticker on it. It said, "Thank you for saving this product." And it's laying out there, and you hit it over there and drop it in there. Pretty cool. It's got different levels, and so I've been practicing my putting and out in my own fairway. So yeah, I'm turning into the Tiger Woods.
You know what? I sit there in the backyard, and I did it a lot more before we had Rocky, and now with Rocky gets in the fucking way of my swing. So I think I'm just gonna get a wiffle ball or one of those wiffle ball golf balls or whatever that you can just hit and it doesn't go anywhere. But I've been practicing my chipping in the backyard, and now the damn dog comes back and it gets in the way of my backswing, and I feel like I'm gonna hit the damn dog, and I don't know. I can't even do push-ups with the guy, man.
Oh man, no, the one that I have, I mean, it's a real golf ball that just kind of
auto ball. Oh, does it have auto ball return? Does it bring your ball back?
It just spins, and mine tells me because like I hit it, and you can set the level. Like if you want to hit from a tee, you set it high. If you want to hit with your iron, hit what?
What do you mean it just spins? When you hit the ball?
It's got like the devil's pitchfork. You stick it in the ground, and it's got a little thing that hangs over, and that's where the ball is. And it's on a little rope type thing. You hit it, and it just spins. It doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, okay. So it's not a green? I thought you said you had a putting green.
Well, I have a putting green. That's the other thing.
God, this is like having a conversation with my 19-year-old son.
The putting green is like a little piece of AstroTurf with a hole.
Okay, does the putting green have a return, have an auto ball return?
It sends you the ball back. Yeah.
Okay.
It sends you the ball back. Yeah, which that's pretty cool too. But the hitting thing, it's a swing groover is what that thing is called. And you hit it and it tells you if, depending on which direction the ball goes, either it is spinning around, it means it goes straight, or if you slice it, it's going the other way, or if you hook it, it's going the other. It's actually pretty cool.
Nice. All right.
Yeah. That was $23.
Okay, so look at you investing into your golf game a little bit.
$31 in here.
So after you just can't play this one time.
Oh, I know.
After this, because you've invested, now we have to go out and we have to actually play.
We got to go play. I've even watched LPGA on the weekend just to watch how they
swing. You ain't watching it for strokes. You're watching it for a tire.
Well, no offense. No offense. Actually, I am watching what they do. I am actually watching what they do. I mean, there's not a lot of those that are like, some of those.
You're not paying it. What's that lady's name? Spiranak?
Paige Spiranak.
Is she on the tour?
Ooh, no, she's not on the tour. And that's that O'Neill lady. She does some other thing. But anyway, that's a whole different story. We can talk about that. But so I'd like to go in with you because I know Buck does his picks and so forth. But I would put more faith in the 4 games tonight and what you think's going to happen.
I've been off the past couple of nights, and honestly, if I can't give you I'm going to tell you that the Caps are going to win. Like, it's hard for me to pick against my heart versus the Caps, especially with Montreal. I mean, Montreal's been given a little bit of a scare, but they don't have the Joes. I'd like to think that the Caps are able to take it tonight. I'd like to think that the Wild take it tonight, even in Vegas. Caps don't play tonight. I'd like to think that
Devils and Hurricanes.
Give me Give me Ottawa. Give me Ottawa to stall this thing out. Ottawa wins in Toronto. Carolina finishes business.
Mm-hmm.
The Wild go up 1 over the Golden Knights in
Oilers
Vegas.
Kings. Oilers Kings. There you go. That's how we round out the night.
And I think the Kings are able to take care of business on the Oilers in LA.
Interesting there. Interesting on the Kings.
Give me the Senators. Give me the Senators and the Wild on the road, and I'll take the Kings in the lead, or excuse me, I'll take the Kings and the Canes at home.
All right. Kings. Check in on that tomorrow. See how that goes.
All right.
See how that goes right
Yeah,
there.
and again, Jake's kind of got it right, and this is kind of where I'm going at, right? Like the Maple Leafs look good, but traditionally, this is where they start to let it slide. They start to let it get away from them, right? They competed. It's been one hell of a battle in the series, and now, Ottawa has a chance to kind of maybe come back and break it, and give them a little bit of hope, but on the brink, they have a chance to put it away.
Yeah.
And here's where Toronto usually shows their colors.
Wags, and we were talking about this the other day with the Golden Knights and the Wild there. Again, this in Vegas. And I really thought about this after you said that. Just that environment. I mean, I know these guys are
nuts. It's
professionals.
It's a shit show there.
You have to think that
it did look like a Daft Punk concert the other day.
Yes, exactly. And that's where you have to, especially right here where, I mean, the Golden Knights really, it would behoove them to win tonight. I mean, I think that's where you're really going to go into that atmosphere is going to be juiced up even bigger. I mean, that has to be hell going in there.
He's been fantastic for Minnesota.
He has.
Jackie Boy, Eichel and company, you'd like to think that they'd be able, in Stone, I'm pretty sure, like, just the juggernaut of the offensive buzzsaw for Vegas, which is crazy. You know what's even more crazier? Fleury is backing up Gustafsson in Minnesota. And here I am thinking, like, if they go down, if Gustafsson
starts having a couple of nights where he's not, his peripherals are off, you just bring in a Hall of Fame goaltender like Marc-Andre Fleury to to kind of bridge you out a little bit, man.
Yeah, sounds like Golden State, for crying out loud.
Yeah, Jake, you have let your feelings known about Vegas, my guy. Again, like, I'm not a Vegas fan. I just want to go see a game in Vegas. Right?
I think it would be fun.
I would love to go see an actual game in that venue. So
yeah, I think it'd be really cool to see that. Friends, let me tell you about Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check out the weekly specials right there. Start your search there. I know a lot of times it can be a little overwhelming when you go out to a dealership and it's like there's cars, especially when you go to Covert Bee Cave, because there are cars everywhere. It's 42 acres, for crying out loud, of stuff out there. That's what I'm talking about. Look online. Take a look and see what the inventory is. If you can kind of hone in right there and get an idea what you want, you may get over there and you find something that's even just a little bit better. That's new and pre-owned cars, trucks, or SUVs. Our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Let's take a look.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Right. Nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now, not ever. And you're going to see here as we do these sponsor shout outs, one thing in common. They're all local. They're all our people. McCall Custom Homes for over 40 years. Father-son team right there as they have been making those dreams a reality. I mean, I've talked about it. I'm a proud endorser and customer of McCall Custom Homes because my shower is tremendous. It is all finished out, and we are just loving what they did with that bathroom. We walk in there, and it's like it's amazing to see that what we had. You want to talk about turning chicken shit into chicken soup. That's exactly what they did right here. They may use that as their new slogan. We can do that for you. Actually, what they do is they build value into your home, whether it's a remodel like we're talking about in the bathroom, a kitchen remodel, adding a second story, or if you need that custom home, they'll take care of it for you. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out our man, Mike. Text him, 512-633-9580. Don't do it too late because he's got a baby there. Free estimates right now for TSU listeners and viewers. Give them an idea what you're looking for. They're going to give you the feedback back. And you never know. What time you put the two heads together, you come through and you're going to be enjoying your project. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. And of course, Wags, we're going to talk local. Speaking of hockey, we got to talk about our man. Only one place to go for those AV consultation needs.
Yeah, audio-visual consultations. You guys know the deal, man. 512-255-8678. That's the number. That's the lotto numbers there. The lucky numbers you're going to call for the big guy to come on over and tell you to get the hell out of the way. We're going to put 2 TVs on this wall. We're going to put 3 over there and 4 more on that wall, man. Whichever one you want, it's all deadly, and it's all done with Tom and his crew, man. AVconsultations.com. If you don't know what you want, you can see the gallery of projects they have done over the past 38 years of leading the standard in, or 35 years in leading the standard in audiovisual automation there. Since 1988, man, they've been getting it done. They can get it done for you. They got it done for all of us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. We highly advise you to have a consultation. It's free. You come on over there, and then the big guy just lets you know what you need. It's pretty easy. It's seamless. And then at the end of it, you're going to be in heaven. You won't have to go out spending all that money at all those crazy restaurants or bars on Sundays because you'll have your viewing of your choice. Whenever you leave your house, your wife will be happy. It's audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Wags, I think we said the magic word on here because I know the Coda text line, I'm seeing it several times, and I'm seeing it on the YouTube chat as well there. When we start talking about Paige, the golfer, we might have to have a Paige with Spearneck. I don't even know how to say her last name. She's just Paige.
Spearneck? I don't know.
Spearneck, whatever her name is. People are all fired up.
I don't watch that many of her videos to know what she's actually called.
Yeah, I don't know what her name is.
I do know what I need from Jake Bayless. I need a list of derogatory terms for your asshole that you can compile, because I've seen cinnamon ring a few times. I've seen a glory. I've seen a whole bunch of. Wait, that's not a butthole. Is not a glory hole. Never mind. My bad.
I don't know what that means. I mean, I've never understood what Jerry means by that glory hole. I don't.
You never seen a glory hole? You don't know what a glory hole is?
Well, no, I do, but I don't know how Jerry's correlating all of this into his.
I'm pretty sure Jerry has experience with a glory hole.
Oh, come on, Jerry.
Right? I mean, if he is a fan of glory holes, then he has experience with glory holes.
I would assume because he has things scattered all around North.
One Texas. Would deduce. What's on your plate for today, man? Where are you going?
Oh, I was heading to Dallas, heading over to Fort Worth. I got Texas Motor Speedway this weekend, so and then that golf tournament is part of my obligation. But I'll be here with you. The only day is Thursday, and I think our man Al Walsh will be in on Thursday.
Walsh comes on Thursday. That's correct.
Walsh on Thursday, so we'll continue to chop it up. We'll talk some Dallas stuff. Where are the Stars? When's the next game for the Stars? That is
it's not tonight. It should be tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
No, they're off tomorrow too. Tomorrow's probably travel day.
Yeah, travel.
And then what? Friday maybe? Friday.
Okay.
No, not even Friday. They play Saturday.
Oh. That's a hell of a time off. Oh, top 5, Wags. We need to. I know we have our top 5 ideas. Maybe tomorrow. We'll spin that wheel and figure out what we're going to deduce.
Never mind. They play Thursday night. My bad.
Oh, Thursday night. Okay. And we'll figure out.
I skipped over Thursday, I guess. Yeah, they play Thursday night and then Saturday.
Okay.
I was gonna say Saturday. That's 3 days is one hell of
that. Yeah, at this point that's quite a bit. So yeah, we'll figure out maybe the top 5 tomorrow and see what we can come up.
We'll spin the wheel. We'll spin the wheel tomorrow then.
Yeah. What do you think?
A lot of categories on there, so
yeah. There's plenty on there.
The NFL that we got to get off our plate.
George Kittle got a contract.
Down the middle, George Kittle. There we go.
There you go. 4 years, $76.4 million. Hey, tight ends aren't important. Well, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are, man. We've been talking about that.
Let me. Do I have enough time? Do we have enough time for this? All right. Chocolate starfish. Gotcha. All right. I didn't mean like right now. Damn, bro. He is on it. Do we have enough time for this here? No. I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna package this a little bit better and then hit you with it tomorrow. I'm going to ask you about, why the emergence or the reemergence of the running game has coming back, I guess, to relevancy in the NFL. We'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow. I'll leave you with a tease on that.
Yeah, and that's a thing, kind of to
what is a
preface
Rusty Sheriff Star? What? I've never heard that, guys. Come on.
Rusty Sheriff Star. I don't know what the hell that is.
A pussy gump stump leather Cheerio.
I'll tell you, that's see, that's why we count on our people right here.
Oh shit.
That's why we count on our people right here. Because I tell you, I've learned so much on this program. How long have you been doing this? 2 years?
I don't even know. Balloon knot. I know balloon knot. I've seen the balloon knot.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Oh man,
that's
okay.
well done. That's
all right.
well
Well, where else? Let's go.
Oh my god. But yeah, Kittle.
Any Texas baseball to talk about?
Well, yeah, I guess you've got Prairie View A&M tonight. So
here we go. What do you think the boys lose? If we lose the Prairie View, man, everything's okay.
We got to fire the coach.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
experimental baseball, right? If Texas loses to Prairie View,
Texas loses to Prairie View tonight. Slosh's got to go. That's it. Out the door. Get him out of here, man. Get that dude out of here. Yeah, man. I seriously thought Wags last week they were going to lose to Texas State, and they tried and still couldn't. So hey. This is one hell of a baseball team you got here. Now I just go back to where it's like I've heard BK mention this, where it's like I too thought, well, this year they're going to be feeling out whatever. Holy shit! Man.
Yeah, I didn't expect this much success. And again, we're not at the finish line yet. But there's a really good chance that we're going. God. I don't want to jinx anything, man. There's a really good chance that this team has the squad for Omaha, right? There's a really good chance. Like, I'm not trying to speak false words because I don't want it to come back and bite me in the ass. But there's a good chance that there could be a banner this year.
And the thing about it is, Wags, we think about this with what's left. I mean, obviously you've got the midweek games, but
this is just year one, buddy.
Yeah, Arkansas,
year one.
Yeah, Arkansas, Florida, Oklahoma. I mean, dare I say you've kind of gotten through. I mean, this A&M series was kind of the last one to, So
it's cruise control from here on out.
It's softened up at this point, and to watch what this team has done with the injuries.
You can't get complacent though. That's the thing, right?
I know, and that's where. And that's where that win last week against Texas State to me was so impressive because number one, Texas State is a good program.
Yeah,
but
and like they got the Longhorns before, did they not?
Yeah, they have, and that was one of those to where Texas, with being number one in the country and so forth, and the SEC is the big picture that really matters. That's where they could have been like, okay, take the foot off the gas and just get this game done and move on to the weekend series with A&M. They didn't do that.
So
they didn't do that, man.
I do have a little bit of, I'm not reluctant, but I have a little bit of concerns because of the injury on the mound, on the bump. But also like the defense is there, right? We know the metal or the aluminum's there, but the defense is also there to help with the pitching too. So again, it's like all three of the stars are connecting, and not just, there's more than just three stars, but it's excellent base running, it's excellent defense, it's excellent, hitting, and it's fantastic pitching. So when it all comes together, man, it's really hard to put the Longhorns down, dude.
Yeah. And think about it was, obviously
Williams hits for the cycle tonight. I'll take it.
Could be where we talked about, with injuries and so forth. I mean, Ruger Riojas goes to starting on Friday. And again, the Friday starter, that's, people say Friday starter, whatever, that's a hell of a task and pretty damn smooth right there. But he's been kind of one of those components this season that's been like Riojas has just been lights out, and he continues. And then you bring the other dude in on Sunday, the Sunday starter. Let's put this dude in there, and then look what he did. So it, optimistic if you were a Texas baseball fan, because that really good stuff. Hopefully you keep it rolling tonight, because it is about that momentum. It is about that momentum.
Yes, it is, my dude. All right. Anything else we got to get before we turn it over to the dudes?
The only other thing I wanted to mention last night, kind of Astros related, where Altuve, kind of the leadoff man, still weird watching him catch balls in left field. They hit one of the Crawford boxes last night, and he kind of snuck around there trying to find it. It's like, where'd he go? You couldn't find him. He's so little. Listen, where the hell did he go? And it went into the Crawford boxes. But he's like, can you take me out of the leadoff spot? So they do. They move him out. They put Pena in there, who has a great night last night. And here's Altuve out of the leadoff spot, and he hits a home run. So hey,
there it is. Look, I guess he knows, man. So here's the thing: like, Birds have been bad too. They got to win over the Yankees. I've kind of been reluctant to talk about baseball just because of how bad the Orioles have been doing so far out of the gate. So, anyways, it didn't. And this is what happens when you don't have pitching. We talk about it all the time. Like, you don't have pitching, you're going to go to shit, right?
Yep.
You can't just put all your contract and all your money into the fucking lumber. This is.
Yep.
If you don't have pitchers in a hitter's park, if you don't have pitchers that can throw lights out shit in a pitcher's park or in hitter's parks, you're going to lose. Congratulations, Orioles.
Well, and that's
the
the thing
while it lasted.
With Texas.
What's up, Jets?
Texas baseball team, we were worried about pitching, and that seems to have found, even through everything, has seemed to healed itself for whatever reason. So yeah, you need that. Hello, man.
How's it going? How are we?
Good. Talking a little bit of misery loves company with baseball. So
yeah,
professional baseball, gents, not collegiate baseball, of course.
Baseball is a frustrating sport.
It's a game of failure. Yep. Show up and go 300. You're having a great day.
There it is. That's what I'm talking about. Unless you're the Dodgers. Gentlemen, what you got on the docket today?
We have got a pretty big weekend of visitors behind us. We've got a whole lot of draft talk, and a few things in between.
Sweet.
Anything you want to preview, Jordan?
Kind of want to talk about this Rockets.
No, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that.
And I want the Rockets to win. Don't worry, I'm on your side.
Tough. Yeah, I'm actually pulling for Golden State, but we kind of talked a little bit about the inconsistent officiating in this game and how it kind of favors a little bit of it's favored a little bit of Golden State so far, especially last night. Like that touch foul on Jimmy Butler. And again, I want Golden State to win, but that touch foul on Jimmy Butler to give him 3 freebies from the charity stripe, you got to be better than that, man. And they've been letting them play too, which it's just weird. So. Anyways, I'm going to get out of your Altair. Can't wait to listen. Y'all be good.
Take care, boys. See y'all tomorrow.
Big questions to get to. I will not be answering that, Jake. But welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Will Turboff. This Rockets Warrior series, man. What is Jalen Green doing? And also, like, man, I like this young Rockets team. Right, they're fun, they're young. But man,
it's
who's the guy? Who's the guy? Who's taking the shot? They don't know.
We've known for months, and at this point, a couple of years now, that this team doesn't have a guy yet. Can Amen Thompson be that guy? Maybe. Is he showing that at all in this series? Not an ounce. And this is really the first time in a 4-game stretch where I've really seen him play consistently bad. Like in the first round of the playoffs, when you're coming in as, obviously the second best team in the West, you would think that you wouldn't need Fred VanVleet to carry you to some games. And I've hated on Fred VanVleet for far too long, and he's really stepped up this series, and he was
great last night.
He was great last night, but that is not the guy that you need to be your best player in the first round of the playoffs when you're playing the Warriors. This is the series where you needed Tariz and even a little bit of Cam Whitmore, and you needed your depth pieces like Jabari Smith. You needed those guys to step up, and yet none of them are really putting anything together consistently. And if they are, they're not doing it on the same night. Like nothing is working. It's infuriating game to watch every single time because it's not even like the shot selection is that bad. It's just for some reason they can't make the fucking shots. And it's really odd. Like last night, they shot like 12% worse, 12% better than the Warriors. I think it was like 51%, 42% or something like that. And still that game, comes down to free throws. The Rockets are shooting about 60%.
They're 19 of 31 last night, I believe it was.
I know it was 10 for 16. I think on the series, they're shooting around 60%. It's the worst. I mean, just some of the worst fundamental basketball that I've ever seen. To make a run next year, and I'm taking this year out of the question, I think the series doesn't even make it to 6. I think I think you and Nick are going to see the end of the road for the Rockets on Wednesday.
I hope not. I hope they can at least win while we're there.
I will say I'm going to go ahead and call out Kevin Durant. You are a Houston Rocket, and if it's not Kevin Durant, it is Giannis. The Rockets have a bunch of pieces to move. A lot of contracts that are going to be up within the next 2 years, and too many players to pay. They would much rather they're only going to be paying Jalen Green for he has one more full year on his contract and then a team option. I assume with the way that he's played this year. I mean, like I said, he's been good. He just refuses to step up.
Here's $12 million. Take it or leave it, bozo.
I mean he's making $30 million a year. And they will continue to pay him that because he is a second option on a team that was the number 2 seed. He was the first option on a team that was the number 2 seed in the West. Uprin Şengün is in his 4th year, but still plays pretty young, and he plays very reckless. And I do feel like that will turn around. Having Steven Adams has completely changed the way that he's played, and that is a great duo. Unfortunately, Steven Adams is pretty old, and that it won't be viable to keep him on the team, especially with what Golden State's been doing with this, hack of Steven Adams. I love Amen Thompson, and it's unfortunate that he hasn't stepped up. I do believe that that's why I love the Kevin Durant trade. You're only going to get 2 years out of him, 2 or 3, 3 at the most. But in those 3 years, you can probably win a championship. But the way that things are looking and, the way that these rosters are built around veterans right now, like I think Minnesota has the best chance from here on out. But like the Clippers are getting old. The Nuggets, I'm not sure that Jokic is going to be there in a couple of years, let alone next year.
You said Jokic?
Yeah, I think.
Where did he go?
It's a great question. I think he should go to the East and just break every record. I mean, him in the East, in this year's East, he's undoubtedly the MVP. I think he's almost unanimous. I think he's damn near averaging a 40-point triple-double. Just the level of competition. Like if you put the Rockets against the Heat or even the Magic, I think the Magic are a good team. If you put them against any of those playing teams from the East, I think it's 5-game series. I think we're not having these conversations, but Steph Curry owns the Rockets. It's been that way for 10 years now, fully 10 years now. And I can't take it anymore. I mean, last night and it wasn't even him. That's the bad part, is that has been, the worst part about this whole, Steph Curry owning the Rockets thing is that when he has a bad night, Brandon Podziemski steps up. Draymond hits some shots. It's like they just can't catch a break here.
So I have a few things to say about the Rockets. Seems like they have like no actual structure.
No,
like they're a team of a bunch of really good ISO players. And I mean, in mid-end or middle of the 4th quarter last night when Şengün and Amen Thompson were just taking turns basically playing one-on-one and they were winning, they were getting buckets. Like that only works for 3-4 minute stretches like it did.
Yeah.
Eventually they're going to adjust, especially if you're playing Steve Kerr and the Warriors. What I was like, man, why would they not target Draymond? He's at 5 fouls. And also Steven Adams, that was like his career high in minutes played, or not career high, season high. At least it definitely was this series from what I've watched. And I mean, I think that big lineup of him and Sengun at 4 was working really well. I mean, they're getting a lot of rebounds, and there's nothing Houston could really do. I think that worked.
Yeah,
they might have found like a little niche thing there to use on Wednesday, but man, they don't have a guy. They don't have, when they need a shot, the clear guy to turn to who gets the ball. They don't have that. And they don't have like a true, like, who's the shooter on this team?
The shooter is Jalen Green. I mean, we've seen him, but
series. I mean, like this team is in dire need. This team is in dire need of an Eric Gordon. You know, someone who can consistently hit a 3 off the jump. They don't have that though.
I'll tell you what, the Rockets did have Eric Gordon, and he let us down in some playoff games. So,
okay, I just meant that type of player. You know, like they need someone who's 3's good enough defense. You know,
they need someone that can actually. So, Amen Thompson could be that shooter. I don't know if you've noticed, when he's behind the key, they play 5 feet off of him. I mean, they're not even close because he can't shoot threes. If Amen Thompson gets a 3 game going, he will be a top 10 player in the league, almost undoubtedly. And if he continues to develop his body, and I think he will, I think that's going to be the hope with a lot of guys on the Rockets, is that they're going to kind of bulk up. Because when you get in these games in the playoffs and you are playing more physical, you're playing more physical than any other team in the league, kind of by far.
The refs were effing up the flow of the game last night too, with how often they kept pausing it.
Yeah, but
that was bad.
There were a lot of non-calls in that game too. Like,
that's true, but they're also like, how the hell did you just call this when you just let that slide 2 minutes ago? There were too many of those.
I will say they were targeting Draymond at one point.
Hey, I was cool with that. I've never liked Draymond.
He is. It's deservedly. He gets, you know, in these situations where they kind of call him on bullshit calls because they know what can lead to it. Dillon Brooks has been the best player in this series. I don't care what the box score looks like. I really don't care, you know, what he's doing.
Jimmy pushed him out the air last night.
Jimmy's skin so hard right now. I mean, late in that game, even like when you could tell that the Warriors were going to kind of pull away with it, and I could tell, you know, that the whole fourth, especially the second half, that was kind of the only glimmer of hope. Like, oh, Jimmy is about to get kicked out of this game. He's not taking, you know, Dillon Brooks is not taking Jimmy seriously, and that's really pissing him off. I remember when they were at the line, I think like 4 or 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And Jimmy is like yelling at Brooks, and Brooks is just kind of smiling and laughing at him. So,
hey, well, who won his team the game? Not Dillon Brooks. So
I know. I did not say it was a good game. I said that was the only glimmer of hope.
And similar vibes to when Pat Beverly told Steph Curry, "You had the last 5 years, I get the next 5." Like, man, y'all aren't even on the same playing field. Like, come on. It's Jimmy Butler in the playoffs. And shout out to him. He clearly wasn't 100% last night and still, like, fought through it. Big Jimmy Buckets fan. I like him. Everyone else in the Warriors, screw them. As a LeBron guy my whole life, with Steph Curry ending the season for a decent chunk of that, never really going to recover there. Yeah, that what Jake Baylor said. This is what Jimmy Butler told Dillon Brooks. But I don't know, man. Jalen Green has to score double digits. I mean, he had 38 every other game this series. He said 9 or less. That can't happen. You can't be the number 2 or 3 overall pick and be thought of as the guy for your team, and that happens. So I don't know what the trade is. I've seen a lot of people on Twitter lately being like, man, Milwaukee's screwed. They need to trade Giannis away because they have no, like, upcoming picks. But, like, what is Giannis worth? And especially in this situation with leverage. Like, yes, people are going to be willing to give up stuff for Giannis, but they know damn well, like, Milwaukee's not going to let him walk. They can't. You know?
They're not going to let him walk, but I really don't think they're going to be – I don't think they're going to get a huge package. Because it's true, they don't have any leverage. They're going to need a third team in this deal. In my eyes, Milwaukee needs to rebuild because they have no pieces now. The way that they have built that roster is absolutely terrible. I know people wanted Chris Middleton gone, and they felt like he was just not there consistently.
He's still there? Where's Chris Middleton?
So he was traded for Kyle Kuzma. which has been an awful deal for them. Chris Middleton is playing for the Wizards now. I'm not even sure he played a game for them since the deadline.
Who's on the Wizards now?
The Wizards have, on the vet side, they have Jordan Poole and Chris Middleton.
Who's like their star though? Who's supposed to be? Is it Poole?
Bub Carrington is Bilal Coulibaly and Alex Barr, who was drafted second overall this past year. And I kind of have a feeling that they're going to end up getting Cooper Flagg, and that could be a good team. As long as the Spurs don't get him, I'm not going to hold out hope that the Rockets get him. They do have a chance because they have the Suns pick. That is the most interesting part of this, is that Suns pick ends up being pretty good, and is better than what it should be, which I believe is 9 overall. If it turns out to be top 4 or even top 6, I honestly think that the Rockets can trade that and 1 rotation piece, maybe 2 rotation pieces for Kevin Durant, because you talk about the Bucks having no leverage. The Suns have even less. The Suns have done this project with, the fake big 3 of Booker, KD, and Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal is god awful. I mean, what an awful trade. And
we were talking about the Wizards earlier. What do kids these days know about those John Wall, Bradley Beal teams? You know who's the post?
They played together for about 50 games. I don't know if you knew that, but they were always.
Well, when they were young, they actually played quite well together. You know who was a post on that team? Marcin Gortat.
Yeah.
The fuck do kids know today about Marcin Gortat?
I'm glad.
Nick and I spent like the entire second half last night just naming random NBA players. Dropped a Festus Ezeli on his bitch ass.
I see
that one coming.
Yeah, Maury Spates, Chris Kaman.
I brought up Mo Spates. Because I was like, man, who is this Anderson Varejao looking motherfucker for the Warriors? They wouldn't sign him. Hey, Jake, I know. I'm talking about like kids, like the 90% of Curry's fan base kids. They don't know shit about Maurice Spates.
Naaman, what about taking Booker? I don't think it's a good fit for the Rockets unless they're moving Jalen Green, and that is definitely, I think he will definitely be, thrown out in some of these trades. I'm not a huge fan of trading him because I do think that the Rockets, as much as he's struggled shooting the ball consistently in stretches throughout the last 4 years, I think they need a true bona fide second shooter, and he can be that guy. Fred VanVleet will not be around for more than 1 more year after this.
Will, I have a question.
Yeah.
So obviously not ready to be the guy in year 1 or year 2, I wouldn't think, at least if he were to be drafted to Houston. But a guy I know who very much can shoot the ball and is a dominant scorer. Trey Johnson.
Yeah, nope.
You don't want them traded up for Trey Johnson?
I don't think they would have to trade up for Trey Johnson. I think Trey Johnson is going to fall. And it sounds like I don't like I do. First of all, I think he had a great season in Texas. I don't know if he is an elite scorer in the NBA, and I don't think he has mentals yet. We saw that late in the season where he just unfortunately kind of gave up in some games. And when you see that in college, especially for a guy that didn't play for a phenomenal team, it's never a good sign. He could end up being great. I could be wrong, but he is at best the second option on a championship team in my eyes. That's as high as the ceiling goes.
Man, no one really brought it up. Trey Johnson was kind of an asshole at Texas.
A little bit, yeah.
Like the amount of time I remember I ran into this dude at a 7-on-7 tournament in San Antonio in March. He's a longtime buddy. He's now on the Texas basketball creative team. And he's like, man, what do you think about Trey Johnson? And I'm like, best NBA talent they've had since who, right? But just don't like the way he carries himself, very much me first, all this other stuff. And I was like, my dad hates him. My dad went and saw him play and said he was just cussing out his teammates like the entire game. And that was back in the early non-conference games, so maybe he's grown from then. And he's like, no, you're spot on. He shows me a picture, and it's clearly one that he took because it has like the same edits as whatever Texas basketball stuff posts. And I think it was someone shooting the ball, And Trey Johnson is literally like this in the back. It was like a big shot, too. The entire crowd's on their feet like this, and it's coming out of his hand, and Trey Johnson just in the back, like, hilarious photo.
I will say, what do you think? As someone that's, been a lifelong Texas fan, is Trey Johnson the best pro prospect for Texas since Mo Bamba, since Jackson Hayes? Since
All right, so Kevin Durant played at Texas during my lifetime. My dad, I think, has told me we went and saw him. I don't remember it, so I'm not counting him. I want to clarify that right now. Same with LaMarcus Aldridge. I do not remember seeing him play, nor Tristan Thompson. I know I saw them, but I don't remember it. So this will be, instead of a Mount Rushmore, I'll do a top 5 NBA prospects I've seen at Texas that I remember. Not in order. Trey Johnson, Miles Turner, Mo Bamba, Jared Allen, and then
if you're doing top 5, you're missing one.
I mean, Jackson Hayes, I guess. I briefly remember Avery Bradley a tiny bit. I don't really know why I do, but
I will say before we kind of figured out what he was, Greg Brown could have been that guy.
No.
Could have. Did not end up being, but could have.
There's no reason I didn't say Greg Brown. I saw Greg Brown playing middle school. My stepbrother's on his AAU team. Always was on pace to be a bust. Also, he was like 20 years old at Vandergrift in his senior year. He was already old for his grade and then was held back for sports. Like, he was like driving a car to 8th grade legally. So I was always very much like anti Greg Brown. Also, he played in a district with like Travis, where they were playing at like Travis and at Vandergrift once a year. Watched him play Garrett Wilson, DJ Thorpe. Garrett Wilson and DJ Thorpe were also on those middle school AAU teams. And man, Greg Brown was always an electrifying player, polarizing player. And he, had some crazy dunks, showed some crazy flashes, but he could never shoot the ball consistently. And it was clear as day he didn't give 2 fucks about anything except really dunking or getting on overtime. Because he was one of those first like mega viral high school players, I felt like. So with him, like, it was always clear as day, even like his sophomore, junior year of high school, this is not who everyone thinks he is, just because he had no jump shot. And he missed a lot of other stuff too. And that's why he's either been the 12th or 13th man on an NBA roster, if not a G League player, his entire career post-Texas. So I was always very anti-Greg Brown. I know he was the number 3 player in the country, but pretty much all of West Austin, when he committed to Texas, was like, this isn't who y'all think it is, because he isn't. So that's my Greg Brown rant.
I will finish my
Wait, Will, real quick. A lot of people hate on Greg Brown for being a bust. You know who else is a 5-star bust from the Austin area? Will Baker.
Yeah.
Thrill Baker. Ass. Horrible. Ended up transferring to LSU, then Nevada. He's playing in Europe now and making like day in the life vlogs. No bullshit.
It's not a bad way to go. I'll finish my Rockets kind of hopes. I will say the best possible trade they could make is their first round pick this year, Jabari Smith, and 2 other players that they want for Giannis. As long as those guys aren't Upper Changun or Amen Thompson or even Tari Eason, I think it's go time. I think Tari Eason is probably the player that a lot of people are going to want. You didn't even know who he was before this series.
Dude,
you've had a chance to see him.
Kind of a crash out.
He's a crash out, but he's a crash out that can make threes pretty consistently. And he is that guy that can go on around for them.
Did you see his mom clapping back at Twitter or at people on Twitter this morning?
I had to unfollow her on Twitter. It was a long time.
They got the Houston Rockets, Bonnie Thompson. Is that what you're saying?
She's a talker, all right. And she's been that way since he's been drafted.
Man, I'll tell you what. I thought last night when I think it was like Draymond cut down Amen Thompson and then Dylan Brooks tried to get out of Steph Curry's hands and they were pushing him back. But I thought they were going to tabletop post.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson just laid on the ground and they kept pushing it. I was like,
I wasn't sure why he was, I don't know if you've heard, but that guy was created in a lab. So he shouldn't have to rest or lay down at all. And then that was the time where I thought he was going to throw a punch.
He's trying to sell the call. But no, dude, one thing too, like like I've said multiple times in this past week, I don't really watch the NBA during the regular season. So seeing these guys in the playoffs, a few of them, it's like, okay, I'm actually learning more about this guy. Man, Sengun, like at least with Jokic, it's like, okay, you can make literally every pass on the court. Probably the most skilled passer in all the NBA.
Yeah.
Right? And you're 7 feet, you're a freak show. Sengun, on the other hand, it's like, yo, how the hell is this guy as good as he is? Like the way he looks like melted ice cream, like me. And just the way he runs down the court with his arms folded, it kills me. And it's like, man, this is a professional athlete making millions of dollars. Just like he's playing the same sport as Amen Thompson. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, the roster breakdown is just insane. Like I said, I think it's the only year we'll see it like this. I will say all year I wanted Fred VanVleet gone, and I think he's one where I would realize what I'm missing the second he left. So hope he's still around. I really don't have a strong opinion on Jalen, but I would like to see him on the team. I would say get some value out of Cam Whitmore, but I don't think he's had a single minute in the playoffs, and there's a reason for that. But he's a very talented player. Out of the depth pieces, I think Jabari Smith, out of the playoff rotation, Jabari Smith is probably the first one to go. Just hasn't worked out. It's what everyone knew a couple of weeks before that draft in 2022, that there were two guys that were bona fide all-stars and all NBA players. And then unfortunately the Rockets had to pick third. Because I remember a day when Jabari Smith was the consensus number one. And that changed pretty quickly. And then it was Chet, and then it was Paolo. And then Paolo and Chet go 1 and 2. They've had great careers. Jabari Smith has been nothing more than a bona fide fourth option.
Where'd he go to college?
He went to Auburn, and Duke for Paolo and Gonzaga for Chet. Both had incredible seasons.
Hey, the CB's little fact here about how Jared Allen won 11 games at Texas. I don't remember if he was on this team. This would have been like the 2015 or 2016 season.
2015 season, yeah.
I remember going to see my one of my best friends in middle school. His grandpa played at Texas back in the day, went on to create this construction company, like Millionaire, one of the big Texas boosters. And he took us to I think it was their home opener in 15 or 16. And they were playing UTRGV. It was some tiny school from the state of Texas. Might not have been UTRGV. And they went into, I believe it was either overtime or it went down to the wire. And that was the first time people are like, yo, is Shaka smart? Like how is this happening? Someone might be able to remember that better. But I remember that game was way too close to where like you couldn't even celebrate the win because of how bad Texas played. And Miles Turner, not the same type of player, or really, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you to decide, but similar career vibes to LaMarcus Aldridge. Where just like plays on a tiny market, pretty looked over, but just one of the most consistent post players in the entire NBA and for several years.
I mean, for 10 years now, and he's stuck around in Indianapolis. Man, if you could add him to the Rockets and run a Twin Towers, because like you said, I mean, you noticed it, the Steven Adams-Sengun duo on court it's really great. And Steven Adams can still get you some blocks and still get you some points. If they had someone that could make some free throws, and could be a consistent post player and be a guy that could shoot threes, this is a scary team. And I think Giannis ends up being a guy. I think that's the Twin Towers of Giannis and Sengun. But we will see.
Yeah, hey.
Pretty soon, I think.
Where's this? Kevin McHale used to be coaching the Rockets back in the day.
Yeah, he did.
I remember that, looking like Frankenstein on the.
He's not very good.
Frankenstein on the baseline. Yeah, Kevin McHale. It's like, man, what the hell could you possibly tell James Harden? Like
McHale was the problem. I mean, it was the roster management was bad at the time, but he was not a good coach. And after D'Antoni came in, they really turned things around. It didn't matter at all because they missed 27 threes.
I might be making this up. I think Miles Turner was Euless Trinity. I'm gonna
I've got no clue.
Let's double check that. Why don't we?
And while you're checking that, take a little segue into into draft talk because this is my first time.
I was correct. Euless Trinity.
Euless Trinity.
Yeah.
This is my first time on the show since the draft just wrapped up. It's first time I've been on since Quinn Ewers was drafted and some other big names of Texas, but that's not the one I want to talk about because on Friday I said Cleveland has won this draft. They get to take Shadur Sanders in the first pick of the second round.
Oh, God.
And we know that didn't happen. And then they took Dylan Gabriel, which is one of the most ridiculous picks that I've ever seen. Dylan Gabriel will never start a game in the NFL. He's not an NFL level quarterback. Shadur Sanders is on the Toronto Argonauts negotiation list. That's where Dylan Gabriel should be playing. He'll be damn good in the CFL. He'd be all right in the XFL. He will never be anything in the NFL. And we can go ahead and clip that. He will never, ever, ever, ever be a consistent starter or even a one-time starter in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm going to be hitting this when he wins Cleveland a Super Bowl in Madden. Got a question for you, Will. You look up and down at every single quarterback room in the NFL. With Joe Flacco, Deshaun Weinstein, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shadur Sanders, is there more of a nightmare blunt rotation out of all the quarterback rooms in the NFL than the Cleveland Browns?
I saw something. It was like every friend group has
the pedophile, the
40-year-old man, the most obvious first-round bust ever, the midget, and Shadur Sanders. Who do I think will win that job? I think Shadur will. I actually think it's going to come down to him and Flacco. I don't think even Deshaun, he's not going to be on the active roster all year. If he's on the team, that's a different question because I don't know what they're going to be able to do with that contract. Although they might as well cut him because they've already paid him everything they were going to pay him. It was fully guaranteed. Again, the stupidest deal and the stupidest trade in NFL history. I don't think it's really close.
Hey, the Texans won out though.
Yeah, they definitely won that trade. If we could talk about the Texans draft.
Yeah, we will here in a sec. Dylan Gabriel. So this is a decent question. So Magic Man asked, genuine question, is Dylan Gabriel that bad? I remember him being unbelievable against Texas. What makes him bad? So first off, with Dylan Gabriel, I believe is the record holder for all-time either passing yards or passing touchdowns in NCAA
yards
history.
And completions, I believe. Yeah,
or that's what it is. He obviously started his career at UCF, transfers to OU now in Oregon. Dink and dunk offense in Oregon. Same shit they ran with Bo Nix. Why? Because neither of them can throw a ball past 20 yards accurately or with any, fizz on the ball or whiz on the ball, whatever it is. So with him, you got to kind of limit your offense. Yes, he can be incredibly efficient in like the RPO game, quick game, slants, medium stuff. Also holds most starts in college football history. Holds that record per Chris Bennett. But with Dylan, it's just like he is what he is. He's very close to his ceiling. Everyone talks about Tyler Shuck being like 26. Dylan Gabriel's like the same age. Oh, and he's also 5'10". You want to hear a crazy stat about Dylan Gabriel, my friend? Sorry, let me pull this up. So Dylan Gabriel, through the past 10 years or past 10 drafts, 2016 through 2025, these are the updated numbers on quarterbacks. 88 of 119 were 6'2" or taller. 31 of 119 were under 6'2". 4 of 119 were under 6 foot. You want to guess who the others were?
Kyler Murray. Is Baker under 6'2"? No. Kyler Murray, Bryce Young. Remind me of the frames for this. It's just
under 6 feet. From 2016 to 2025.
Yeah, is Breeze on that list?
Kyler Murray, Bryce Young. It says Bennett. I believe that's Stetson Bennett. And then Dylan Gabriel. 3 of the 119 were left-handed. Can you guess those?
Bryce Young?
No.
Yeah, he's I'm just
Penix. Tua turned the ball over.
Tua, yeah.
And Dylan Gabriel. 1 of the 119 were under 200. And
that's no Gabriel.
Stetson Bennett. No, right now, Dylan Gabriel at 94th in the draft is 3 of 106 QBs under 6 feet and 2 of 106 QBs left-handed. Or Yeah, 119 now. But man, it's not. And also, I will bring up too.
We say that it's a bad pick. Like it's
I
no defending it.
We'll bring up too. He had a great game against Texas. But why did he have a great game against Texas? Texas effectively shut down the pass because Jeff Levy got into the second half and it's like, shit, when we give it to a running back, he can't run the ball and we can't pass the ball. Let's just do design QB runs. And they won the game off that. Like that's how Oklahoma beat Texas, was they just started doing design QB runs in the second half. And Gabriel was good at that. He's an efficient runner, but man, in the NFL, they're a defensive lineman, like interior defensive lineman, just as fast as him and athletic. Like his NFL ceiling is just very capped, I think. Like he's worth a 6th or 7th, not a 3rd, right? That's where he went, 3rd?
Yeah, he went 3rd.
So, and yes, DJ Dog, we did see a lot of people think the same thing, that it was the owner. But yeah, hey, let's talk about the Texans drafts. I'll pull this up for you. Get into it.
On Friday, I talked about how I didn't like the Texans trading back and did not think that they got any value for a first-round pick. They got a 3rd-round pick and moved back 9 spots. That was pretty bad. They started off taking Jaden Higgins over Luther Burden. This was kind of interesting, but I've heard there's a good amount of character, and effort concerns with Luther Burden. That was just not someone, D'Amico Rent is a hard-nosed coach, and they take guys that are that play very hard. And Derek Stingley, who has had issues with that in the past, was kind of the only exception to that. Jaden Higgins seems to be someone that can be, he's going to have to start. It's either going to be him or Jalen Noel. I think it's going to be Higgins. They both are going to get a lot of minutes and a lot of targets. And Noel will probably end up being wide receiver 3. I think it's going to be the 2 Ohio State guys as 2 and 3. I think Mechie's not a guy that's really consistent. I like that pick. Arianto Ursay, couldn't tell you a lot. I really didn't even know who he was until the Texans drafted him, and I thought I knew most of the players in the first 2 rounds. This was a depth piece. In my mind, we will see what happens because we're not sure how high the Texans value some of these free agents that they've gotten, like Cam Robinson, like Ed Ingram. And, the rumor is that they may be trying to shift a couple tackles into guard. So that will be interesting. Could Ursay start at tackle? There's a chance. There's a chance he beats out Cam Robinson at left, but I wouldn't count on it. Jalen Noel already said he's going to be fighting with Higgins for that 2nd spot, as well as with Christian Kirk. I keep forgetting the Texans have Christian Kirk. He's my favorite player from Texas A&M ever. So he'll be there. He'll be ahead of Mechie. He'll be ahead of Xavier Hutchinson, which is kind of the funniest part of this is that the Texans drafted a receiver from Ohio State 2 years ago, and he's been dog awful and really a liability anytime he's on the field.
Want to see me do it again?
Yeah, twice. Do it again. Pick number 97 was Jalen Smith out of USC. Again, was one where I felt like the Texans were like, we have a pretty established scouting base there at USC. They got Kalen Bullock last year, and he turned out to be really good. And I think they saw that defensive staff at USC, and probably said, who's next up? Who's a guy that we can get value for in the 3rd or the 4th? And that ended up being Jalen Smith. Corner is not incredibly thin for the Texans because it seems like Jalen Petrie is going to kind of move to the nickel spot. But if he can get past Stingley, Lasser, and Petrie, if he's in that group, if he's number 4, I think he pretty comfortably beats out, Ronald Darby or Tremon Smith or D'Angelo Ross. So I don't hate the pick there. Woody Marks over a couple of the running backs that were still available, I don't like.
Hey, gotta ask you. Well, actually, 2 questions. Where did Woody Marks start his high school or college career? And then 2, what are your thoughts on Graham Mertz, 1 being in the 6th round, but 2 getting selected before Quinn Ewers?
That was real stupid. Quinn got in a better position than he would have been in Houston, because I actually do think he will start a game in Miami this year. I'm not saying he's going to be any good, but I do think that he'll start a game.
Yeah, because you're banking on Tua getting
You're
hurt.
banking on Tua for an entire season.
Yeah.
But yeah, DJ Dog, I like this because I saw it too. The wide receiver comps,
I saw that during the draft.
Higgins' comp was Nico Collins, and then Noel's was Christian Kirk. On like I think NFL and ESPN both had that for Collins. I'm not sure about Christian Kirk, but they, it's funny that they're going for kind of the same build. Woody Marks, I know, started at Mississippi State. Graham Mertz in the 6th was not a good pick. I know you need a backup. Graham Mertz has never been good. If they had to count on him to start a game, things have gone real bad. Davis Mills is still around. We'll see how much longer that lasts. I think Case Keenum is not with the team anymore. So Mertz probably enters the season as QB2 because I think Mills doesn't make it to the roster. We'll see. I hope it's not even a question that he will, have to see NFL time. And Keontae Hamilton, a defensive tackle out of Rutgers, couldn't tell you much. I do know that Luke Lackey is. I liked him, and I like Iowa tight ends, and
hey,
more times than not.
Day 3 tight end selection out of Iowa just signed for $40 million. So
yeah, so you never know. And the Texans have had their issues at tight end, not recently with Schultz and everything, and now they brought back Irv Smith. Luke Lackey may see some time, but he may not. So
hey, I remember when O.J. Howard was supposed to be the guy.
Yeah, O.J. Howard was supposed to be the guy. He was not the guy.
No. Hey, you know who was a beast in Madden? Probably saying his name wrong, but C.J. Fedosarich or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's a pull right there.
Is that how you say his name?
Yeah,
Fedosarich. He was a monster in Madden. I'd make this custom 5'9", 350-pound quarterback in the Madden franchise mode before they ever came up with whatever their My Career version is. Always played for the Texans for no reason. I don't know why. Let's talk some Texas recruiting. So you were down on campus this past weekend. Was an interesting kind of group of kids. So they had their fan day for their replacement for the spring game. And the visitor list was dominated by mostly out-of-state kids. Very few in-state kids there. We've talked a lot about it during the Sarkisian era. This is the least amount of in-state kids they've ever recruited and the most out-of-state kids they've ever recruited. The main reasons for that are the fact that they're actually winning and are a nationally relevant program now, along with the fact that everyone knows Texas is spending a lot of money right now. And when that happens, kids starting interest level is higher. For example, does Texas have as much interest as they do from kids in Georgia right now? If all those kids in Georgia didn't know that Texas just gave Justice Terry's family life-changing money, the answer is no. It just is no. It also helps that they made it to the SEC championship, of course. You got to understand what kids are really looking at and thinking about when they make these decisions. And it's not who played and lost in the SEC championship. So that's a big reason, along with the fact that the 2026 class in state, yes, there's some great talents. Keyshawn Henderson. Yes, there's some, depth. Like Kosi Okpala is the 6th-ranked linebacker. He's going to be a great college player, just a limited NFL ceiling. There's guys like that. But when you look at the actual in-state class and think, okay, how many of these guys are actually good enough to call and commit to Texas right now because they're Texas-level guys?
10?
Very few of them. Very few. So all those factors are why it's like that. But tell us about the weekend. I guess you can just start wherever. I know you and Hank split up talking to different guys, but start with wherever you want to start.
This was, like you said, an incredibly mixed bag. It was a lot of the guys that they had tried to get on campus earlier in the spring and maybe even had dates scheduled with, and then things didn't work out. So you get a guy like Derek Cooper on campus for the first time, and it's a big old deal. It's a guy that I honestly think could play running back or linebacker at the college level. I think should he end up at Texas, that will be a really big question because they'll be loaded at both positions. And we'll see what they do at running back, because at this point, I think KJ Edwards is the only surefire one. I don't think Omari Latimer ends up in Austin. Xavier Crowell. Crowell. More Latimer might, but I'm not sure he's on the level of.
Chances are definitely lower than KJ Edwards for sure.
Yeah. So they get Derek Cooper on campus. We didn't get to talk to him, but obviously the visit went well because as he was on a golf cart riding around campus, he got his Twitter fingers out and said that he canceled his official visit to Penn State. It's a midweek visit, I believe June 17th to 19th. And based on the teams that are still involved here, there's basically no one else but Texas that could be taking the spot. So Texas will get Derek Cooper on campus in a time where they won't really have a lot of other people on campus. And that, he got the VIP treatment this last weekend, and he will get it even more in June if he does end up setting that visit. So really like that one. I love the idea of guiding him. He's
as far as
the second highest rated guy that can commit to Texas in this class, I think at this point, at 34.
At running back or just
overall?
No,
247.
I mean, Felix Ojo's ahead of him. There's a few other guys ahead of him, I think, that are.
I guess safety or Jet Washington.
Yeah,
but there's a couple guys, but no one that's really 34 overall. I can't think of too many guys.
Yeah, it's close. But as far as the player goes, the Cooper, if he ends up at Texas, I would expect him to play running back. Yes, he does have that athlete tag, and yes, schools were recruiting him, as an athlete. But primarily he's going to play running back, and I believe that's what he wants to play as well. In high school, he goes both ways as a running back and actually has like this safety kind of who's, played more in the box as he's gotten bigger and grown more. But I mean, this dude is playing safety the last 2 years at like 6'1", 200 plus. Pretty impressive. And I believe has back-to-back seasons of 800, 900 plus rushing yards. He's originally from the, South Florida, Miami area, but transferred into Chaminade and Madonna recently. So you might have heard of it before. That's where Jeremiah Smith went, a few other, very relevant and notable South Florida players that either went out of state or went to one of the big three schools. And with Cooper, big body, kind of wide-shouldered kid, but runs, I believe, is PR'd in the 10.7s. A very lazy comp here, but kind of similar to Myson Johnson Cook, who is a five-star athlete at DeSoto High School, getting primarily recruited to play running back, but I think is a higher ceiling at linebacker. I will say, though, I think Cooper is a better prospect than Johnson Cook because I think Johnson Cook is just such a straight line runner where Cooper at least has much more wiggle and like the track speed shows more for Derek Cooper on tape, and he's running slower than Johnson Cook is. Johnson Cook has reached like 10.38, but he has to run in a straight line to really do damage. So with Derek Cooper, I think definitely good news. Sounds like Texas is likely going to get that OV spot that he canceled with Penn State. So we'll see there. And CB, to answer this question about Texas trending for a five-star tight end, I believe you're talking about Mark Bowman from Modern Day. They are in a good spot with him, but I mean, Texas has to beat out Georgia, USC, and Oregon, along with Ohio State there. So that one is a long way to go. He's not going to commit till the season, and he's the number one tight end in the country. So Texas will lean on their modern-day connections. Chris Jackson's an alum. They have several guys on the roster, including a tight end, Spencer Shannon. But, Mark Bowman's a kid who's going to make over $1 million next year as a tight end and won their reclass too. And he's worth every penny. Never has there been a player since Brock Bowers that is so easily comparable to Brock Bowers. He's one of those guys you look at even in 7-on-7, and it's like, yeah, he is an NFL draft pick as long as he stays healthy 3-4 years. He's one of those guys. So Texas getting him, they'll have a shot. His dad grew up a Texas fan and went to Louisville, but actually grew up in Austin. And they have a lot of family friends still down there. So he'll be one to watch, but that one is far from over, and it's going to take a lot of effort from Texas to win. Who else you want to talk about from this past weekend? And
real quickly, I'll go with some guys who I don't have a ton of info on, but I do know that it seems like Texas is in good position. Draylen McCoy out of Tupelo, Mississippi, was not able to talk to him as well. Him and Derek Cooper were two guys that were kind of shielded away from the media the whole time. Draylen McCoy is the one that you may remember from a few weeks ago, had a lot of interest in Texas A&M, and then Texas offered in the first week in March, and all of a sudden he said, I'm thinking about Texas more than I am about A&M. I know who the flagship school in the state is. So he switches his Texas for, A&M for Texas in his top schools list. And then he switches his A&M official visit to Texas for June 13th. They had tried to get him on campus about a month ago, a little bit more than that. I believe it was the last week in March. That didn't end up happening, but he does still make it there. He makes it there. It sounds like he had a great visit. If Texas can get over, I think, Florida and a recommitment to LSU, he was committed to LSU from January to February, very briefly. If they can go ahead of those two, I think they're in a really good position. Defensive line is going to be maybe the most interesting group to look at this summer because we don't feel like Texas is in a surefire position to get anyone at this point. And it's going to come down to when some of those numbers come out. And I think we'll see that pretty soon. Zach Turner out of Duncanville, a tight end who Texas has also thought about at wide receiver. Not someone that anyone has really expected in the class for a number of months now, but he did come back on campus. This one will be interesting because if Texas gets involved, I think it's pretty easy to say that they'll win a commitment.
Honestly, I think this is not a good move for Texas.
I don't think so either.
I think this is very damning. This tells you how they feel about tight end recruiting if they're pivoting to him and we're in April. And Caden Proto, Mark Bowman are still on the board.
He's the insurance piece for sure. Mark Bowman and Hezzy Kent and some of the other Prothro, some of the other guys that are involved here all have connections to deep connections to other schools, Georgia. All three of them, I believe, off the top of my head. Florida is in the mix for a couple of those guys. You already mentioned Oregon, for Bowman.
If I'm Texas and we got to do some pivoting for tight ends, I mean, the best tight end in the state's fucking up the street in Pflugerville. Maybe I'm just biased because I love my Austin area kids, and I got a special place in my heart for the kids that come from where I come from. But man, if you're gonna do this, circle back with Javian Martin, offer him a scholarship. He's already visited. You made him visit like 10 times as a sophomore and still didn't offer him. And he's actually a true tight end that could block dudes and project to do that. Zach Turner's a receiving threat tight end that's 6'2", 215, and has had an injury on his leg. I remember at Under Armour Dallas last year wearing the brace. So I think he's a decent player, but man, if I'm at Texas, I'm going after Javian Martin 10 times out of 10 if I got to go pivot. So
yeah, so that'll be something to look at. Justice Fitzpatrick, the brother of former Alabama star and current Pittsburgh Steeler, Minka Fitzpatrick. He's a corner. We have a feeling that he's very high up on the board. And the guys that have been visiting Texas for a long time may not be as high on the board as a guy like Justice Fitzpatrick or even, a Devon Benjamin. Devon Benjamin is safety. But the secondary recruiting has been interesting because there have been coaching changes, with Orphe and Aquina. And the board has changed a lot. So both of those guys seems like Texas is in a good position. I think, you see it right there. Miami and Georgia are going to be the two other, standouts here. Georgia is expected, leader right now. We'll see what Miami could do. This seems like one that they could win.
And it's
also someone who has a lot of influence and who has someone that's been through the process. And a lot of times those guys don't end up in Miami. And we know the type of player that does end up in Miami.
Yeah, Alabama is also pretty dangerous here. Obviously, a different staff than who coached his brother Minka in Tuscaloosa, but they're a big logo in that one. They're very much a threat. Same with Georgia, like you said. And just one thing I wanted to bring up: you talked about Devon Benjamin, how he is a safety, but they're recruiting him to play everywhere. One thing I think is really cool: Aquina and Orphe are basically just recruiting defensive backs. They're not recruiting corners or safeties. They're recruiting secondary players that can play every spot in the secondary and all of them are very talented at man coverage and can actually hold their own. Like literally every single DB they're talking to right now, there is no worry about those guys playing man coverage, whether they're primarily projected safety or corner. It doesn't matter because if they end up at Texas, they'll be asked to do everything at all those positions, just like Michael Griffin, Cedric Griffin, Michael Huff, et cetera. So very excited to see how the first kind of DB recruiting class back under Aquino ends up. I think it'll be a bunch of really talented dudes, but also just a bunch of those body types that are pretty similar to what you used to see Texas recruit in the mid-2000s, where it's really good athletes that some of them might need some time, but they have uncoachable traits that allow them to play any position in the secondary and a very high level of man coverage.
Yeah.
Because, man, if you can trust your whole secondary to play man coverage and you can just drop one or two linebackers and you have Anthony Hill blitzing along with Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke, and you trust your defense to actually play man coverage, man, that changes the game. It does, especially like there isn't anyone on Kentucky's roster this year you'd have to worry about in man coverage. Last year was Barry and Brown, and that was it. This year it's literally no one. So some games you can literally suffocate the offense too. So very excited to see what ends up happening with Akina and the Texas secondary.
Yeah, there were a couple other guys that I am happy to talk a little bit more about tomorrow, but I just kind of wanted to finish with this. Was the 12 NFL draft picks, a recruiting win for Texas, 23 picks over the last 2 years. That's the most out of any program. You know it. I mean, you know that they had that draft on in the facility, you know, as visitors were there. And that's a fun time to be on campus when you see some of their guys being drafted. It is undoubtedly a recruiting pitch, and it's a damn good one at that. To say that, you know, look at all the guys that were drafted, apart from Matthew Golden, apart from A.B. Mitchell, I mean, technically Quinn Ewers, but really not even him. Every single one of those guys bought into a team that was not great. They bought in either to Texas after the 2021 season, and we know how you know, not good that was, not making a bowl game. And the 20 season, you know, when Herman was still there, and just buying into the vision that Sark had coming into Texas. So the difference between 23 guys going to the draft in 2024 and 2025 and what Texas will hope for in 26 and 27, eclipsing 25, it's a big difference. It's a big difference in how they recruited those guys, big difference in what they paid those guys. So yeah, it's a pitch, and it's a better one than almost anything. I honestly think showing that we've had the most guys drafted, you know, if you're a Texas staffer, we've had the most guys drafted in the last 2 years. That is probably the best recruiting pitch that you're going to hear at any school.
Yeah. Also, I'm about to have a story out on some fun facts about the draft in Texas. Sark/Texas is now amongst 3 other programs that have had every position drafted in the last 3 drafts. Also saw this. Texas had more players drafted combined than every other single Texas. More draft picks out of Texas than every other state of Texas school combined. The Texas football recruiting account ripped it from Texas Football Life. I never talk about it, but I actually co-own this and co-started this, Texas Football Life, and they ripped it from us. We'll probably blow that up on a graphic somewhere inside Moncrief, because, I mean, if you get a kid like I don't know, John Turntine, who's very clearly going to like A&M or Texas and maybe Michigan. Hey, John, check this out. You know, who's the last offensive tackle drafted out of A&M? Can't tell you, but Kelvin Banks just went 9 overall, you know. Yeah. So definitely a very good recruiting pitch. And, man, I'll tell you what, the first year, this will be what we close on, how Baylor has fallen, just like literally anyone with a brain thought they would. That staff, all they did after they went to the Sugar Bowl or whatever it was, we had more draft picks than any state of Texas school. Every single one of those dudes signed to Matt Rule. Literally every single one of them signed to Matt Rule, and they inherited his roster. Years later, when the entire program is purely made up of Aranda guys, how many are drafted? Goose egg. None. So, yeah. And Frazier was the road runner. It also was the first time, I believe, since 1997, Oklahoma didn't have an offensive player selected. And it's their worst draft numbers-wise at 2 players drafted since, like, I think, 08 or it is an old number. But you'll be able to read all about it here in a few hours on Horns 24/7. Anyways, we're going to get out of here. Hope the Lakers win. I don't want my GOAT losing another first-round series. He's already lost 1. That's too many. But yeah, y'all have a great one. Happy Tuesday. We're going to close it out and kick it over. Let me pull up this text from BK. Kick it over to the Ghost and Friends podcast, who's recapping Texas baseball's weekend sweep of A&M on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Then Chip and Zay are going to be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream at. And we will see y'all tomorrow. Have a good Tuesday, and we'll see you on Hump Day. Peace.